This is an audio test for closed caption. Audio test.
Okay, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the ABAG Executive Board meeting of January 17th, 2019. Welcome. This is obviously the first meeting of the year. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for the public for attending as well. Will the board members and the public please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all very much. Before we start tonight, I want to recognize a few people who are joining the executive board. Some of them have been here prior. Some of them are reappointments. Some of them are new appointments in different capacities. We have Jesse Erguin, the mayor, City of Berkeley. Thank you, Jesse, for being here. Chris Clark, council member, City of Mountain View. Thank you very much, representing the cities in Santa Clara County. Tom Bogue, mayor, City of Dixon, cities in Solano County. Welcome. And Director Chang, City and County of San Francisco, alternate for the office of the mayor. Thank you for being here as well. Will the ABAG clerk of the board conduct a roll call and or confirm our quorum?
I confirm that there is quorum present, sir.
Thank you very much. And just real briefly too, please know that tonight's meeting is being webcast, and I would like to remind board members to please sign the attendance sheet that is being circulated, and the members of the public who wish to speak on items on the agenda are asked to complete and submit a speaker card and hand it to the clerk right over here. That would be great. And with that, we'll move on to public comment on items that are pertinent to this board but not on tonight's agenda. So this is not about any of the items on the agenda tonight, but is there any open public comment? I have no cards for that. I see no one rise. We'll move on to item number 3, which is the executive board announcements. Are there any announcements from the members of the board? Director Eklund.
Thank you very much, President Rabbit. I did want to ask, are we going to be sometime in the near future looking at whether or not we're going to set up a housing methodology committee for the regional housing needs allocation process, which should be starting fairly soon?
I will look to staff and if they have a time frame that they've been
The
considering.
time frame for that is this fall, late summer. We'll be bringing it to the board.
Okay, thank you very much.
Great, thank you very much. Any other questions or comments from the executive board? With that, now we'll move on to the president's report, and I want to ask Mr. Heminger if he can come up to the center ring here. I have a little something that, on behalf of this board, that we would like to give Steve and thank him for his service.
Stay low, Steve.
So as maybe some in the audience don't know this, but this is your last ABAG meeting, and I can't thank you enough for your leadership. As this body knows, and some members here have been here much longer than I have, the combination of getting ABAG and MTC to merge in terms of the staff and the efficiency that that's created has been a long-sought dream that you made a reality, and I can't thank you enough for that. It took a lot of hard work, a lot of perseverance, a lot of very smart maneuvering of getting that to work with all the different bodies that are here. This board did put together a proclamation of appreciation for all the work that you've done. Can't thank you enough, Steve. And we do have something from the county of Santa Clara, so I'd like to ask Director Cortese and Chavez to come down as well.
Evans, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Another one. There's a little bit of a backstory to this, only in the sense that there was an MTC opportunity to recognize Steve some few weeks ago, and I showed up empty-handed without the commendation from the county of Santa Clara to attempt to commend your great work in a few whereases, and that's really not possible to do. Although I will say we actually left the ABAG-MTC merger out of this, so you wouldn't have to be reminded of that long and arduous task. But that said, we wanted to make sure that the Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors, all of us, had the opportunity to adopt a formal resolution as part of our archives and our minutes to commend your outstanding work over more than a couple of decades. And I would just add my own personal words that I think the common learning for some of us about you, Steve, has been that you're a big vision person, and you've come through on those big visions, whether it's this place that we're in right now, whether it's getting people all in the same place at the same time, both literally and figuratively, getting people across bridges so they don't have to worry about falling through them, and doing many other extraordinary things for the people of the Bay Area region that can only be described as big vision. So I don't know where you're taking the big vision from here, but please do something that continues to benefit the Bay Area community with your high ideals and your vision. We would appreciate that. And Supervisor?
I just want to say thank you. That's
All
all.
right.
You get a big thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations.
So I'll tell you a big secret. The president leaned over to me and said, keep it short. So I will do just that. I have enjoyed my association with ABAG over the years, and I think I've enjoyed the work in the last couple of years the most, even though it was the most difficult. Some of you I have known for a long time, some of you only briefly, and I think you and the commission have a lot to be proud of in putting the staffs together. I'm happy I had a little to do with getting them under one roof, and where you go from here is all up to you. So let's have a good last meeting. Thank you.
Perhaps before you sit down, if I can ask my colleagues for a favor, if we can get you, Steve, here front and center, and if everyone can kind of move around behind there, we can get document this with a good photo.
You want us up here or in the pit?
Up there is fine. Or some of us down there. Some of us down there. You go this way too.
Yeah, do this. And someone has to do that. Then I'll fill there.
You should not be standing behind Randy.
You don't think
Unless
so?
you can weasel in
I'm
between
kind of right between them, as long as I can see.
With these shoes today, I'm taller than I normally am.
You're plenty tall.
See, this way I look like I'm taller than they are.
Yes, you can.
A lot tighter, people.
She doesn't have the wide angle.
I don't need my hands down.
Can't she go into the back?
It's okay.
Thank you all for that, and thank you again to the executive director for allowing us to do that today. I want to continue on with the President's report and just let you know that per the signed memorandum of understanding between the Metropolitan Transportation Commission and the Association of Bay Area Governments, an ABAG ad hoc review committee was created to interview and make its recommendation to the MTC Executive Director Search Committee, which will then make the recommendation to the full commission for the final decision. The MTC Executive Director Selection Committee did meet on December 3rd, 2018, and forwarded to the ABAG ad hoc review committee candidates for the position of MTC Executive Director. The ABAG Ad Hoc Review Committee met on December 12th, 2018, and met in closed session pursuant to the California Employee Appointment Executive Director, California Government Code Section 54957. And on December 19th, 2018, Vice President Scharf, on my behalf, reported to the ABAG Ad Hoc Committee's findings to the MTC Executive Director Selection Search Committee, which met in closed session. The MTC Commission had a special meeting on January 9th, 2019, which included a closed session. So I just want to make sure I put that out there for everyone. And with that, we'll move on to item number 5, which is our Executive Director's report.
Well, Mr. President, you've heard from me already. You're going to hear from me quite a bit later on, so I'm going to dispense with most of my report and just mention one item to you because it doesn't happen every day around here. One of our departures is Courtney Ruby, who was ABAG's Director of Administration, became MTC/ABAG's Director of Administration, and she is leaving us because she got elected to office as the City Auditor of Oakland. So congratulations to her, and keep your nose clean in Oakland. That's all I can say.
Thank you very much. With that, we'll move on to item number 6, which is the filling of the office of Vice President. With Greg Scharf's leaving the ABAG Executive Board, there is a vacancy in the office of Vice President. And according to the ABAG bylaws, we obviously need to fill that. And tonight we're going to open the floor for nominations. And I'll look to my colleagues for any nominations for the Vice President. Director Pierce.
Yes, Mr. President, I would like to nominate Jesse Erickson, who is the mayor of Berkeley, to be our next vice president.
Great, thank you very much. So I have a motion and a second, and I'll ask my colleagues if there are any other nominations. I'll ask my colleagues if there's a motion to close nominations.
So moved.
So I have a motion and a second, and thank you, Mr. Aragon, for stepping up and filling that role. We look forward to working with you on that, and thank you very much. With that, we were prepared for lots of votes and everything else. Fred, you need a vote?
Yes, please.
Can we do it by hand with those present? Well, okay. Do you need a roll call? I'm sorry. No? So we'll do it by hands. There is a motion, and it's been seconded, that Jesse Aragon of Berkeley is the Vice President for ABAG. All those in favor, please raise your hands.
Okay.
Is there anyone opposed? That does.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thanks for keeping us on track. With that, we will move on.
Mr. President, can I just make a comment?
Please, yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead,
Thank you
please.
to my colleagues. It's an incredible honor, and I really look forward to working with President Rabbit and all of you to advance our shared interests in regional planning and in creating housing and making our region a better place. So thank you very much for your support.
Thank you. Thank you very much. With that, we'll move on to item number 7, which is our consent calendar tonight. This is an action item, unless there's a request for a board member to take up an item on the consent calendar separately.
I'll move the consent calendar.
I have a motion. I have a second. Is there, first off, I'll ask, is there any public comment on the consent calendar items tonight? I don't have any cards. I don't see anyone rise. Is there any comments, questions, or concerns from this body? Seeing none, is there anyone opposed to the consent calendar this evening? Seeing no one opposed, the consent calendar this evening does pass unanimously with all present. Thank you very much. We'll move on to the item number 8, which is the ABAG Administrative Committee report, which is actually mine. And the ABAG Administrative Committee report for January 17th. We had special meetings on December 14th and a regular meeting on January 11th. The Administrative Committee met jointly with the MTC Planning Committee. At the 14th meeting, the committee received a report from Horizon Perspective Paper number 3, the preview of regional growth strategies. And at the January 11th, 2019 meeting, the committee received the report on the Horizon Perspective Paper number 5, which is the future of jobs. And I believe all of this is online, and I would encourage, if you haven't already seen it, the information that's presented, because I think it's pretty fascinating to see the history of certainly job growth and where jobs are occurring within this Bay Area region and what it looks like going forward, because it does play a role in everything that we do. Any questions, comments, or concerns on the administrative report? Any questions or is there any public comment on the administrative report? Seeing no one rise, I'll bring it back. Is there, can I get a motion to approve? I have a motion and a
Second.
second. Is there anyone opposed to the acceptance of the administrative committee report? Seeing no one opposed, that does pass unanimously. Thank you very much. On to the ABAG Legislation Committee report. And can we get a report from the chair of the ABAG Legislation Committee, Supervisor Haggerty?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I get started, in honor of our Mayor of Dixon being here, I'd like to offer, and I'm sure we all offer, our condolences to him and his city as they struggle with the passing of their very young police officer, age 22, Natalie Corona. So I just want you to know we all grieve as a family.
Actually, it was City of Davis.
Oh, jeez.
Sorry.
Sorry.
We still
One of those D cities.
We're still there.
We still grieve with them, though. All right. This is the ABAG Legislative Committee report for January 17, 2019. The committee had a regular meeting this afternoon. The committee elected myself as the chair and Julie Pierce as the vice chair. The committee received a report on the final advocacy program for 2019. The proposed modifications to the draft shared last month are based on feedback received by MTC commissioners, ABAG executive members, MTC policy advisory, and Bay Area transportation agencies and other transportation agency partners outside the region. The following is the new advocacy proposals that have been added: additional housing related to legislation outside of the CASA process, funding focused on seniors and disabled, disadvantaged communities, definition, expedited project delivery, SB 375 update, climate changes and resiliency. The advocacy program was adopted by MTC at its December 19th meeting. In response to MTC direction to expand local government outreach with regards to CASA, the Compact staff has scheduled a number of different presentations to local government associations over the next 2 months. Additional meetings are being planned to reach out to city managers. The committee recommends the Executive Board approve the 2019 advocacy program. The committee also noted that in the event that the Executive Board does not authorize the signing of the CASA Compact, item 1A will be deleted from the program. This concludes my committee report, and I move approval of the committee.
So I have a motion and a second. Is there anyone from the public who'd like to speak on this particular item? Seeing no one rise, I'll bring it back to this body, and we have a question, Director Holliday.
What you just said, the last part, item 1A will be removed, why is that?
Well, if ABAG doesn't approve it, I don't think we'll be out advocating for it.
Well, I think, I had planned to bring this up when we actually discussed the item, but I think we should continue to monitor. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen, whether we're going to say, or what we're going to vote at the end of this, but I think that whatever we do in connection with this, and maybe particularly if we don't approve the chair signing it, we still have a great deal at stake, all of us, in how it proceeds through the legislature. So it should not be what
it calls for the advocacy. I don't think you want us out advocating for CASA if the board doesn't.
We may want you advocating for parts of it and not advocating for other parts of it.
Well, maybe you should read what 1A says in the legislative report. I think it would make it a little bit clearer as to why members want it removed if ABAG doesn't approve it.
Okay. Well,
And if I also may
Director Eklund.
Thank you very much. If I also may be able to address that comment, is that we're going to be, Lisa, I'm going to be asking that we make some modifications to the advocacy program for us to look at split role. And so at that same time, we can look at what other housing legislation or anything else that we want to be able to look at. So there's a possibility. Yeah, so there's a possibility that we could add more things related to housing because we're going to be looking at housing bills. So, yeah, it's just that that particular 1A deals strictly with the CASA Compact. Advocate for it.
okay.
In favor of it.
Right.
That's why they said remove.
Director McElhenney. Thank you. Is there anyone else from the executive board who has a comment on this particular piece? I'll just make them, as was talked about in the legislative committee meeting. I mean, the legislation obviously evolves over the course of time, changes daily in Sacramento. We follow it as best as possible. Our staff follows it as best as possible, and we also update as we go. So I think we have plenty of time as things evolve and to stay ahead of the curve. And I think what's written does have a caveat subject to authorization. So I think we're okay there. I will look to my colleagues. Is there any further questions, comments, or concerns? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve? So I have a motion and a second. Is there anyone?
It was already
I'm sorry.
moved by Ann, second.
Okay, well, is there anyone opposed to this particular item? Seeing no one opposed, that does pass unanimously with all present. Thank you very much. Now we'll move on to item number 10, which is the ABAG Finance Committee report, and I'll look to Director Mitchoff for the report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the report of our meeting earlier today. We had our regular meeting on January 17th. The committee elected myself as chair and Aaron Hannigan from Solano County as vice chair. The committee received a report on ABAG financial statements from July 2018 to November 2018, which were unaudited. As of November 30, 2018, total revenues amounted to $10.2 million, exceeding expenses by $1 million. The following are the highlights. In administration, as of that date, ABAG administration ended with net income of $1,090,274. Total revenue amounted to $2,742,559, which is 74% of the budgeted revenue for the year. All membership dues are recognized, and total expenses amounted to $1,652,285. As to Bayren Energy, Bayren ended the quarter with revenue of $5.9 million, matching expenses of $5.9 million, keeping Bayren within the budget. As to the San Francisco Estuary Partnership, the partnership ended the month with a loss of $45,869,000. The net loss is the result of the Estuary newsletter and the Bay Delta Conference hosted by the Estuary team in Sacramento in September, and all this does is create a timing issue between expenses and payments. We do expect to recoup those costs. The committee received a report on ABAG contracts and purchase requisitions between $20,000 and $50,000 from July to September of 2018, and we also received the investment report for November of 2018, where our total funds under ABAG management are just over $44 million. This concludes the committee report, and I move the approval of this report.
So I have a motion and a second. And before we take a vote here, I'll look to the audience. Is there anyone who would like to speak on this particular item? Seeing no one rise, bring it back to this body. Is there anyone opposed to this particular approval of the Finance Committee report today? Seeing no one raise their hand or in opposition, that does pass unanimously with all present. Thank you very much. With that, we'll move on to item number 11, the ABAG Regional Planning Committee report. And today we have the report from Chair Coombs from Santa Rosa. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. This is the ABAG Regional Planning Committee report. The committee had a special meeting on January 10th, 2019. The committee elected Julie Combs, that's me, a council member from the city of Santa Rosa as chair, and your own colleague Karen Mitchoff, supervisor from the county of Contra Costa, as vice chair. The committee received and discussed a report on the CASA Compact. You have previously received comments on the CASA Compact from the RPC Housing Subcommittee, and you have recently received the summary of committee member comments that have been distributed to the executive board members. I consider the primary focus of the comment to be that we should require staff to not only do more outreach, but also to be specific in getting jurisdictional input on the legislative agenda and lobbying. And we wonder that since we already have on the docket legislation referring to CASA moving forward, we ask how our ABAG and RPC jurisdictional voices be represented by the MTC legislative staff. This concludes the committee report, and I move approval of the committee report.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I will move approval since.
Yeah, I was going to say thank you.
I'm not actually a member.
But we appreciate that very much. Thank you so much. So we do have a motion.
I can't move approval. Thank you.
We have a motion and a second. And before we take a vote here, once again, I'll look to anyone from the public. Is there any comments on this particular item? Seeing no one rise, bring it back to this board. Is there anyone opposed to the Regional Planning Committee report this evening? Seeing no opposition, that does pass unanimously with all present. Thank you very much.
Thank you
for your work. With that, we're on to the main event of this evening. Item number 12, the CASA Compact authorization to sign. This is an action item, and I'll look to Mr. Heminger to lead us off.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good evening, members of the board. The poet T.S. Eliot famously forecasted the end of the world, and he said it would more likely end with a whimper, not a bang. I'm hoping that my tenure here is the reverse, and that tonight I end with a bang, not a whimper. And I don't think there's anything else I could hope for. Just to give you a little bit of summary of where we've been the past couple months, we did do a full dress rehearsal on this CASA Compact at your November board meeting. Shortly after that, we had a smaller meeting for some of the smaller and medium-sized cities in this building. Through December and January, we've met with several cities associations around the region. We'll be meeting with more of them after your meeting, whatever you say. And last week, as you heard from Councilwoman Combs, the Regional Planning Committee weighed in as well. In terms of the CASA process, which was ongoing the last time we talked to all of you together, CASA, if you recall, has two committees. One of them is a technical committee of experts from around the region in all sorts of fields related to housing, both in the public and the private sectors. And then the steering committee, which is CASA's policy body and includes the mayors of several cities as well as corporate and environmental and labor representatives. They also met. Both committees used what is called a gradients of agreement approval system. So it's not just yes, no. You basically vote 1 through 5. And 1 means you love it, 5 means you hate it, and everything in between 1 and 5 is sort of a version of yes, with increasing amounts of reservations. And essentially at the technical committee, there was one person who just hated it and couldn't stand it and couldn't reconcile himself to it. But the rest of the voting was primarily in the 1 and 2 category. So that was, I think, a very strong endorsement at the technical level. At the steering committee, they used the same voting system, and there was really no one who voted 5. There were a couple of folks who voted number 4, but again, like the technical committee, most of the votes were 1s or 2s, which means I fully support it or I support it with some reservation. Now, both President Rabbit and Chair McKenzie of MTC are members of the CASA Steering Committee, and they both voted for it at that event. But both have indicated for some time now that they wanted to be authorized to sign the compact, and that actually is how the drama comes to an end as far as CASA is concerned, that the members of the steering committee signed the document as a sign of their commitment to pursuing its enactment, primarily in Sacramento. Both Mr. Rabbit and Mr. McKenzie indicated that they wanted to be authorized to do so by their respective boards. The authorization vote at MTC took place in December, with 14 commissioners voting for it and 3 against it. And as you can see in the packet, in the cover memo that I gave you, the MTC motion was not uncomplicated. It had a series of what were called understandings of the Commission's motion to authorize Chair McKenzie to sign the compact. And those are in your packet today. Obviously, you are free to craft your own motion, but I would suggest that perhaps the MTC motion is a place to start. Let me get then, and I will be brief because you've got a lot of folks here who want to talk to you besides me. Let me get briefly to the 5 reasons that I laid out for why I believe you should authorize President Rabbit to execute the compact on behalf of ABAG. The first is this sense of crisis, and we have been using that word, I think, in this body and in this building for some time. The CASA Compact frames it in terms of an emergency. and in fact talks about its policy document, the Compact, as a 15-year emergency policy package. I think the analogy it drew, the CASA Compact, to the fires in the North Bay, where we had a catastrophic loss of housing, really rung home to me, because what it mentioned is that in one of the wealthiest metropolitan areas on the planet, I'm quoting now, tens of thousands of our fellow citizens are ill-housed or not even housed at all. Many more families are just one missed paycheck away from eviction. While the recent wildfires have underscored the devastating effects of suddenly losing a home, the reality is that too many Bay Area residents face that situation every day. The sense of crisis, again, I think is what motivated the members of CASA to develop the recommendations we did, and I hope it will motivate you to authorize the President to sign it. The second is that, and this is not altogether common in public policy in my experience, this sense of crisis is also, I think, a significant moment of opportunity for us. For those of you who listened to the governor and his 2+ hour budget presentation, he talked about housing a lot. He in fact talked about CASA and the work that it had done. And so clearly the subject is very much in the uppermost minds of our new governor in Sacramento. Various Bay Area legislators are, I think, in key positions to advance housing legislation. In the Assembly, David Chu from San Francisco chairs the Assembly Housing Committee. Scott Wiener chairs the newly created Senate Housing Committee. And so that's two folks who are in a pretty good position to influence the future course of housing policy. One way I would look at it, and forgive the analogy if it doesn't work for you, but I tried to make it work for me. I think what we have in Sacramento this year is clearly a focus on housing, but I think you might say the waters are pretty stormy in Sacramento when it comes to this subject. And I think it's probably better in a storm to be in a boat and not in the open water. So to stretch the analogy a little further, I view the CASA Compact as a kind of safe harbor, as a port in the storm, because it's a set of ideas that have been vetted over 18 months, and it's something to be for, instead of trying to take the chance that you can be against everything and succeed. The third, I think, is a reason that strikes closer to home, and that is that Plan Bay Area, which most of you did vote for and which was overwhelmingly adopted by these two bodies, ABAG and MTC, is falling short. We were set with very ambitious targets from the state to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and one of our primary strategies is to create priority development areas where we want growth to occur, where local government wants growth to occur in particular on a voluntary basis. And what we have found, according to a recent report for the California Air Resources Board, is that we are not on track to meet those greenhouse gas emission reduction targets. And part of that in not just the Bay Area, but in metropolitan regions around the state is because we are not meeting the growth targets that we establish for ourselves. We are not growing in the right places in a dense enough fashion to reduce vehicle miles of travel, which is the way we measure whether we're going to meet those greenhouse gas targets or not. The CASA Compact, as I mentioned in my report, if fully implemented, would substantially contribute to our being able to meet those targets by producing or preserving 16,000 additional units of affordable housing per year, in accordance with the plan that you've already adopted. The fourth issue is again a complicated one, but I want to wade into it just a little bit, and I expect there may be some questions about it later on. And that is the question of whether or not the CASA Compact preserves local decision making. And I think it's worth pointing out the compact itself has 10 elements. The first 3 elements are a set of tenant protections in the region, having to do with the rent cap, having to do with access to counsel, and so on. They really don't implicate the question of local control and home rule at all. They're essentially trying to mediate between tenants and landlords on the one and the other hand. The last two elements of the compact, 9 and 10, have to do with trying to find a way to raise some money so that we can build the amount of affordable housing and the subsidy that you need to build it in the Bay Area to meet our targets. Again, not a subject that I don't think interferes with local control because it's a way of trying to raise money in our region, much like we've done in the transportation arena with our self-help funding programs to see whether we can raise the pool of funds. And the estimate in the CASA Compact was that we need about $2.5 billion per year to reach those goals. If you want to try to raise that kind of money, you're going to need a strategy to do it, in large part relying on the voters to pass measures by a 2/3 margin. So again, I don't think wading into the question of local decision making or local control. Now, in between those 5 items, the first 3 and the last 2 are some issues that get into that space. And I think the 2 elements that get into it the most prominently are elements number 5 and 7. And maybe talking about them in reverse order, what element 7 deals with is the Senate Bill 35 process that now is state law. And that's the bill number that Senator Wiener introduced, and that bill now has become law. And it talks about the ability to streamline the approval process of certain kinds of projects. And under certain conditions, that streamlining is permitted to private developers, and they can take advantage of it. And under the terms of that law, local government's discretion in those instances is very limited. It's essentially a ministerial act. What the CASA Compact does is unwind that a bit in favor of more local discretion. So I think in this instance, instead of a diminution of local control or home rule, it's actually an enhancement if you read carefully what element 7 is trying to do. It's really trying to get its arms around this missing middle question that we talk about a lot in terms of the market rate housing that we're producing quite a lot of and the affordable housing at the lower end that we're not producing nearly enough of. Now, element 5, I think, in the compact really does, I think, raise the issue squarely. And that's this issue of zoning near transit. Senator Wiener, as you know, introduced a bill last year that got a lot of heads spinning, Senate Bill 827, and a version of that bill, I would call it probably in many respects a milder version of that bill, has been reintroduced as Senate Bill 50. And here you do have, I think, a tension between what the state in recent years has been seeking to accomplish and what many local governments view as their prerogative to make decisions about. But I would say, as I said in the memo, a couple of things. I said earlier that we are not meeting our targets under Senate Bill 375, and I wanted just to show you one picture that describes a reason why that may be. And Ken is furiously pressing the button, and it's not showing up. I think you may have them at your place. It's a little piece of paper that looks like this. Well, Ken's got the slides working, so let's see if he could find. No, that's not the right one. Look at the one in your hands. There are 2 factoids on this piece of paper that I think demonstrate why we are coming short. And we, in fact, presented this information to the ABAG Administrative Committee and MTC Planning Committee not too long ago. The first is that our PDAs, which again were locally nominated by municipalities around the region, they were supposed to be places that were well served by transit. And it turns out, and this is a recent review that we've been conducting, about a quarter of them are not. And that's a worrying sign. Now, it may be that in some cases there's good reason. There's a transit investment that's planned to open and it hasn't opened yet. But it could be that there was transit service that has been reduced or eliminated, in which case, do you really have something you can develop around? I think, in my view, the more worrying of these 2 factoids is the second one, which is that there are a lot of other places in the Bay Area, there it is on the screen now, that are very well suited for investment near transit. But about 50% of those areas are not designated as a PDA. And again, there could be lots of reasons why an individual jurisdiction may or may not have decided to submit it. But what I would submit is that if half the areas that are ripe for investment near transit are not a focus of a strategy to invest in them, we've got something wrong with our strategy. And we're going to have to figure out a way to fix that. Now, whether it's fixed in Sacramento or whether it's fixed here, my point, as I made in the memo, is if we don't figure this out, we will not only fall short of our housing goals, we will fall short of our transit goals. Because if you don't develop adequate density around a new rail or ferry or bus investment, you're not going to get the bang for the buck that you were counting on when you decided to build it. So for, I think, both good transportation and housing policy reasons, trying to find some way of engaging in the new Senate Bill 50 with some of the ideas from the CASA Compact is worth your consideration. The last thing I'll mention, and the briefest, and I say in the memo that it's not by itself a reason to support or oppose these policy ideas, but I did want you to know, and I hope you share my appreciation for the staff work that was involved in this effort. This is really, in my mind, the first fruits of the staff consolidation of MTC and ABAG. And the folks who worked on this, and I want to read their names, it's 4 of them principally: Ken Kirky, our planning director, Vikrant Sood, Gillian Adams, and Therese Trevetti. These folks, some of them came from MTC, some of them came from ABAG. Ken came from both. And they worked extremely well together, lots of nights and weekends, because this was very difficult and challenging work. And I just wanted to acknowledge them publicly and acknowledge them to you. So we stand ready to answer any questions you have. I would like, Mr. Chairman, before turning the floor back to you, to introduce one of the co-chairs. There were 3 of them of the CASA effort, Leslie Corsilia, who is here tonight. Leslie has labored long in the fields of housing policy, both in the public and the nonprofit sector, and I wanted her to have a chance to give you her views of CASA, where we've been and where we're going.
Am I live? Okay, great. Thank you, Steve, and thank you, President Rabbit, and all of the members of the Executive Committee. My name is Leslie Corsilia, and I was co-chair of the CASA Committee with Fred Blackwell, who is the CEO of the San Francisco Foundation, and Michael Cobaruvias, who's the president and CEO of TMG Partners, which is a developer located here in San Francisco that works more regionally. My day job, I am the executive director of a nonprofit called Silicon Valley at Home. We're a policy and advocacy organization that works to increase housing opportunities for all in the South Bay, primarily in Santa Clara County. I do have over 40 years of housing experience, and 24 of those is in local government. So I do believe that I represent affordable housing, but I also understand the workings of local government, and I understand the pressures, especially that elected officials have, because I was never one, but I worked for many over the course of those 24 years, including several who are in this room today. I did also work 10 years with the State Department of Housing and Community Development. This, even though I've worked in this area for so long, is really the first time that I've ever been involved in an effort like this, where we brought so many people together to try to tackle what is really an almost seemingly impossible problem. I also think the co-chairs would tell you it was one of the hardest things that we've ever done. Really a challenge to be able to tackle this and to do it in the way that we did. And what we did was we brought together people, most everyone who agrees there's a housing problem, but who doesn't agree what the problem is or what the solution is. Everyone has their own feelings about what that is. And what we asked them to do was to come together and to maybe take off their hat from their day job and to look at how we can compromise and we can come up with solutions that that may be out of their comfort zone, but will end up with something that is workable. We know that for everyone involved, including those who were on both the technical committee and the steering committee, that there are things that everyone likes and things that they hold their nose at. And that is really what a compromise is. You do have to agree sometimes with things that you would like to do differently. We did agree on some basic principles when we started out. One is, and Steve talked about this somewhat, the status quo is not working. Something has to be done, and we can agree on that. We can agree that we have to tackle more than just production, which is very important, but we have to preserve the existing affordable housing that we have today, and we have to protect the residents who are at risk of displacement. That was one of our key principles. And the other one was that we can't solve this problem jurisdiction by jurisdiction or group by group. This really is a regional problem, and we need to do it together. We also agreed on an approach. We wanted to make sure that we kept all of these items together. So the compact that we have, we want it to move together, not one piece or the other, but all of it. We agreed that we would do this as transparently as we could, and working as efficiently and cost effectively as we could. And after hundreds of meetings, thousands of hours of time, what we have is the compact, the 10-element compact that you have before you today. Bottom line, we have a housing crisis. I see it all the time. When I was in San Jose, we approved housing for more than 21,000 housing opportunities. Yet, our housing costs are among the highest in the nation. We have a housing problem. We need to do more. So as Steve noted, the governor's office has declared earlier this month that he wants to do something about it. This is the first time in my career that a governor has said that. He says that he wants a Marshall Plan for housing, and some of the actions I think that we've seen already. He took an executive order on public lands this week, which overlaps with one of the elements that we have in the compact. So some of his items are similar, some are different, and some you may even say are more bold than what we have in our compact. So I ask you today to support the compact, even though, again, you may like parts of it and not like others, to recognize that we need to do something. We need to take bold action, and we really need the support of all 110 jurisdictions in this region if we're going to be able to solve this problem. And really thank you for considering this today.
Great, thank you very much. We very much appreciate it. And before we get going here, can't thank the co-chairs enough of CASA. Thank you, Leslie, for all the work that you've done. It was countless hours, 18-month period of time. Some of those meetings were weekly, weekends, really hammering out and getting everyone on the same page, herding cats, as it were, people with different agendas, different points of view, and really coming to consensus in that compromise. And we very much appreciate that. And to the executive director who mentioned staff earlier, thank you all for the same work, the same good work of sitting down and really trying to figure that out in the same capacity. I think I'll lay out what I feel is going to be the most efficient way to move forward, and I'll look to my board if you have any issues with that. I would like to open it up to the executive board for questions of staff. I would ask that if you could refrain from comments at this particular time, I would appreciate that. I also want the public to know, once we get through the questions from the executive board, I would like to first go to public comment. And I assume there's lots of cards there, and there's lots of people here today, and we appreciate that. If you can limit your comments to 2 minutes, that would be ideal. And I will ask you if you can stand at either side, and we can alternate back and forth. Rather than calling out a name, it just might make it go a little quicker. I know that we're all here, and I don't know if anyone wants to stay until midnight or 1 a.m. So I appreciate if we can work that way, and if you have any kind of issues with that, just let me know and we can be accommodating. So with that, I'll look to my colleagues if there's questions at this point in time of staff. Director McElhaney.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate that it's questions first. That was going to be one of my questions. My first question, Steve, in following up to your presentation, if you could speak a little bit more about the timing and what's being asked of the board tonight with respect to the sign-off. I note that the resolution adopted by MTC had a number of caveats about it. The action taken didn't really endorse the compact per se. So if you could talk to me a little bit about what we're being asked to do and the question of timing as to why you need that to be adopted tonight.
Yeah, I'd be happy to do so. And in a way, it sounds like a semantic distinction, but I really don't think it is. I think it's meaningful. We are not presenting to you tonight the compact for you to endorse it. And I realize that that's unusual because typically the way we do things, the staff comes up with an idea, we talk to a bunch of people about it, we have hearings, and then we give it to you and you do whatever you want to dispose of with it, and then it's done. The idea of setting up CASA in the first place was to make it an independent body that sort of had its own momentum and its own procedure. And since it is a package agreement among the various interests that were at the table, it really isn't something that we could present back to MTC and ABAG and say, now you can go to town on it and make 20 amendments, because that really would have, I think, undermined the spirit of the CASA enterprise itself. So whether you like that or not, that in fact was how CASA was established, which is why what we asked the commission to do, what we're asking you to do, is consider whether your executive officer, your board leader, should sign on the dotted line and endorse it. And so that is the explanation of how we got to where we are, what you're doing tonight. If you look through the compact, it almost is exclusively a legislative agenda. Because we quickly found out that we need a significant amount of new authority and new revenue to deliver on a solution to the housing crisis. And for that, you got to go to Sacramento. I guess you can go to Washington, but these days that's not a very good place to be. So the timetable for CASA to be implemented is really the legislature's timetable. There have been some bills introduced already that look at some of the elements in the compact. There are other elements of the compact that at this point are still orphans. They don't have an author. Our hope on the funding side is to be able to get something on the ballot at the general election in 2020. In order to do that, we really need to pass a bill, or CASA needs to pass a bill, sometime this year or very early next year. So that's sort of our window of opportunity. Now, obviously, I think it's unlikely that all 10 bills would be approved in one legislative session. It's probably going to take a couple of sessions to get through this agenda, even if we are successful. But that's the hope, is that a good chunk of what you see in front of you in the compact could make its way into a bill and could be signed into law this year.
So what you're saying in terms of the action tonight, if the ABAG board were to vote your recommendation, would be for Chairman Rabbit to sign as a participant of the CASA group.
Correct.
But not necessarily representing ABAG.
Correct. And I think it's also important to emphasize your body, just like the commission, takes positions on all kinds of bills all year long. And I would fully expect that we would be bringing back the bills that emanate from the CASA Compact for you to see. Now, I think to keep faith with the spirit of CASA, the idea wouldn't be for you to, for any one entity to say, well, I'm going to support the first three elements and oppose the other seven. But you'll notice in reading the compact, there are lots of places where a range is described, where some uncertainty is expressed, and all of that has to be sorted out in the legislature. You've got to fill in all the blanks. So I do think, and in our prior discussion with the executive board, there were a lot of questions on detail that we really didn't have the answer to. And I think we really won't have the answer until we go through the process, the bills get introduced, and the bills get revised and moved on.
My third and final point, Mr. Chairman, has to do with, I believe CASA sort of started from the angst and anxiety that we felt at this table at MTC with respect to homelessness and the crisis. I remember a lot of the conversation, and we were looking for a regional response to the emergency housing crisis, and so deeply disappointed to see that homelessness in particular is not addressed in the compact. So I don't know if the co-chair wants to speak to that as well as you, but that seems to me to be a glaring omission that was really driven about us seeing the emergency housing crisis with the tremendous number of our residents living outdoors.
Director, I do share your concern about that. My memory is that the CASA process really grew out of the dissatisfaction that most of you had in adopting our last plan, because it forecast a future that was just so gloomy that I don't think any of you were very comfortable signing on that dotted line. We do acknowledge in the compact, the CASA acknowledges in the compact that there are related ideas and elements and policy issues that really need to be dealt with that CASA sort of ran out of bandwidth to do. And they're toward the end of the document. They're called calls to action, and one of them is homelessness. I do think there are quite a few elements in the compact that will benefit homeless individuals and other kinds of folks, but the compact didn't take that question on directly. I assure you, I believe the governor and the legislature is going to do quite a bit of legislating on that subject this year too.
Leslie, did you want to have an opportunity to just address that point, Mr. Chair?
Thank you. Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. We recognize that it was really an issue, but it's much more complicated than housing. It really is services, and it's this whole component of how you respond to homelessness. And we really believe that we need to have a similar response to homelessness that we just went through, and having the right people at the table. So we did put that as a call to action, something we know that we need to do that we didn't finish, and we didn't want it to get lost. So, and I would agree with Steve that one of the key pieces of solving homelessness is housing, because if we don't have housing for people to move into, then we can't solve it. So the compact does help solve that. It just doesn't solve, all of the wraparound that you need to do to solve homelessness.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Director Lee?
Yes, thank you. I just have a question. I need clarification about the phrase commercial linkage in compact element number 9, page 19. Can you give me a more expanded definition of what a commercial linkage is?
The general idea is this would be something imposed on a developer with the revenue from it used on other kinds of civic improvements. Quite a few cities, I believe, the number we toted up was about 38 jurisdictions have some form of commercial linkage fee. They use the revenue for wildly different things. The rates also vary quite significantly, but it's a tool that's out there in quite a few jurisdictions today.
So it's only going to be directed towards developers, the people developing?
Well, that particular tool, and again, what we have in the document on the following page is what's called a menu. And one item in the menu is something that could be imposed on developers. There's also items on this menu that could be imposed on property owners, employers, local government, taxpayers in general. We're trying to give the legislature a recipe book from which they could choose. And obviously each of these has its proponents and detractors, which is why we laid them out in that sort of optional menu format.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Director Eklund.
Thank you, Chair Rabbit. Mr. Heminger, MTC gave authorization for the chair, Mackenzie, to sign the document with a condition or caveat. What I'm seeing in the press and what I'm seeing up in Sacramento, I was there today, all they say is MTC was authorized to sign it, but there wasn't any caveat associated with it. So help me to understand how MTC or CASA is going to ensure that the caveat is there along with MTC's signature.
Well, Director, that's a tough thing to do because the papers write what they write, and they tend to, on a lot of subject areas, simplify. I've included it in your document tonight because, as you say, I think the fact that the Commission's action was conditional is relevant and should be disclosed, and we'll continue to disclose it in the way that it's presented to you tonight.
Director Holliday.
I'd like to ask about element number 8, the public lands element in particular. And while it appears that you would exclude parkland, what about permanent open space? But more importantly, what about commercial and industrially zoned land that, first of all, that may be in places that would be totally inappropriate for housing to be built, but also that takes away cities may have acquired that land specifically for commercial or industrial purposes to create job opportunities. And I think we want to create job opportunities in a more spread out way so that, we eliminate some of those just one-way peak hour commutes and make people kind of moving around in all directions perhaps through the day. But it really concerns me that there is no, in fact, it specifically says whatever the zoning, whereas so you're saying if a city has specifically acquired land for commercial or industrial purposes, that they would not then be, that this would prohibit them from using it in that way and perhaps put housing in very inappropriate places.
Director, the thrust of this element is to try to produce more housing in the Bay Area, and in particular produce housing on land that's controlled by a local jurisdiction, which may make it more amenable for that purpose. The first step that it talks about is trying to do an inventory of where that property is and to try to reach agreement on what does surplus mean, what does underutilized mean, because a lot of different jurisdictions use those words in very different ways. You'll note that this week the governor issued an executive order to try to do an inventory of all the state property so that he could try to answer the same question. So I think you're raising a question here about whether or not this particular compact element goes too far in trying to favor the construction of housing versus other purposes. I can only, I guess, leave you with the thoughts that are in the element and the view of the members of CASA that we needed to do more to develop housing, and that one good place to do it is on the land that is owned by the public sector.
I'll go down the row and I'll go to Vice Chair Aragon.
Thank you. So on that issue, in looking at Compact Element 8, it says allow residential uses on all developable public land. It doesn't say we're required to have to build housing on developable public land, correct?
That's correct. I also think this is one of those instances, and there are going to be many, that will be legislated. And the kind of question that Director Halliday presented, that question will need to be answered in quite a bit more detail than we have room for in one piece of paper per element.
Director Gibbons.
Thank you. You commented just a moment ago about not being able to control publicity and what people write. And that is one of the things that's a stress point for me in this, how to vote on this, because the MTC motion says that the authorization does not constitute an approval. Yet you just a moment ago said that having Chair Rabbit sign and endorse. So it's kind of, we all have to be careful of our language, and if that attitude, even casually, is conveyed, and that's what the papers pick up. And that is clearly, from the motion MTC prepared, not what they want, and it may well not be what we want. So it concerns me. How would you address that?
I guess I need to take a second pass at trying to answer that question. As I said earlier, the typical way that we present policy to you, you own the process from start to finish. It starts with us typically we involve the public, we involve stakeholders, and then we bring it back to you. And you could endorse what we've come up with, you can amend it, you could decide not to do anything about it. CASA was designed to be different. And in part, our housing crisis led us to try to innovate in how to develop policy. And in CASA, the two boards, the two agencies essentially gave an independent entity some freedom to try to come up with a package deal that all the parties could say they were for. Because I think our diagnosis was, one reason we've got a crisis is we have no consensus on the solution. And what we have is sort of a mutually assured destruction, where each entity, each interest can veto the other interests when they try to reach agreement. So obviously that approach has some pluses and minuses. And one of the minuses is I think you lose some control at the outset of what that process ends up doing. I think that's the risk we took. I think it was a risk worth taking, but it does mean that when you exit the process, we can't just present it to you as if that whole process never happened and say, okay, now you get to amend and modify and approve or reject. And so that's why we've come up with this mechanism of allowing members of the compact to sign it. And when they sign it, they commit to try to implement it. As I said earlier, the individual bills that reflect parts of this document will be coming back to the ABAG board, back to the MTC Commission, and you will be able to act on those like you act on other bills.
With respect, and I'll let it go at this, you said signing meant endorsing, and I think that that's a risky statement to make.
Director Bowe.
I have a few questions. I have a few questions here. One of them is going back to compact element number 1 regarding coverage on just cause evictions and standards. And one of the things that caught my eye is when it said that these policies will be applied to all but, well, and there's a few others on here, but the one that really caught my eye was government-owned and government-subsidized housing units. Can you clarify for me why they would be exempt from the same policies they're putting on other rental property owners?
Director, I believe that's essentially referring to publicly owned housing where there's already probably stricter government standards that apply that would supersede anything that this legislation, if it were to pass, would address. So it's trying to not jump ahead of something it couldn't address.
So if some construction or something like that had to be done in an apartment building where people had to move out of it, they would cover all the relocation costs for these tenants?
So the way this element is set up with just cause eviction, there are a couple of components. One is that whether it's fault or no fault, tenants would be told why they were being evicted. If it was no fault, such as owner move-in or construction, repair, etc., they would be given notice as to why they were being evicted. They would be told why they were evicted, and they would be offered rental assistance to moving assistance.
And that includes government.
Government, if it's say that one of the housing authorities in the region, I'll say the San Francisco Public Housing Authority, they already have regulations passed on to them from the federal government that supersedes anything that the state of California is going to say in new legislation. So it simply wouldn't apply. There's already a law that applies to that type of public housing.
Yeah, I would like to know what that law is, because that still didn't tell me whether or not the government would be required to give that same relocation expense coverage or not. I'm just a little bit aware of government passing laws that don't apply to them. And so that's why I'm a little bit, I key on these type of statements. So if you could in the future,
we can follow
maybe
up
in the next
with you
week,
on some of the
follow
detail.
up and get back to me on that and let me know what that is.
Certainly.
The other one is under compact element number 9, under the funding and financing CASA impact. I didn't see anywhere in here whereby going after and collecting revenue on any of these sources, how we're going to offset the rise in cost from the sources that we're going to levy or tax. Because, I mean, it's like when you levy a property tax on properties that are rented out, well, I think it's pretty common knowledge that the landlord will automatically increase the rent to compensate for that, which creates the same situation that we're currently experiencing. The cost of goods, employers, and one of the employers' responses have been to cut back on the number of hours they give employees so they don't have to pay out these benefits, which decreases the employee's income. Even if it's a rise in an hourly rate of pay, overall it decreases their pay because they're limiting the hours. I don't see how that's being addressed in this part of it. So I'd be interested in knowing more of how that's going to be looked at.
If you look at some of the detail in compact element number 9 related to some of the potential sources, as Steve mentioned, you see a lot of ranges. The ranges are in part for the different potential sources related to what you're talking about. I'll use the commercial linkage fee charged to developers, for example. What the CASA effort came up with is a commercial linkage fee concept that would be varied based upon the jobs housing ratio in a given community. It would be set at a threshold to not impact smaller businesses. It would range in terms of communities that have significant transit and whether or not a new project, a new job center was located in a place that was well served by transit or not. And it also would look at communities, as Steve said, that already have a linkage fee so that there wasn't a double hit on a community that already had a linkage fee that addressed housing. So there's a lot of detail in the compact that attempts to get at some of the potential downstream effects of any revenue measure that you're talking about.
So just for clarification, then you're saying is commercial linkage fee charged to developers, they would be the only ones that we would look at, but we're already receiving that income, so that wouldn't be a source of new revenue anyway, correct?
I think we may be passing in the night a little bit there. We were fully aware that many of these fees, whoever you charge them to, that entity will pass them on to somebody else. And my view is that is something the voters are going to consider when they decide whether they want to enact these. Almost all of these will require a vote of the people, in most cases a 2/3 vote of the people. So I think that question will be fully vetted when they consider whether to pass the measure or not.
All right, but I also think our question should be fully vetted since we're being asked to endorse this.
Well, I'm telling you that we acknowledge that some of these fees might be passed on to other parties.
Oh, I agree with that.
Okay.
I just want to know how those will be addressed, but again, we'll cover that another time. Because right now we're just doing question and answer, I suppose. There are areas in Solano County that we are concerned with on this compact. These areas don't only impact Solano County, but other rural communities and counties as well. How are the needs of rural areas such as Solano County going to be addressed? In Solano County, we don't need to be told to build housing. We already accomplish affordable housing developments en masse. Solano County provides a large portion of affordable housing, which in turn helps the Bay Area meet affordable housing requirements. Solano County needs to get credit for this. Because Solano County is providing affordable housing, many from the inner Bay Area are relocating, increasing traffic along the I-80 corridor. In many areas and in multiple locations, traffic's come to a standstill, creating all sorts of issues, including inter-city and inter-county commerce. What urban counties like Solano County need is infrastructure and transportation support.
There's a question in there, right?
There is a question in there.
Okay.
I'm almost done. I thought about this intensely today.
Great.
We need support, particularly in the area of transportation dollars. If Solano County is going to continue providing affordable housing to the Bay Area, then we need to get full credit and consideration of transportation infrastructural funding. So I go back to my original question. How are the needs of rural counties, such as Solano County and other rural counties, going to start getting deserved credit for affordable housing we provide?
Well, one thing I would say is you're already getting some credit for that.
Yes, some.
Maybe not enough, but you're getting some credit through a program that our two agencies started called ABAG, the One Bay Area Grant Program, which factors in housing construction as part of the formula for allocating the funds.
I think it's entirely conceivable that were we to be successful in enacting any of these fund sources, that there would be a debate about whether that sort of, if you want to call it revenue sharing or incentivizing or rewarding, would also be appropriate. So I think it's hard to have that debate when you don't have the money. And so that's why I believe the CASA process thought it was so important to raise new funds, not to take funds away from local government or from other enterprises, but to raise new funds with which you could conceivably provide additional incentives to the communities that are building more housing.
Okay, and just as my closing comment to that is
Or question.
That concern brought that question up is because something I saw in the CASA report were major cities. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to come back the way I had it written down, Leon, if that's okay with you, and Director Chavez, and then to Director Garcia.
Thank you very much. I wanted to go to item number 7, and this is financial incentives for select housing. And I think one of the things I'm really curious about is you have a chart on the affordable housing permits that I'm curious about what is considered in this chart high income, moderate income, and low income. Oh, I'm sorry. On item 7, it doesn't. These are. I'm sorry. It's 15 is the written page, and then it's the figure 7 that it's attached to. And it says
So
housing
Ken, it's,
production.
do you have it?
Pull that up. Should be in here.
We're bombing out on the slides tonight.
There it is.
There it is.
So yes, I'll speak to that, Director Chavez.
Thank you.
So the slide depicts the period between essentially since the Great Recession. It uses 3 sources of information. One, the RENA cycle from 2007 to 2014, housing production for that period, and then job growth across these 3 income categories. Low income on the slide refers to very low and low, and it would encompass extremely low. The RENA categories are very low and low income. Moderate income is
Wait, so just if I could, I just want to make sure I understand that. So this is a compilation of ELI, VLI, and what else? So it's extremely low and very low.
and
Are both
low
bundled
are
together.
all
And
bundled
low.
under low income.
Okay.
And moderate income is 80 to 120%, and high income is 120% AMI and above, area median income and above.
So, so one of the concerns I have is that, and I have looked at some of the documents that you presented, but I just want to make sure that I say that I'm concerned that this is a relatively high number, I'm sorry, a relatively high income category, and I'm concerned that if you look at this chart, what it pretends is that if the range is that broad, that the construction we're going to see is closer to the 150 and less close to the 80. And so I think, so anyway, I'm raising that just because that's actually what this kind of looks like already. And what I'm also concerned about, just as it relates to production goals relative to that framework. So you've answered my question, and I'll go to my next one. I just wanted to make sure I understood that. And then on item 8, if under the amend on page 17, it says under the second paragraph, require the housing elements include the discussion of jurisdictions, policies, and plans to encourage the development of affordable housing, and then it asks for an annual report on the disposition of public land and surplus lands. And my question is, the way this is stated, it looks as if we intend public entities to sell or, give, and that some jurisdictions may want to do that. I'm curious about whether or not there was some consideration of the protection of public assets, and how that, if that wasn't considered, why not?
I think it was. I mean, this comes from the Ting bill that didn't fully advance last year through the legislature to the governor's desk. It essentially, among other things, attempts to create a clear definition of what surplus land means and underutilized land. And I think that gets to your question, is really looking at, is something a working asset for a public entity that is not surplus, in fact. And that's in part what the bill would attempt to
I think,
address.
yeah, that's a good point, Ken, but actually I was going at it a different way. Right now, in a lot of our jurisdictions, we end up using public money when the affordability covenants run out of, on a piece of property that maybe HUD paid for or we did. Covenants run out, the developer or property owner comes to us and says, oh my gosh, in order to keep this affordable, I need more money either to reinvest in the property or to keep it from being sold. And in an effort to make sure that we only spend public dollars once, it's my opinion that we should not be selling land, but maintaining some public ownership in it so that we can protect the covenants in perpetuity. So, you know, maybe when we get to a motion, we can talk a little bit about that, but I actually think it's a very scary scenario to set up, that pressure gets put on entities not to utilize the land, because really ultimately we want the land used for affordable housing. The ownership of it and the investments that get made by the public sector really need to be measured. And so I just think that's missing from at least that page. And then I only have one other clarifying comment, and that is...
Or question.
I'm sorry, question. Thank you. I was really going to ask a question. Because you beat that into me already. On the redevelopment, you know, discussion of redevelopment, what I remember from one of the presentations you gave us was that there was a certain monetary amount that would need to be spent on affordable housing, and I apologize that I didn't see it in here. So if it is, I really apologize. Is the affordability? Is there a range in which redevelopment would have to, that redevelopment money would be used for affordable housing? The range of affordable, like, is that your missing middle again, or is that, you know, is that more broad in the way that you all talked about it?
Director, I'm really not sure that the compact has that level of detail.
Okay, so
It talks generally about, I believe it's one of the calls to action, and it's also in one of the funding alternatives, that some kind of restoration of redevelopment. You heard the governor this past week saying he'd probably like to look at some different ways to do it. That's about as far as the compact got.
That's correct.
So there was, okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And Director Garcia.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair. I had just I was wondering if I heard correctly on the element 8 here, where we speak about State Surplus Lands Act. Did I hear it correctly that it's also looking at underutilized state lands? Is that
Pardon
correct?
me, I was distracted. Can you repeat the question?
Element 8, we talked about regulatory process and changes. You mentioned the State Surplus Land Act, looking at surplus land for housing. Does that also include underutilized state land?
I think it conceivably could. The main point, I think, on this bullet point, Director, is that state agencies ought to comply with state law. It's too bad Mr. Bogue's not here, because I think that's one of the kinds of things he was asking for.
Yeah, it's very similar. I think in my jurisdiction, there's, for example, the Veterans Home in Yountville. Mayor Channing, or Dunbar there, a number of times has asked for construction of staff housing on that property.
As I said earlier, the governor is commissioning some kind of inventory, so I don't think he's going to stop there.
Okay.
I think he's going to find out where they are, and then probably more policy making to follow.
Thank you. With respect to the slides up here, we're looking at, I was wondering, is there any comparison there or analysis dealing with, say, for example, median income at these levels and the price of housing on the market? Some areas it ranges from, $650,000 a house typically to over $800,000 to $1 million. So if you're at 150% of median income, how much housing stock's out there that you can actually afford to buy if you're a home buyer?
Director, I don't, it doesn't get quite to that level of specificity, but if you look at the slide and you go to the right columns related to high income, so this is above 120% of the area median income. The region in this period between 2010 and 2015, first 5 years out of the recession, saw, as I think everyone in this room knows, enormous job growth in that category. That was the one category where the region saw almost as much housing production as the RHNA period, the RHNA allocation suggested was needed. But it was still slightly short of that, and it was substantially short of the need related to so much high-income job growth. There was so much housing need for that category. A lot of those folks end up going to the moderate income category in moderate income neighborhoods and housing types that they might not have gone to otherwise. There was very little housing built, more modest job growth, but those folks in turn tend to go to lower income areas that they once may have never considered at all for their potential housing needs. And we did during this same period experience a lot of low income job growth, a lot of service job growth. So a lot of ways when you look at this slide, you can look at the phenomena we've experienced in the region and you could put a watermark that says displacement writ large across the entire phenomena where people are going to places where they can afford homes. They probably aren't the places they would have chosen ideally. And eventually you get to a place in the income spectrum where people don't have a place to go. And that's a lot of what we're seeing at the most extreme levels in terms of the huge increase in homelessness in the region.
Very good. I'll have more comment later. But yeah.
Great. Thank you very much. Director Romero?
As some of you know, the Regional Planning Committee spent about 2.5 hours on this document. When was it, Steve? Last Thursday, I guess.
Last week.
Last Wednesday.
Right, last Wednesday, which we have a 4-page document, which I'm actually surprised has as many positive comments about the document that are there. There's something to hate for everybody in this room. And in a way that may mean that we're possibly homing in on some sort of agreement. But I expressed at that particular meeting some concerns about the equity side of this and some of the concerns around focusing housing in urban core areas where there are indeed low-income folks who may get displaced, and this notion of how do we make sure that the protections are in place before some of these incentives are put on the ground. I know there wasn't a particular answer to it, but I pose it to you again because it is very much of concern to places like Oakland, East Palo Alto, places in San Francisco, many kind of urbanized areas where that core is ripe for development based on the paradigm you're putting forward. So that's my first question.
Director, I think there is an attempt in here, and I apologize if we didn't give you a good answer last week. Let me see if I could do better now. And I would direct your attention especially to elements 5 and 7 and the map that accompanies element 5. There was an attempt throughout CASA, not altogether successful, to come up with a map of what were called sensitive communities. Right. And they're very much like what you just described. We really didn't reach consensus on what that map should look like. I will say that Senator Wiener's bill this year, SB 50, requires the state to go through a process to come up with the official map. So what we have in the CASA Compact is probably what I would call a prototype. And the idea is that if your community is within these red lines, and there are those areas all over the region, as you can see, they're not just in the most urbanized areas. The idea is, as described in element 5 and 7, that there would be a 5-year breather, some kind of deferral of the incentives and the development pressure while the community planned for that development to come. And there was an acknowledgement that very often those communities don't have as good a set of tools as wealthier communities do to do that kind of planning. So that was the CASA attempt to deal with that question, some kind of deferral. And I will say that that idea, I believe, made its way into Senator Wiener's Senate Bill 50 because of the work that CASA had done.
And so just a quick follow-up. I mean, to the extent that we can come up with, or a bill can come up with a kind of logical and explicit geography framework, I think those communities that are potentially going to be affected will be able to help tweak that. But if we miss the boat on that, indeed, we could see ourselves displacing many more folks from the Bay Area that are low income. The second question has to do with financial incentives, which I actually did not ask at the Regional Planning Committee meeting. And I have some concern with the 15-year property tax increment abatement. And I think this is following in the line of questioning that Supervisor Chavez had is these 15-year property abatements for the type of affordability that we're talking about really tend to hit the upper income end. And if we're going to give concessions of that nature, and mind you, property tax is important to many of us, we should indeed receive a stronger community benefit than the other. And how we tweak that, our good friends from the Bay Area Council here, and I'm sure that they support the looser incentives, but I think we really need to tighten those up if we're talking about property tax abatements, simply because one, as we know, housing doesn't always pay for itself. It is more and more these days because of the increased price in housing, but we do depend on that property tax, and I would not want to give it away for 15 years to get housing that's at 150%, 120% of AMI.
And Director, the only thing I would say on this point is that this issue was very heavily debated within CASA, and very good people of different views came to different conclusions, and I expect that will be aired out in Sacramento as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I look around to my colleagues here, and I don't see any other placards up, so I think we're done with our questions, and I appreciate that very much. We will go to public comment now, and again, we have about 50 public comment cards. If I can limit you to 2 minutes, and if I can ask you to line up at each end of the podium up here, and if you can please keep it. There's a great Irish proverb that I'm trying to follow this year, and it says, "Say a little and say it well." So if brevity can be your friend, that would be great. If someone has said what you already agree with, you can simply state that. You don't need to use all 2 minutes. I would also ask you, since the way that we're doing this to help our clerk is to announce your name as clearly as possible so that we can get that down for the record. And if you could, because we represent all 9 counties in the Bay Area, just state your city that you're from. That would be appreciative as well. And we'll start on this side, and then we'll move over to the right. Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you very much for this opportunity. I am a black swan. My name is David Curry. I am a landlord from Marin who feels this CASA Compact is too conservative. It doesn't go far enough towards equity or providing for deeply affordable housing. To Representative Chavez's point, the median household income in Marin is $110,000 a year and climbing. The median wage in Marin is $48,000. So we have a drought of workforce housing. Local control, I'm here to talk about 3 areas: local control, financing, and equity. Local control is a canard. Every time I hear that word, the vision of Orville Forbes with his axe handle talking about states' rights comes to mind. The localities, the counties, the cities are creatures of the state. They do not have an independent, you can talk about home rule and general law, whatever, cities and counties, but they are creatures of the state. And housing, especially with the fires, especially with the huge increase in employment and the incredible resistance to affordable housing, including my home county. Preservationists, I call them. So second is financing. A split roll would be great. We are subsidized as landlords by Prop 13. Every time there's an increase in rent, do we get an increase in property tax? No. Finally, equity, affordability. We are not Grover Norquist in this room. We can provide good government. Lastly, the housing element has got to include AB 686. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll go over here to the right. Feel free to move the lines as you see fit.
Hello, my name is David Wu. I'm with the organization, the South of Market Community Action Network, located in San Francisco City and County. Our organization organizes and directly serves immigrant and low-income populations in San Francisco and the South of Market. CASA really represents an attack on vulnerable communities and a complete gift to developers, real estate, and other private business interests that have largely overseen this entire CASA process. This harmful compact and set of policies will work to exacerbate the displacement and eviction crisis plaguing cities like San Francisco and neighborhoods like the South of Market. Many of the so-called solutions presented in CASA have been tried in the South of Market in San Francisco and have failed miserably. Upzoning and streamlining development has given us more luxury development that gentrifies and leads to further displacement of existing communities. While there are some bare minimum preservation and protection measures in the compact, these are extremely lacking and will not offset the harmful policies contained in the rest of the compact. The entire process for the CASA compact has completely lacked transparency and is extremely undemocratic. Vulnerable communities such as the immigrant, low-income, and working-class communities of color in the South of Market must have a direct voice and role in any solution to displacement, eviction, and affordability crisis. This compact is not representative of vulnerable communities and simply represents a gift to private interests. Thank you.
Thank you. Over here.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Jerry Cawthon. I'm representing a transportation advocacy group called Bay Area Transportation Working Group. You have a big housing problem. It's not new. It's been here for decades. It's getting worse. There hasn't been much success in getting hold of it yet. You're being asked today very politely to cede over the power, or at least a lot of the power, of not only this group, but also all the cities you represent, large and particularly small cities. And for what? It goes to a group of 18 people, all appointed, all who have very heavy local political constituency needs and many other things to do and have to travel a long ways here for meetings in some cases. So how does that change it? You're hearing a lot of process here today, not so much content. A lot of the content's been left open. So that's my point. You're going to hear lots of things against it today, and of course our group is opposed to this. The second thing I'll be very quick with, we're transit advocates. We're a little bit offended at the idea that transit-oriented housing, as defined in recent years, is somehow going to improve transit material and certainly not have any effect on highway transportation. That's because 95% of the trips in the region are not commute trips. So just to give you a couple of examples, if you've got some lady who's taking her preschool kids across town to the preschool, she's going to leave her car at home and abandon it and travel 4 or 5 different buses and transfers to get there, or take your kid to the soccer match or your relative to the hospital, all the things we all do when we're not commuting. 95%, none of the projections, none of the models deal with that 95%. Thank you.
Thank you. Over here.
Hi. Hi, my name is Logan. I live in Oakland. I'm here tonight because I think it's very important to act quickly and to authorize the signing of the CASA agreement. To take no action tonight is to endorse the status quo, and the status quo is not working. I know this because I've experienced it personally. For 3 years, I lived in a basement that my landlord had illegally converted into a residential unit. The landlord would let the apartment flood inches deep indoors whenever it rained, and he never tried to fix the issue or the subsequent mold despite repeated requests. He knew that he could get away with this because the city might force an eviction if I raised the issue about an illegal unit, and other housing options were far more expensive than we could afford. I've lost track of the friends and neighbors that have lost their housing due to an unexpected rent increase or due to an arbitrary eviction. The tenant protections, including the just cause protection that CASA would bring to cities that do not currently have them, would have helped my friends in San Mateo and Vallejo. My family is from the Bay Area, but most of us don't live here anymore. Take my uncle, for example. He had a promising career in IT systems administration when he graduated from school in San Jose, but he couldn't find an affordable home to purchase for his growing family, and so, like many, he left the Bay Area. He actually moved to the Sierra foothills right outside of Chico. right near Paradise. He was evacuated for over a week during the Camp Fire, and though fortunately his house survived, this exemplifies the compromises that people have had to make due to our failure to address the housing crisis. Giving up opportunity but accepting environmental risk, finding an affordable apartment but accepting an illegal flooding unit, or more prosaically, just driving 90 minutes like 100,000 people do every day. Thank you, and please sign these.
Great, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Before we go to David, I'm going to ask people who are holding signs just to hold them down if you're sitting in the middle, because there are people behind you who can't see. Mr. Schoenbrunn.
Thank you. I'm David Schoenbrunn, president of Transdeaf. I've observed MTC closely for the last 25 years. If the CASA Compact is enacted into law, there will be no reason for ABAG to exist. ABAG's powers will have been superseded by a new agency that has mega funding. ABAG will shrivel up and die. Let's be clear what's going on here. MTC is attempting the biggest power grab in the history of the Bay Area. ABAG is the only check on MTC's absolute power. The problem is that the foxes are in the henhouse. The MTC commissioners who sit on the ABAG executive board have organizational conflicts of interest. These commissioners have no duty of loyalty to the well-being of ABAG. In voting on a step towards the demise of ABAG, their personal interests clearly aligned with being part of a bigger, stronger MTC. Steve Heminger, acting as your staff, recommends you authorize the chair to sign the compact. That's like silently chanting death to ABAG. His staff report is silent on the impacts of the compact on ABAG's future. There's only one possible reason for that. MTC has no interest in the continued existence of ABAG. The only way to solve the interinstitutional conflict of interest posed by MTC commissioners being on this board is for the ABAG-only members to request that the commissioners recuse themselves from this vote. It would be an outrage if MTC commissioners are allowed to vote on the death of ABAG. I urge a roll call, no vote on signing the compact.
Thank you. Over here.
Good evening, Executive Board members. My name is Paola Laverde, and I'm chair of Berkeley's elected Rent Stabilization Board. And while I'm here as in my individual capacity, because the board has not had a chance to review the CASA Compact as a body, I know several board members share my thoughts in this letter that you should have in front of you. I applaud the efforts of the parties involved in shaping the CASA Compact and hope that this represents a starting point for developing policies that will truly offer protections for vulnerable tenants, preservation of affordable housing, and production of necessary housing in an equitable and just manner that meets the needs of all Californians. While I support the broad principles of the preservation aspects of the CASA Compact, just cause eviction, rent cap, rent assistance, and legal assistance, it is clear from the details that the policies do not reflect the expertise of people who have been working in this area for decades and does little to prevent homelessness and displacement. Among the CASA Compact Steering Committee, technical committees, and work groups, there was very little representation from organizations that work with or are comprised of tenants. There also does not appear to be any staff or elected officials from rent control agencies of cities with meaningful tenant protections. Attached, I have flagged problematic issues with elements related to tenant protections and offer some amendments for you to consider. I sincerely hope that you will carefully consider that the current form of the CASA Compact is highly problematic and will do little to advance its supposed goals to protect vulnerable tenants. I strongly urge you to not vote to authorize Mr. Rabbit to sign the CASA Compact in its current form. In the preamble of the compact, it is made clear that each signatory of the compact pledges to support the entire agreement and all its provisions. It would be against the interests of ABAG and vulnerable tenants to support the compact's existing provisions as they are written. The ideas can be useful starting points from which to create truly meaningful policies to protect vulnerable tenants. By signing the compact without amendments, we'll do the exact opposite.
Thank you. Over the side, please.
Hi, my name is Heather Hood, and I'm from Enterprise Community Partners. I'm also a mom and middle-aged landlady from Oakland. I've been in many of your cities for soccer tournaments and games, so I feel like I'm a real Bay Area resident every weekend. Look, I think that it's all of our responsibility to take care of our housing crisis. And when was the last time you saw so many different sectors and people agreeing on some things that we should do together and disagreeing heartily but getting over it? That rarely happens. So it's a sign of hope. I urge you to sign this, to endorse this compact or whatever it is you're supposed to do today, to bless it, because we need to get to work. Look, the compact is not perfect. Element 5 and the maps are not perfect, but what are we going to do? We are not going to spend many more years fighting about maps. We are not going to spend many more years worrying about the democratic process, because there are homeless people and vulnerable people all around the region. I pass them all the time. It's heartbreaking and irresponsible for all of us to continue on with this folly about it. So, I'm really heartened by a number of things. The public lands piece in particular. You know, MTC did a study recently. I got to be on their advisory board about it, and identified that there were 30 to 50,000 homes possible on the public land in our region that's near transit, is already zoned for housing. So I'm not particularly worried about exactly what parcels and some of the jobs issues, although they should come up at the local level and will. I'm just looking at the big picture of what's really possible if we can work together. So another thing I just wanted to bring up is the potential of having a housing enterprise that could serve your jurisdictions. It's meant to have the goodies that you've all said you need: technical assistance, financing, better data, and best practices shared. So let's go do something important. Thank you.
We here?
Good evening. My name is Solly Albert. I'm an elected member of the Berkeley Rent Stabilization Board, and I am deeply concerned by the failure of the CASA Compact to adequately address tenant protections and anti-gentrification measures. Tenants in the Bay Area face record rates of displacement. This proposal takes a deep dive on enabling development, which is something we definitely need to consider and move forward on, but it barely scratches the surface on protecting tenants. The last-minute weakening of the proposed just cause provisions took an already entirely deficient plank and rendered it near useless. Tenants in the Bay Area need more. We demand more. The proposal as it is a spit in the face to tenants. I reiterate Berkeley Rent Stabilization Board Chair Paolo Laverde's previous comments. This body should not support or endorse the CASA Compact until and unless more robust tenant protections are included. And lastly, the name of your new vice president is Aragon, not Aragon. So thank you.
Thank you. Over here.
My name is Amy Inglis with Tenants Together. We engaged as a technical committee member in the CASA process as an advisory role. No tenant group was on the steering committee. At the final vote of the technical committee, Tenants Together advised that the CASA Compact should not move forward without major changes. Our advice as the only group in CASA that works to pass tenant protections every day was regularly not heeded. We do not endorse the CASA Compact as is, and we disagree with many of its proposals. What came out of the process reads as a developer wish list with few meaningful tenant protections. We published an op-ed in the SF Examiner yesterday with a full list of concerns, but here's a few. Against the advice of Tenants Together and allied community organizations, a last-minute change without consensus was made to the just cause for eviction proposal to only cover tenants after their first year of tenancy. As well, a last-minute change was made to exempt owner move-ins from having to pay relocation assistance. This bucks a standard across most just cause ordinances, and even relocation ordinances that do not include just cause protections. On the production side, Element 7 includes public subsidy of market rate development through tax breaks and caps on existing fees. There are many more problems. Considering the number of specific elements that did not have consensus, actually, were introduced last minute and may have severely negative impacts, Tenants Together asserts that the CASA Compact is not a compact at all, but a proposal of policy ideas that will need the engagement and buy-in of those most impacted by the housing crisis in the drafting and implementation phase. It's unclear what signing tonight would mean for ABAG. If I'm signing something, it's because I wholly agree with it. We recommend that these problems and others I noted in my letter be given serious consideration before signing and moving forward. As well, tenants' rights legislation should be led by tenant groups, and we hope that you and others interested in advancing the tenant protections in this compact work with tenants together.
Thank you. Over here.
My name is Aaron. I live in North Oakland. Previously lived in South Berkeley. I'm still not entirely sure where one of those cities ends and the other begins. So to me, it makes a lot of sense that we would approach this regionally. The lines that we've drawn between our cities are so much less significant than the common challenges that unite us all. And we're all in this together. The only way we're going to get out of it is together. This problem is simply too big to solve individually, city by city. I see so many things in the CASA Compact that would help my neighborhood and the people I've met there over the years. I think about the activist group in South Berkeley that was fighting so hard to get a little bit of money for legal assistance for people facing eviction so they could stay in their homes and in the community. The compact would provide that for every neighborhood in the Bay Area and every renter in the Bay Area, not just people in South Berkeley. I think about the incredible diversity I see in my neighborhood around me in terms of age, race, occupation, gender presentation, and how that is facilitated by an incredibly diverse housing stock, full of the missing middle housing types that the CASA Compact seeks to promote. I don't see that type of housing being built in my neighborhood anymore today. I see renovations that aren't doing anything to add the new homes that we so badly need. And so I'm really excited about the way that this compact seeks to bring back the housing types that form the backbone of so many of our most beloved and vibrant and affordable neighborhoods. Most of all, I think about how everyone I know in my neighborhood has some sort of connection to other parts of the Bay Area, whether that's my friends who commute into San Francisco on BART, or the grad students who live around me in North Oakland and ride their bikes up to the UC Berkeley campus, or my barber who drives in from Contra Costa County because he can't afford to live any closer to where he works. All of us are in this together. That was the impulse that brought CASA together, and so I hope you'll approve the compact.
Thank you.
President, Rabbit, directors, good evening. My name is Matt Regan. I'm here with the Bay Area Council, aforementioned by Carlos, my good friend. I'm also a member of ABAG's Regional Planning Committee and the Housing Subcommittee, and I'm here to speak in support of the compact. The Bay Area Council represents about 400 of the region's largest employers. Our members took a long, hard look at the compact, and most of them had grave concerns about what's in there, what it means for their businesses, and a lot of heartburn. And you heard a lot of heartburn stories here tonight as well for probably different reasons. But in the end, they agreed to support it unanimously for the singular reason that the status quo is not acceptable. Doing nothing is not acceptable. There are no other proposals in front of you. This took 18 months of agreement by a broad spectrum of very diverse opinion holders. They came together and they agreed on this document as the path forward for the region to solve this most intractable of problems. That's a document you should put some faith in, a process you should put some faith in. There's nothing in there that, it's not a document that everybody's going to love. There's something in there for everybody to hate. But I would ask you, and it's in the letter we sent to you today, to park that emotion, to park that feeling that there's something in there that I really don't like, and look to the bigger picture, look to the long-term goal that this seeks to achieve. This is the last best hope for the 200,000 people who couldn't be here tonight because they're driving over the Altamont Pass to the homes that they live in Manteca and in Tracy and in Lathrop that should be here in our region. There are teachers, there are childcare workers, there are retail workers, there are the nurses in our hospitals. And they can't afford to live here because we, for a generation, have refused to build the housing to accommodate our workforce. In the last RENA cycle, every city in this region had a housing obligation, every county. We hit 57% of projected need. That projected need grossly underestimated job growth. So the numbers are exacerbated. Please, this is the last best hope. Approve the document and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
From Mill Valley and Marin and the founder of Livable California. I would say this is not the last best hope. What we have is a terrible process that all of us should be embarrassed by, the process that CASA and MTC have taken us through. We should be angry about the way we see democracy slipping through our fingers, the process by which people who are accused of being a part of the problem might typically have at least a seat at the table to look at it, but this has been a process whereby 97 of the 101 cities have been excluded from even sitting in on the process. There has been like a dark cloud around getting information out, and I sent the minutes from the Rohnert Park meeting where Jake McKenzie's own city council is saying, Jake, not once did you bring us information in this 18-month period, not once, as president of MTC or a CASA representative or sitting on this ABAG board, did you bring information to those city council members in Rohnert Park? And what I learned now is that that's what's been happening in the communities throughout this 9-county Bay Area. As you people having a chance to vote on this, you know, I am hoping you will have the courage and the heart and the brains to say, when you're called on to endorse this, as if that won't mean endorsement, it's like, what kind of crazy world are we living in? If your president's name is on this compact, you all will be expected and looked at as the people who have approved it. And as we know from the last election, when people who were out saying, we don't want fast growth, you have a handout on your paper, on your table, that shows what Google would look like. I think this is Google, if they were accommodating their own success. I encourage you.
Thank you.
Vote to oppose this endorsement.
Please.
Good evening. I'm Nicole Sultanov from SPUR. SPUR is a member-supported nonprofit organization that has offices in San Francisco, Oakland, and San Jose. As a member of the CASA Technical Committee, SPUR strongly support the CASA Compact report as the outcome of a bold and thorough multi-stakeholders initiative to end the housing shortage in the Bay through collective actions. We support the CASA Compact framework of protection, preservation, and production. We support CASA Compact because it also aligns with in many ways with SPUR's agenda for change. For years, SPUR has been vocal about the importance to conduct neighborhood planning within a regional context. While planning takes place at the local level, issues of housing are regional issues. Some communities have already taken action to increase the housing supply, but too many have still not taken responsibility in solving this regional problem. CASA Compact recognizes the critical role of local government in shaping its communities and advances uniform, clear, and transparent standards and rules under which local governments could do their jobs. Growing the housing supply at the right place, meaning in cities and already urbanized areas, should not be the hardest thing to do. We believe the CASA plan is a set of actions that will allow to undo past mistakes by allowing more projects to benefit from a streamlined approval process, by putting more dollars at work to produce housing that is affordable to low-income communities and the missing middle, and by incentivizing growing the supply where it will not perpetuate the negative impacts bad land use has generated over the years. SPUR recommends the board to vote in support of the CASA plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
Good evening. My name is Juan Monsanto. I am a 24-year resident of San Francisco. Very privileged to be here. Over 40 years of experience in the architectural industry. Redevelopment agency in Los Angeles, San Francisco Housing Authority, Los Angeles Housing Authority, and Marin Housing Authority. I see in the room a few of the colleagues I've worked with through several years to provide affordable housing in the city. It is really heartwarming that this process has taken us to tonight, whereby I believe there may be still a little bit more work to do. I personally worked on the relocation plan for the North Beach Place residential development here in San Francisco for the San Francisco Housing Authority, where we provided proper relocation costs for the residents of public housing. I also know that many of those residents chose not to return because they were probably not wanting to return, or there was a lot of NIMBYism as such. This is a very important case for me. I am now in a position where I can talk about where we need to go. This CASA project has great potential to become a really good instrument. However, I think it needs to be looked at further. In my mind, some other agencies, some constituents, and many people here in the room, and the ones who didn't make it tonight, should be able to be involved. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please.
Hi, everyone. I'm Alfred. I live in Berkeley. I've been there for the last 16 years. And over these times, I've seen this simmering housing crisis grow worse and worse. When I first moved there was one person on our street living in a van. He was kind of a hippie. But then we saw more and more vans. At one point, there were 8 vans parked in front of our house, all students and non-students who couldn't afford a place to live. And that's why I support CASA's efforts to get more homes, especially affordable housing, in the Bay Area. And I echo the concern that the person from south of Market brought up, where some neighborhoods, a tiny handful of neighborhoods, downtown, the Mission, they've been carrying the load for the entire Bay Area, and it's pushed them to the breaking point, and the rest of the Bay needs to step up. And we also need to do more for tenant protections. Remember, San Francisco and Alameda County both voted in favor of Proposition 10 to strengthen rent control. The 5% plus inflation, it sounds low, but it means that in about 7 or 8 years, rents will double, even at that percentage. That's not something that we can bear. Rents are already $4,000. Do landlords really need that much more money? I know you will hear from a lot of small landlords today, but keep in mind that they represent a tiny fraction of the housing stock in the Bay Area. Most of the apartment buildings are owned by these large Wall Street investment firms. And when rents go up, not only does it impact the tenants, it's also money leaving our economy, money that could have been spent at local businesses, money that could have gone into funding affordable housing, into healthcare, into education, things that people need. And so, to sum up, I urge you to support the CASA Compact, but to also strengthen the tenant protections. Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
Hi, everybody. My name is Bob Akisfandiari. I live in San Francisco, out on the west side of the city. I have been there for 5 years, but prior to that, I lived in Mountain View, where I worked on President Obama's re-election campaign. I went to school in Santa Clara, and then I grew up in Walnut Creek, so I'm a lifelong Bay Area resident. What I'm here to talk to you about is just a small story of my own. One that really highlights the need for you all to support this compact and to support ending the status quo, because make no mistake, the status quo of doing nothing means letting the rest of the Bay Area off of the hook and continuing to exacerbate displacement, gentrification, and pushing people further and further out of the state or further and further out of the Bay Area or what have you into situations where they might be exposed to fires and other environmental disasters. My story is pretty simple. I was a senior at Santa Clara, and I was starting my second year in the same house, and I was renting with 5 other gentlemen. It was a 6-person household with 4 bedrooms, and we made it work. It was $4,000 in rent. It wasn't easy, but we made it work. And we discovered black mold, and that is not a good thing you want to live with. And so we asked the landlord what she would do about it. And instead of acknowledging our request or really doing anything about it, this is in Santa Clara, the city of Santa Clara, she served us with an eviction notice. 2 of the gentlemen got shorter eviction notices, but the rest of us got 60 days. And that sucked. And the tenant protections that would be enacted if this CASA Compact was supported by you and then hopefully passed in the state and whatnot may have helped me there. But the thing that really helped me back in 2012 when this happened was the fact that I was able to find an exact similar home for the same rent, same bedrooms. My friends and I were able to not have to go through the costly process of getting a lawyer to fight an eviction and all of that. We were able to just get things done because we were able to find another home at the same price. You can't do that anymore. The shortage is exacerbating this problem. We need to build more housing, and we need to enact tenant protections throughout the entire 9-county Bay Area. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Members of the Commission, my name is John Brook. I live in San Mateo County. Members of the county over the past several years have fought several bruising battles over rent control, just cause eviction, and tenant protections. Where these went to the ballot, they were defeated by the citizenry by margins of 60% or more. City councils up and down the peninsula have expressed opposition to rent control. San Mateo, Burlingame, South San Francisco, Redwood City, all the city councils have expressed opposition to rent control. It is therefore puzzling to me why items 1, 2, and 3 remain in the report. The CASA Compact calls for local governments to provide a range of building, but it's not really specific about what kind of building is really wanted. Well, my belief is that the 700-pound elephant in the room is that the housing that's wanted is low and very low income housing. In San Mateo County, land prices are far too high to support that sort of housing. It simply cannot be sustained without very large government intervention and financial support. Further east, on the other side of the bay, land prices are lower, housing prices are lower, and it's possible for someone to live in a reasonable house or apartment over there. Why don't they? The problem is getting to jobs over on the peninsula. What is the problem? East-west transit is the problem. This report does not say anything about improving east-west transit, which I believe is the key to resolving the housing issue. I also believe that MTC could be doing more to resolve those issues.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. My name is Sabik Pradhan. I live in San Francisco, here in Soma, formerly lived in Redwood City, and I don't think I need to tell anybody in this room that the status quo is simply not working. Whether it's down in the peninsula, here in San Francisco, across the bay, wherever, you see cities, you see counties, you sometimes even see districts of the same city pointing the finger at each other and saying, hey, it's your job to fix the housing crisis, not ours, not in our backyard, you won't. And when housing does get built, it doesn't get built in wealthy suburbs or in the wealthier parts of the city. They're able to use their local clout to abuse local control and keep their neighborhoods wealthy and exclusive. Instead, any new development, what little there is, gets pushed into the Tenderloin, gets pushed into the Mission, and these areas become gentrification time bombs, all while our housing crisis continues to exacerbate all around us. That's why I so strongly urge you all to support the CASA Compact tonight. We don't have time to moan about the process and fiddle while Rome burns, while people are being evicted, forced farther and farther out of the bay, forced into longer and longer commutes that suck the souls out of their lives and spew carbon into the air as a result. And we do not have the option to continue to allow the status quo where rich neighborhoods play by one set of rules and poor neighborhoods play by another. We need more jobs and we need more geographic equity. Sorry, we need more housing and we need more geographic equity in how that housing is constructed. The CASA Compact will do wonderfully on all of those fronts. I strongly urge you to support it. Thank you very much. Have a great night.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, Steve Scharf, Mayor of Cupertino, speaking for myself tonight. The CASA Compact's achieved an unprecedented level of consensus among cities. That the CASA committee could come up with a product that 97% of Bay Area cities think is a terrible idea proves that a public agency is capable of building consensus. But unfortunately, it's not the kind of consensus that we really want. You can't find a solution when you exclude most of the people that you want to help fix the problem from the problem. And you're blaming cities for the cost of housing, not including cities in the discussion. It's just pure chutzpah. The legislative agenda of CASA will do nothing to increase housing affordability. If there were ever a carpe diem moment to remedy the region's shortage of affordable housing, this is clearly not it. You'll hear people insisting something has to be done. Doing nothing is not acceptable, or we just need to do something. But that doesn't mean that it's a good idea to do the wrong thing just to do something. If the legislation's enacted, it will decrease the supply of affordable housing, cause gentrification and displacement, increase homelessness, increase rents, and cause affordable rental housing to be removed from the market through Ellis Act conversions. It will also cause financial chaos in cities whose property tax revenue is confiscated, increase traffic congestion as workers are displaced and have to travel further from the homes to their places of work. One gentleman mentioned, oh my gosh, people are commuting from Stockton, Manteca, Tracy. The problem is, unlike other metro areas in the world, we haven't built transportation to areas that do have sufficient land for affordable housing. Look at New York City and Hong Kong and Tokyo and Seoul. They all have extensive transit networks to areas with affordable housing. Yet the T in MTC, which is supposed to stand for transportation, is not even mentioned in CASA. There's nothing about fixing housing problems through increasing transportation. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
From Pacifica, member of Pacifica Housing for All. The CASA Compact contains goals of housing justice in the midst of the Bay Area housing crisis. Communities seeking greater tenant protection are often overwhelmed. Rarely do communities have the wherewithal to successfully protect tenants against displacement. Pacifica, in favor of tenant protection, was able to raise $40,000. Our opponents raised over $500,000. The CASA team has the potential to make a difference. I remind us all of the toll of this crisis. While a family nurse practitioner, I saw clients made homeless or forced to substandard housing. I saw families separated as children stayed to finish a school year while parents migrated for housing and work. When advocating for fair rents for Pacifica in 2017, our community had low vacancy rate at 0.5%. Our median wages were stagnated at 2.5%, yet rents increased 25% or more annually, and displacement continues in our community. The County of San Mateo reported that 60% of the county workers commuted from outside the county. No-fault evictions increased 300%, with 70% of those evicted families with children. And this housing crisis caused our Chief Public Health Director to declare a public health crisis. Individuals, families, communities, counties are all harmed by this housing crisis. Protection of tenant rights, protection from displacement, and preservation of existing affordable housing, these are the immediate tasks of the CASA team. Please strengthen these parts of the CASA Compact. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am.
Hi, my name is Kathleen Jenkins from Orinda Watch. I'm asking the ABAG representatives to vote no on the CASA Compact. Theft of local control is loss of local democracy and in violation of the California Constitution, which provides that zoning is a matter of local control. The Compact wishes to end single-family zoning. Upzoning definitely will increase housing density, but this will not make housing more affordable, as explained by Nicholas Aronson to a presentation to MTC in May 2015. He states that dense housing is only feasible when housing is already expensive, and the denser it is, the more expensive it is. Making the region denser won't solve the affordability problem. It will make it worse. Randall O'Toole from the Cato Institute suggests that housing affordability won't increase unless growth boundaries are increased and more land is made available for development. The CASA Compact Technical Committee members were represented by large cities. Where were the small cities? Why weren't they part at the table? Many small cities are one recession from bankruptcy, but according to the compact, all cities will have to provide the same percentage of their revenue, handing it to cities that have had the most need and will not help that local city. All residents can see through this scam. CASA's idea of further squeezing the middle class will further accelerate middle class migration from California. Sprawl is not a pejorative. Let cities and regions be what they want to be. If sprawl allows the suburbs to be more affordable, then the cities will be more affordable too, which in turn will reduce homeless problems. If people have a choice of where to live and work,
They'll choose what's best for them, not what some regional planner has decided is best. Smart growth limits personal choice and quality of life while maximizing government and political control over free markets. The adage that I apply to CASA after my review is, do something, even if it's wrong.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir?
Hi, my name is Siddharth Kapoor, and I live in San Francisco. I encourage ABAG to authorize the signing of the CASA Compact because I believe our housing crisis is a regional problem and it needs a regional solution. I think this compact, and especially Part 5, is our best chance to reverse the patterns of segregation and inequality that have scarred the history of California's housing policies. I think this area will become a lot less diverse and equitable if we don't pass this compact. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Hi, my name is Martin Munoz, and I'm a tenant in San Francisco. I support the CASA Compact because our housing crisis is a regional issue, and it's been brewing for more than 40 years. We are experiencing a climate crisis on top of all this, and it's being exacerbated by folks having to move farther and farther out and commute several hours or face homelessness, if not joblessness. I've heard a lot of people talk about how their vote might be perceived in the media, and I get that. This is a time to be brave and to not worry about the way that the media might twist this vote. This is a moment to push past the status quo and to make a meaningful change for our cities and for the entire Bay Area. I urge you to pass it because we are seeing wildfires ravage exurbs. I urge you to pass it because our brothers and sisters are dying on our streets. I urge you to pass it because we need bold solutions from broad coalitions. Pass it because we are all privileged to be here, and those who have been displaced already do not have the same privilege to be here and fight for their place at the table like all of us here do. Pass it because many of the folks here will have kids who can't live in the communities they grew up in. Pass it because we require bravery in this time, and we don't want to look back and be remembered as those who didn't act when we had the chance to act. We can't let the interests of the few trump the livability and affordability of the Bay Area. Again, I urge you to pass a compact for climate justice, to strengthen our region's tenant protections, and to create affordable housing communities that have avoided their responsibility for generations. And I just want to say, to me, it's not funny that there's people who are commuting from Stockton in order to be able to afford housing. And, hearing that from a mayor of a city that was able to build a giant Apple campus and is not able to build affordable housing, and hearing from people who are scared about getting rid of single-family houses. I mean, if you own a single-family house and you want a triplex, why isn't it your right to build a triplex? We need more housing, and we need more affordable housing. And making people commute far distances is not only bad for people's psyches, but bad for the environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. My name is Robert. I live in San Francisco, and I urge you to support the CASA Compact, and I also urge you to apply the tenant protections mentioned by Tenants Together. Randy Shaw runs the Tenderloin Housing Clinic in San Francisco, which provides assistance and housing to people in need. Last year, he wrote a book about our housing crisis. He concluded that cities stop displacement and gentrification in two ways: expanding the housing supply and protecting tenants. Last June, I went to a presentation about a multifamily housing project. It was proposed to be built across the street from me with 75 units, at least 15 being below market rate. Homeowners and landlords also came on my block. They called it quote-unquote disgusting because it would block their views. They complained about the lack of affordable housing. Well, 4 months later, a single-family home 3 doors down from me, it had 5 bedrooms and 4 bathrooms, and it sold for $3.1 million. It had no affordable housing. Neighbors told me there was nothing wrong with a house selling for this much. No new housing was built, and nobody complained about the multimillionaire who bought it. The status quo preserves housing for the petite bourgeoisie and refuses to produce any new affordable housing. I've watched friends and roommates give up on San Francisco and the Bay Area, all of them renters. A system which primarily takes input from landowners has resulted in the most expensive housing in the United States. It's time that we protect renters who have the least say in housing policy, but bear the burden laid on them by millionaires and billionaires. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Richin. I'm president of the Small Property Owners of San Francisco. We represent nearly 2,000 small landlords in the San Francisco. The CASA people met for 18 months. no small property owners were represented, despite the fact that 77% of the rentals in California are owned by small property owners. My house is in the same neighborhood where London Breed grew up, and I would invite you to take a walk around it. And I would tell you that because of the strict rent control laws that control every part of our small businesses, many of the landlords who used to be there are no longer there, because these are ownership houses. Some of them are even vacant, or they're schools or nurseries. And we are the source of the greatest source of affordable housing, yet we are strangled by your laws, and we can't take it anymore. Come and take a walk with me. I'd be glad to show it to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir?
Hello. I'm a renter here in San Francisco, and the CASA Compact will significantly improve the housing situation for me and renters everywhere in the area. The Bay Area is in the middle of a historically severe housing shortage, which has caused rents to skyrocket. As immigrants have come into the Bay Area over the past decade, we have failed to build enough housing to accommodate this increase, and as a result, people are getting displaced. If we want to ensure that people don't get displaced as more people immigrate here, we have to ensure that the housing supply grows with the population. The CASA Compact, in particular the sections on zoning and ADUs, are a major step in the right direction and will help alleviate our housing shortage. Another good aspect of CASA is that it overrides certain local controls on housing production. Cities and neighborhoods have repeatedly used local control as an excuse to indiscriminately reject new housing, further exacerbating our crisis. Great power requires great responsibility, and the power of local control has not been wielded responsibly, so it is time that this abuse of power is reined in. I applaud the CASA Compact for not kowtowing to local control. We need more housing so that everyone can live here, not just the wealthy, and the CASA Compact will help us achieve that, particularly the sections on zoning and ADUs. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am?
And I'm a resident of San Francisco. I'm here to support the CASA Compact, and I urge all of you to support it as well. The housing crisis has gone on for too long. We need drastic regional action to address it. Formerly affordable homes have become more and more expensive as demand to live in the Bay Area continues to increase. Many studies have shown that rising rents is a direct cause of homelessness, so this housing crisis is absolutely killing people. My main issue with the CASA Compact at the moment is the watering down of the tenants' rights from the original language. It's my understanding that now CASA is suggesting just cause evictions for tenants only after a year. I think just cause should just be the default expectation. It's not too much to expect landlords to have to give a reason to evict someone, no matter how long they've been a tenant. In addition, I think the rent control caps need to be much tighter. However, despite the fact that the tenant protections need to be stronger, I still fully support the CASA Compact. While as a renter in SF, I am protected by rent control and just cause eviction laws, there are so many tenants in other regional cities covered by CASA that have little to no tenant protections whatsoever. The CASA protections will do a lot of good to many tenants in the Bay. And since CASA is not legislation, just a compact, I do still plan on advocating for stronger tenant protections when the actual legislation is in process, and do not see this at the end of the road if we sign this. Inaction will just support the status quo, and the status quo is unacceptable.
Thank you. Ma'am?
Hello. My name is Carol Galante. I am the faculty director at UC Berkeley of the Turner Center for Housing Innovation, and I am here tonight to make 2 points. There have been remarkable testimony here tonight in support of the compact, and very passionate stories, and I really feel like I can't add much to the eloquence of some of those comments, but I do want to add 2 points. The first is that we at the Turner Center, along with other academics, provided some staff support to the advisory committees, to the subcommittees involved in dealing with some of the difficult issues that you hear people talking about tonight, trying to provide facts, trying to provide evidence, best practices from other communities, and I'm really here to be somewhat of a witness to the fact that this was an absolutely remarkable process. The technical committee, the steering committee, the subcommittees that dealt with each and every one of these very gnarly issues that you can hear hear are controversial and came to really a compact, an agreement that not everybody is 100% happy with who was part of that process, but really understand that, you know, it's important to hold hands. We're going to sink or swim together as a region. And this group, I will say, did a remarkable job. I also want to say, as a witness, this was a totally transparent and open process. Every meeting was a public meeting. We had public comment at every technical advisory committee meeting. And so all the information was posted on the CASA website. So I really just want to give a lot of credit to the MTC staff and to the co-chairs for making that process happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am?
Hi. I have to quote a headline that I read in a local paper that said that the MTC in this group was the most powerful organization you've never heard of. And I kind of think that's true. I'm very involved in my community, and I only heard about this 8 weeks ago. I'm involved with everything in Chinatown, with local neighborhood organizations. Never heard about a meeting, never heard anything. And my friends in Oakland and Berkeley, the same thing. I have 4 major objections. One is that for the MTC and ABAG, there's no notion of transit. And I take transit all the time. And it doesn't work. And so there's no notion of transit, even though all the housing is supposed to be built around transit. And I am very concerned that that just doesn't seem to be addressed thoroughly at all. Also, it uses local dollars, but removes local control. So the issues are not the same across the strait. One thing that works in Oakland does not work in Los Angeles, does not work in Wairika. And also it does seem like it's subsidizing private growth with public money and public responsibility for infrastructure and for housing. And it does not address the low or middle income housing problem. Because let's be honest, the crisis isn't really the right word. San Francisco has been expensive for 20 years, so anybody coming since certainly 2015 knows that it's expensive. We have according to the US Census, 12,000 people a year come to the San Francisco Bay Area. You cannot build 12,000 units of housing a year. You just can't. And that they're coming for high-wage jobs. And with 74 billionaires and 150,000 multimillionaires in the Bay Area, the problem isn't housing. The problem is actually tax law. And I think that we have to be really honest about what it's going to be like if you've got 1.5 billionaires and 3,000 millionaires for every one of San Francisco's 49 hills.
Thank you. Stuart?
Good evening. My name is Stuart Cohen. I'm the Executive Director of Transform. I was a member of the CASA Steering Committee. I wanted to just lift up what Carol Galante just said, that these were open meetings. These were transparent meetings that had documents listed ahead of time. We took a lot of public comment and did our best to incorporate that public comment. When the compact came forward, there were a lot of things that I wasn't satisfied with. We did want more specificity on the maps. I wanted some more tenant protections. I felt like some of the streamlining maybe went too far. But I'm supporting the compact because honestly, it is the single best opportunity we have to start a journey, and that's what I want to emphasize tonight, to start a journey to fix the housing crisis. This is not policy, this is not law, this is not investment. This is essentially a platform that can be molded as it goes to Sacramento. Do I support SB 50? Does Transform support it? No. It has a lot of things I want to change in there, even though we're seeing SB 50 as a vehicle for one of the elements here. But that just means I'm going to roll up my sleeves and we're going to go to Sacramento and try to mold SB 50 into something that's better. I'd like to see a little less development in the single-family home neighborhoods and a little bit more on commercial corridors. It's not really done well. I don't think it's subtle in SB 50. So let's go up there together and change it. But this just gives us that kind of, we're going to hold hands, we're going to try to solve this housing crisis mentality that we need. So don't be scared to sign on and that it means you endorse everything in here. I'm signing on. I don't endorse everything in here. But I want to fix this housing crisis and I want to do it with all of you. And I hope you'll join me. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am?
Good evening. My name is Ellen Lee Zhao. I am a public services employee for San Francisco County. I am not here represent the government. I'm here representing my neighbors and my neighbors around me in San Francisco. We form a group of coalition of 11 districts. We have a lot of folks here today. The reason I'm here today, I am a family social worker. I've seen a lot of abusive tendencies, and many of the cities and counties supply free legal assistance, continue to abuse and sue small property owners. You all know San Francisco had approximately 40,000 empty apartments refused to rent. Now you think about to tax the empty apartments. That means we have a tyranny government. We have a dictatorship government, worse than any third world country. 2017, California spent $27 billion on open borders and welcome criminals, invaded Californians. We could use that money and spend on Californians, San Francisco's and Bay Area. You do not have to keep on and fooling people. Our government has been running as a mafia. I am a government employee. We are a government mafia running people's lives. China, we have 1.3 billion people. We don't have housing crisis. California has expanding its population. We do not know how many illegal people coming in because we are a sanctuary state. We are a sanctuary city in San Francisco. If we do not follow the law, then you're in violation. And shame on you people sitting in here. When you pledged that flag, that was the United States flag. Why didn't you not pledge to the California flag? Because we are a nation under one God, and we are republic forms of government. Thank you.
Susan Lewis, a resident of San Mateo County. The status quo is that sadly, housing providers are being pushed out of business. There are over 7 million residents in our 9-county Bay Area. Virtually none of us have heard about this. There are many ill-conceived aspects of this pact, with special note elements 1, 2, and 3. These are housing killers. They've been discussed at length, voted upon, and already rejected. This is Proposition 10 and AB 1506 language. Only 2 months ago, you'll remember Proposition 10 was defeated statewide by a 20% margin. Here in the Bay Area, these elements, such as 1, 2, and 3, were defeated resoundingly by informed voters in our 7 counties of Contra Costa, Marin, Napa, San Mateo, Santa Clara, Solano, and Sonoma. Even including the weak approvals in San Francisco and Alameda counties, Proposition 10, with elements such as 1, 2, and 3, was defeated by a 9-point spread across the entire Bay Area. This is hardly a local mandate. Voters do not want this. They have said so. Please listen to the voters. Also, in local ballot measures, housing killing elements 1, 2, and 3 were recently defeated in the cities of Pacifica, Santa Cruz, San Mateo, and Burlingame by very wide margins. The housing misery of Oakland and San Francisco and numerous independent studies prove that misguided elements 1, 2, and 3 would needlessly displace tens of thousands of good Bay Area tenants and strip the property rights, the livelihoods, and the retirements of thousands of small mom and pops. Those are the ones who provide 70% of our much-needed housing. They will leave the business.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Lorraine Petty. I'm a member of San Francisco Senior and Disability Action, and I'm an affordable housing advocate. I urge you, Executive Board, to postpone action on the CASA Compact to allow time to consider and include amendments proposed by the Berkeley Rent Board, the Urban Habitat, Tenants Together, and others to make sure tenant protection elements are clearly delineated with the strongest of priority guarantees. I also urge the board, ABAG and MTC, to go out into the neighborhoods and towns before finalization of all elements, to seek out public response and input. There's been too little public awareness of the CASA Compact. As a result, in my view, this is a top-down set of life-changing local policy overrides. Such changes are much better received and made truly effective only with grassroots collaboration. Seniors and those of all ages with disabilities make up virtually 25% of the population here, and growing exponentially. We have targets on our back. In addition to the strong tenant protections to allow us to remain in our homes, we need much more new 100% affordable housing. But it must be housing that we can actually afford. Income requirements for affordable housing currently exclude most Social Security and disability recipients, depending on whether you're talking about public housing or you're talking about tax credit nonprofit housing. We don't need principles without substance. We don't need a new layer of government, and we don't need to be victimized renting our homes.
Thank
Thanks.
you. Sir?
Good evening, President Rabbit, members of the board. My name is Alex Calfin. I'm the Vice President of Public Affairs for the California Apartment Association. Thank you for the opportunity to be here this evening and comment to you on this important matter. As you may be aware, CAA has been a member of the technical committee for the past 18 months, and we certainly appreciate the effort that it takes to bring all the stakeholders in the same room, get everyone on the same page, and agree to a set of guidelines. We understand how difficult that may be. Having said that, unfortunately, we cannot support this compact as it still includes rent control and just cause eviction laws, which we fundamentally disagree with. I find it really interesting that a comment was made today by one of your staff that the voters will have an opportunity to sort of work out some of these policy details. And I just think we just did that. I mean, it wasn't even 2 months ago where overwhelmingly Prop 10 was defeated, yes, and yet we're here again pushing the same policies back to the legislature, asking them to act on it. You know, in terms of just cause eviction, there certainly have been comments of how great this policy is. Let me point out some instances where it doesn't work so well. In mentioning sort of the marginal tenant, I don't mean that in a bad way. I just mean that that's a renter who may have certain issues in the background, such as credit score or prior bankruptcy or an eviction. Today, landlords actually can work with that tenant because they understand that there certainly is a process to move forward should there be a disagreement. And I'm just telling you what I hear is that landlords and property owners are more and more worried that they're going to have to work a little bit harder to thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am?
Hi, my name is Tina Peak, and I guess the only group I'm affiliated with is disgusted long-term residents of the Bay Area. This area is under mounting stress that has been driven by a growing overpopulation problem. The cause of the overpopulation is that our local, county, and state governments have failed to do their job to plan for balanced communities, and instead have had a love fest with the office development and job growth. They have allowed a massive buildup of these entities and ignored the job of government to zone appropriately to balance jobs with housing, schools, parks, roads, stores, water, energy supplies, and the entire natural environment to provide a quality of life for residents. We do not have a housing crisis. This is manufactured by the very entities that have caused the problem, and their shills in government. Government officials who will promote blindly adding stack and pack housing are working for their growth-demanding masters who fund their re-election campaigns while ignoring their constituents. A massive destructive housing program that doesn't address job growth is not good government. It's destroying the quality of people's lives to feed the giant money-making entities who want more workers. This is turning people and their lives into commodities for a few giant mega corporations. We need representatives who will stop allowing the addition of jobs until these corporations fully fund communities that can support their addition. We need a thoughtful, balanced approach that includes the planning and laws to address the entire infrastructure of a human community, not just cram housing down people's throats, not just approve giant, massive developments with no parking and housing around them. Okay, it's a balanced approach. Where is it? Our cities are an ecosystem with many essential parts, and through ignorance or greed, they've been allowed to become completely unbalanced. Shoving more people in and housing, which is what CASA does, won't fix the problem.
Thank you. Ma'am?
Good evening. My name is Kelsey Baines. I am a psychologist at the Palo Alto VA, and I'm representing myself. Within my role at the VA, I provide supportive services to homeless and previously homeless veterans in Santa Clara County and San Mateo County. And I urge you to support this CASA Compact because the solution to homelessness requires housing abundance. So I'm going to engage in some unusual behavior for a therapist and do some shaming because I think this is fundamentally a moral issue. So first, shame on the secure homeowners who are here tonight saying that we have anything other than a dire housing shortage warranting urgent action. The reality of this crisis is obvious to me because I receive the calls of the veterans and the families and the seniors who are being priced out of their homes and have nowhere to go because affordable housing options aren't available. Second, shame on the housing providers arguing against very modest, I would say too modest, renter protections, which serve to prevent homelessness. If you're demanding a right to be able to kick people out of their homes for no reason or price gouge your renters, you are not a provider, you're a predator. And finally, shame on the elected officials from exclusionary cities defending their local control. We have representatives here from Palo Alto and from Cupertino who benefit from the job growth in their city and don't want to build the housing to support it, and have systematically failed to build the housing mandated by ABAG. So I just urge you to support this as a compromise and look for ways to strengthen it. I hope we can strengthen it as we go forward in this journey, but inaction at this point is unacceptable. We need to start this process. I want you to be on the right side of history. We need action now. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir?
Thank you. Eric Filseth, Mayor of Palo Alto, and we do not support CASA. Please do not sign the CASA Compact tonight. Instead, please ask MTC in Sacramento to replace CASA with something based on the governor's plan announced last week, which is bold and can actually work. There is no problem so urgent that it can't be made worse by doing the wrong thing. The CASA plan introduces major new problems without helping the existing, and that's because the core problem is fundamentally an economic one. The Bay Area does not invest enough in its housing and transportation infrastructure to sustain its rapid job growth. We generate enormous wealth, but we don't spend enough of it on housing and transportation. Until we fix that, we'll never be sustainable. Governor Newsom's so-called Marshall Plan actually addresses this, and CASA does not. Okay? CASA gets the economic problem right, but instead of raising new investment, it shuffles around existing pots of money. Those pots of money are already committed. We use them to finance our police, fire, street sweeping, and everything else. So unless our labor unions don't want any raises in the future, we're going to need those taxes to pay for them. The local control seizure also doesn't help economics either. It'll pick an unnecessary fight with cities with no relief for housing costs. All it'll do is make large numbers of voters angry at Sacramento and their elected legislature representatives, and that's not helpful. I want to say a couple things about jobs housing and also affordable housing. The root problem is both supply and demand. In my city, Palo Alto, we have shut down jobs growth. Okay? We've implemented annual office growth caps, citywide commercial caps, and we're working on converting commercial FAR to residential. We're also implementing code changes to spur residential growth. We've already seen significant increases in ADU applications, for example. We are going to hit job growth parity. So those bars behind you are going to be flat for us. We didn't need CASA. We also this week approved our first affordable housing project in 7 or 8 years. The neighborhood came out in force on Monday night to support it, not oppose it. Okay? It took us $10 million from our affordable housing fund. which is good. Give us
you,
more
sir.
money, we'll build more. Please support the governor's plan.
Thank you. Pedro?
Good evening, ABAG board members. My name is Pedro Galvão, and I'm with the Nonprofit Housing Association of Northern California. We're an affordable housing advocacy organization that, in short, believes that everyone in the Bay Area should have an affordable, stable home. And I'm here to urge you to support the CASA Compact. Not because it's perfect, there are significant issues with it, but it's an invitation to get to work. By supporting this compact, you are sending a message to Sacramento, and you're creating political space that will allow us to push forward some really bold solutions like $1.5 billion for affordable housing production, tenant protections, and affordable housing preservation annually in the Bay Area. That's not something that we've ever done, and it's worth supporting. It's also worth supporting tenant protections Bay Area wide because too few jurisdictions have it. As weak as they are in the compact, by you voting no, you end the opportunity to have the conversation. We need to support this now so we can continue the conversation, so we can get to work and embrace the opportunity that we have before us to truly build a future for the Bay Area where our children and our grandchildren will be able to stay here. I remember coming to this body previously when Plan Bay Area was coming up, and none of you liked the future that was being described there, where most people would be paying upwards of 70% of their income on housing. Well, here's your opportunity to do something about it, and I urge you to vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. This side?
Good evening. My name is Terry Holzmer. I'm a member of the Palo Altans for Sensible Zoning, but more critically, I'm a teacher. I've lived in Palo Alto for more than 10 years, and I make less than $40,000 gross every year. The reason I'm telling you this is that I'm asking you strongly to not endorse CASA. The reason I'm saying not to support it is because even though we do have a housing issue, and I don't disagree with that, we really truly have an affordability issue. There is housing available even in the most beautiful, wealthy cities. The issue is how much do you pay? Recently, the Palo Alto City Council, just last Monday, approved unanimously a 100% affordable housing project, and with community support. Why was it supported by the community so much? Because it was 100% affordable. And we've made it that way on purpose. It's long overdue for this body to see that this is not an issue about just housing. It really should be an issue over BMR housing, below market rate housing, housing for people who desperately need it. And your money, public money, should go to that cause. It should not go to market rate housing. Never. It should never go there. I also want to mention really quickly, I live in a so-called transit-rich area. That's not true. VTA, I'll give you an example since I live there. They recently reduced our service in our area. They didn't increase it, they reduced it. We need to have businesses too pay their fair share. It's long overdue for the large corporations to pay their share, and it's not happening, and I hope CASA will address it.
Thank you. Ma'am?
Good evening. My name is Lydia Coup. I'm the City Council member of Palo Alto. And I agree with what Mayor Filsef has just said. In particular, that the funding that is in element number 9 it's going to be robbery away from city coffers where we need it for infrastructure, for our schools, for our parks, and for safety officials that are working for our city in order to safeguard it. In addition to that, we have a big pension liability, and again, this is raiding local coffers of money that we need. Furthermore, I also agree with a resident in Palo Alto who just spoke about true, meaningful housing. This is the housing that is proposed by this CASA Compact is completely about market market rate. Trickle down economics. I want to see this trickle down go down to the homeless. Are the homeless ever going to get this money? The affordable housing that we just approved in Palo Alto was specifically geared towards 30 to 60% AMI. Is this market rate housing, is this CASA going to be doing that, meaningfully targeting the below market housing? I don't think so. I don't see it there. Furthermore, I really have to kind of be concerned when MTC spent $257.8 million in purchasing this building, and then on a retreat, $29,000. And I just found out that there was a recent trip that was taken to New York City. I believe we don't have the information because it's not transparent. So where is all this money? Why? Who gave this money? This is toll bridge money. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Danessa Tekmansky. I'm from Cupertino. The CASA Compact is missing some critical variables. First and foremost, it fails to address the root cause of our housing shortage, which is more office growth than the Bay Area can currently sustain. Already in Cupertino, the CASA-supported Housing Bill SB 35 was used to propose a project with 5,000 more jobs than housing, with mostly luxury apartments that would rent for $7,000 for a one-bedroom in the 7 years when it was completed, and it would create an even worse crippling freeway clog for an entire corner of the valley. We have already entitled hundreds of units of affordable housing Cupertino. Good luck getting the developer to build that. They offered BMR apartments that were 350 square feet. CASA ignores major differences between our cities. It would be outrageously costly to build BMR housing in Atherton, and it would be difficult, if not impossible, to upheave many city layouts without major dysfunction. Bus ridership and fare recovery are a total fail in many areas, and few cities have the land or finances for rail. CASA fails to address the transit need for increased density. Our cities get it that housing is a problem. Many homeowners have millennial children and elderly parents whom we're struggling to house, and we understand the need to address housing at every level so as not to lose the lower wage workers who are so vital to our communities and economy. However, we prefer to address housing within our own particular needs and constraints so as not to create more problems down the road. CASA feels like a vehicle to guarantee greater profits for developers and real estate investors. It will destroy our long-term goals for greener cities. It will increase traffic, tax us without representation, reduce important city services, and deny our right to make land use decisions through our elected officials. Where will we get the water? What about the environment? In our current climate crisis, CEQA seems even more relevant, and it protects those who are often most vulnerable.
Thank you, sir.
Edward Mason of San Francisco. I feel like a frog in boiling water right now with a lack of air conditioning here. But growth is not funding growth. The symbiotic technical industry encourages be where the action is, disrupt and disregard the consequences to become the next millionaire or billionaire. I think the Genentech wrapped buses best indicate the problem. The back of the bus says, this bus removes 120 cars. What they fail to say is it's also displaced 120 working class families. So in essence, what they're doing is privatizing their profits and socializing the costs. The parcel tax is another below-the-line tax for a regional enterprise. And a one-fits-all vacancy tax penalizes the property owner who does not know the day of the week or is unable to be a landlord. And there's no consequence for the vacancies created by Airbnb. The regressive sales tax subsidizes the social cost of the company town. Now, what we need to do, what the Genentech bus represents, is that these companies should form the company town and be responsible for their own housing. They're going and privatizing all the profits and making me the stuckee for their housing problem. And as part of the legislative requirements, they should be required to create their own housing. And that is why we're in the situation that we're not. Transit-oriented development, their transit funding is lacking. Tonight, it took me an hour to go 3 miles. I could have walked it here from Noe Valley. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, my name is Asen NDI. I'm the policy manager for Working Partnerships USA. We're a public policy organization in Silicon Valley and Santa Clara County. It's so great to see so many South Bay representatives up here. Go Sharks, go Quakes. Though we still have a lot of issues that need to be addressed with this compact can be implemented, we believe that we're headed in the right direction. We hope that ABAG will adopt the compact with the following suggested changes. First, we believe that just cause protections, for them to be truly effective against the unscrupulous practice of unjust evictions in the Bay Area, it should apply immediately from the beginning of the lease term. And quite honestly, it does not make sense for just cause to be delayed 12 months to give landlords the opportunity to flip tenants. Secondly, in compact item number 7, it does not allow for any affordable housing below 80% AMI. Moreover, it expands the definition of moderate income housing to 150% AMI, which is beyond the 120% AMI, which is in the chart right behind you. At 150% AMI, that's going to lead to rents that are higher than the average rents in almost every city in the Bay Area. This needs to be addressed to make sure that we clearly remain committed to the goal of helping those that are most vulnerable. And lastly, I just want to talk really quickly about making sure that things are timed correctly. We want to make sure that the funding is available for affordable housing preservation, and for and to make sure that we have time to backfill local budgets as funding measures go to the ballot in 2020 and 2022. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Hi. My name is Brian Clofus from San Francisco, and I'm here in support of the CASA Compact. The status quo is not tenable. We need more housing here in the whole Bay Area. The CASA framework does a good job of protecting existing tenants, preserving low and middle income housing, and producing more homes. Local control has failed over the past 40 years to build the homes we need, so letting local governments continue to deny building homes is not an acceptable solution. I encourage the board to endorse this CASA Compact. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Govind Tatachari. Hello, board members, staff, and the public. You are so esteemed. I just wanted to make sure that I acknowledge that you have given me a good opportunity to express whatever I feel in front of you. The status quo is bad, but how did we get there? I hope most of you took mass transit, which is affordable, widespread, and arrived here in time. So if you did that, it's a different kind of a problem. If not, think why. Population growth projections have been there for the last 50 years, and the population trajectory has followed exactly the population growth projections. So what is going on? The second thing is Cupertino has done approvals of many affordable housing, but the developers don't build them. So let's get to the 3 segments that make up most of the Bay Area region. They are the no CASA, they are the rent CASA, and they are the own CASA. And among them, well, the renters and the single family home owners, or even apartment owners, I talked to them, and they feel that this CASA Compact is not their CASA solution. No to this CASA. The region is unaffordable for most of the folks here, not just for a small segment. Those folks who struggled all their working life to pay for their homes using the old-fashioned way, fear targets them, and is just a scheme to displace them from the region since they are being squeezed the most. Those who rent also feel the same. The compact is not going to lower rents or home values in a region where affordability is an elusive thing for one and all. An annual CPI increase estimate is itself very illustrative. Which middle-class family has income growing at that rate? So for most of the folks in this region, this CASA Compact is taxation without representation. I think somebody else also mentioned that. And just a wealth transfer in disguise, almost as an entitlement. if Sacramento wants to address the affordable crisis in the top-down fashion, then they should set aside 20% of their annual budget for the next 15 to 20 years for this particular problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am?
Good evening. My name is Anita Enander, a recently elected city council member in Los Altos. And I'd like to acknowledge the anguish of many of the people in this room who've spoken to you tonight. I remember when I was in college spending 50% of my meager income, I was working full-time and going to school full-time, for an apartment. But I want to talk to you tonight not about the sincere effort of the people who worked on this, which I don't question at all, but rather address the question that some of you have asked of what happens if you are voting yes to have your chair sign this compact. I was at the meeting for MTC when that vote occurred. I listened to the debate and to the impassioned plea of my colleague, Jeannie Bruins, representing Santa Clara County, who insisted that we needed not just outreach, but engagement with local government. I believe that Mr. Cortese felt the same way and spoke also in that regard. I would like to say to you that based on what we have since seen, signing this compact, having Mr. Rabbit sign this compact, or not, or is basically a distinction without a difference. Because what has happened in the weeks since the MTC board acted is that there has been, quote, an outreach. I attended that meeting as well in Sunnyvale, where a very competent MTC staffer presented the compact. But was there any sort of meaningful engagement and participation by local government? No. I remember when ABAG was formed. I was a kid. My mother came home and discussed it at dinner because she was involved in public policy. You are the last line of defense for the cities who will have to govern based on whatever comes out of this compact. Please, vote no, and let us have a chance to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir?
Good evening. My name is Charles Whitfield, and I'm a renter in San Francisco, and I'm here to support the compact. In just the past couple of months, I've seen 4 friends and coworkers leave the Bay Area or make plans to do so, in no small part due to the cost of housing. Even those of us who are lucky enough to be able to afford living here find it hard to imagine starting a family or living here through retirement because of the cost of housing. But of course, this problem pales in comparison to those of the thousands of unhoused San Franciscans or the many more who worry about affording life in the Bay Area for the next 5 months or 5 days rather than the next 5 years. All these problems, though, are either stem from or are vastly exacerbated by a single issue. We don't have nearly enough housing, and it's a self-inflicted wound. I'm incredibly lucky, incredibly privileged to be able to live here in the Bay Area. But if we don't change course, the only people living here are going to be those who are privileged in the same ways that I'm privileged. I don't want to live in a city that's populated only with 800,000 of me. I'm not that interesting. The best cities are diverse cities. Let's make sure there's room for everyone. The compact's proposals would expand the rights of millions of tenants in the Bay Area, enable the construction of hundreds of thousands of new homes for residents of all income levels, and through transit-oriented development, discourage the use of millions of cars that pollute our cities, kill our neighbors, and cook our planet. It would do all this while implementing protections for areas and residents most vulnerable to rapid development, and without removing existing protections that go above its baseline in San Francisco and other cities. It may not be a perfect plan, but it's a massive improvement over the status quo. For these reasons, I urge you to support the compact. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am?
Hi. Good evening. Catherine Howard, San Francisco. At the beginning of this discussion, one of the directors asked about the scope of what you're doing this evening. The reply was something like, you don't get to amend or approve or reject the language. Welcome to our world. We, the public, have had little input to amend or otherwise have impact on this compact. In fact, we were never asked. And listening to people speaking tonight, I'm just going to say off the cuff that I think the first 3 things about tenant protection were put in there because nobody thinks they're going to get passed because they're either not good enough or they're not, the apartment owners are not happy about them. So I think they're lipstick on the pig, and the legislature is going to go for the stuff that's going to make developers the most money. Some of the many problems with CASA are the lack of a democratic process in appointing the CASA committee, the focus on development interests in the committee membership, the proposed loss of democratic input by local communities over decisions about what happens in their communities. This is where we live. The proposed establishment of a non-elected bureaucracy, the regional housing enterprise, with little or no oversight on how it is managed, the lack of meaningful protections for disadvantaged communities and communities of color, and the lessening of environmental protections and the impact on CEQA. We cannot keep chipping away at CEQA. We have to enforce it, not chip away at it. Please, whatever the term is you have to do tonight, reject the CASA Compact as written. It is a flawed document produced by a flawed process. A bad document is not better than nothing, believe me. This process should be opened up to communities and public input accepted on its proposals. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir?
Hi, good evening. So first things first, I just want to say to all the landlords in the room, calling yourselves individual housing providers, I don't know what marketing firm came up with that, but you're not fooling anyone like your landlords. So now that that's done with, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Jordan Grimes. I'm a San Mateo resident and a strong supporter of the CASA Compact. For years, cities in my county and many others around the Bay have acted with grossly irresponsibly, selfishly adding jobs with reckless abandon at a rate eclipsing that of housing, resulting in the crisis with which we are currently afflicted. This did not go unnoticed by those at the regional level. Greg Brady, research director of ABAG, once bestowed upon several peninsula cities the, quote, "It's someone else's problem" award for increasing the number of jobs without providing any extra housing. Greg's name might not be familiar to some of you, as he made those comments in 1990. Make no mistake, prioritizing local control for these cities rather than exploring regional solutions has been an unmitigated failure. It has resulted in vast inequality between wealthier cities who have reaped its benefits and poorer cities who have not, instead experiencing displacement, insecurity, and inequality. If I can impart one message on you all tonight, it's this. The housing crisis afflicting our region today is the direct result of choices and policies local municipalities and our region at large have collectively made over time. Today, choice is in your hands, and the choices available to you could not be more stark. You can either stick with the status quo, which has openly and plainly failed so many, or instead you can choose to forge a bold new path ahead in the spirit of compromise and in the name of protecting those who need it most. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time this evening.
Thank you. Sir?
Is this on? Yeah. My name is James Park. I'm a resident of San Francisco. My two sons, who are grown, are also, and they're the fifth generation of our family in California. I can't kick them out. There's no way for them to find a place to live. So they're going to live with us for perpetuity when they drag me out by my heels, because that's the only way they can afford to live here. However, I do not believe, passionately do not believe, that compacts like CASA are that solution. I don't believe that they're addressing the correct problem, and I think they're finding the wrong solution for the housing crisis. What is the problem, in my mind, is not to add 3 fig leaves to rental protection, which just pacifies the rental community and allows them to support this. It doesn't mean that the end of the last 2 or 3 elements of the CASA Compact would be a way to fund a massive wealth transfer to the builders and the real estate industry. And then the center, the bits in the middle, which are removing all the protections that we have put in place so that we don't get raped and pillaged by the growth industry. Those things, I believe, are not going to solve our problem. But the apartment house next to me that is standing empty, owned by foreign investment money, that's what I want to find out why that's happening, and it's happening across the Western Addition, across the Western San Francisco, and in most of San Francisco, artificially raising the prices and this bubble of house prices and rents. And I think that if we take the 45,000 housing units in plan and needing to be built that are not, and execute on that, we won't have this kind of a housing problem to this extent. And maybe I can get rid of my kids.
Sir?
Hi, everybody. My name is James Chang. I'm from Berkeley, California, and I'm a proud member of the Berkeley Rent Stabilization Board. I am proud to see so many electeds and so many leaders from different cities coming together in the Bay Area to make California a place where we can all call home. Please support CASA, please support tenants, and please support housing, and please stop the housing production shutdown in every city and for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. This side?
Hi. My name is Victoria Fierce. I live in Oakland, downtown Oakland. I was going to have a long story about how I moved out here under my own housing struggles, and I'm sure some people on here have heard it many times. But then somebody else came up here and started screaming about open borders and went full Nazi on us. And that's the kind of person that CASA Compact seeks to defend renters from. I don't have a traditional family. I'm queer, trans, polyamorous. I work for a nonprofit. I'm the quintessential California hippie. And I'm way too gay for a single family home. I'm too gay to return to Ohio, in fact. I don't feel safe out there in Trump country, but I do in Oakland. A lot of people do, in fact. And that's why I'm living with a roommate in his tiny studio apartment that's way too cramped for us. Yeah, it sucks, but it sure beats Nazis. But back to my family, my chosen one, rather. They also feel safe in Oakland, but not all of them can afford it. So they've settled down out in Concord, in Walnut Creek, in Union City, Alameda, and many of these places don't have any tenant protections at all. CASA would give them that. Is it perfect? No. CASA is a flawed product of flawed people. We're all flawed, and yet somehow we figure out how to work together and live in society. That's pretty great. We all compromise, sometimes a little bit more than we should. I think we compromise a little too much on tenant protections in this, but I also live in Oakland where we're better than what's being proposed. For my family that has no protections out in the deepest East Bay, this compact would actually change their life. It's not perfect, it's not the best thing, but it is certainly better than what the status quo is. The CASA Compact is a plan, it's nothing more. It tells us how to get us there, it's not a bunch of laws. And again, the legislative session is going to take like a good year and a half to finish up. That's a lot of time for us to get up there and fight for more tenants' rights, and fight for more housing production, and fight for more funding for affordable housing, and fight for a home that is truly one for all Californians, especially people who've been pushed out, people who want to live here, everybody in this world. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Nani Friedman. I was born and raised in San Mateo County, and I currently go to college in northern Santa Clara County, two of the most exclusionary, unaffordable areas in the region. I am here for many reasons. One of them is that I really want to live near my mom. I want her to know my kids, and I want us to be a part of each other's lives. Look around this room. Most young people here are tenants and are advocating for this as a starting point. Us young people simply cannot live here. Please think about your children and your grandchildren. Please pass this CASA Compact to get this process started. We have a lot of work to do to strengthen these tenant protections, and it is imperative that we enact tenant protections before development streamlining. But please get this started. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir?
Hello, my name is Daryl Owens. I'm from Berkeley. It's like 10 o'clock, so I'm going to just skip my personal life story and get to the point. I support the CASA Compact, but here's what I'd like to see in it. I'd like to see upzoning up to 85 feet. I want to see no height restrictions for 100% below market rate development within all parcels of the 9-county Bay Area. The rent cap should be at the consumer price index of CPI plus 2% at the most. Just cause should start from the beginning of the lease. I know that landlords are used to collecting free profit for doing no work, but it's not too much to ask them to give an excuse, a valid one, for why they evict their tenants. I'm sorry, but these proposals, people have been saying to build transit out in the suburbs or whatever so that Silicon Valley can't pencil it or whatever. That's nonsense. Silicon Valley needs to build for its job growth. They should be housing their employees. Cupertino needs to get over itself and stop crying. It's approved of an Apple project. It needs to build the housing for those workers. And lastly, I just want to say congratulations to Palo Alto for approving of its first affordable housing project in 7 or 8 years. So, thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am?
Mei Ling Stephen, Sunnyvale resident. I urge the board not to approve CASA Compact. Element 5 undermines city planning and sustainable development and our local democracy. In addition, element number 9 falls far short of asking multinational, multi-billion corporations to take responsibility. Worst of all, Element 10 would create a regional agency that is not accountable to voters and that bashes city councils. Please think out of the box to address demand. Job growth is good, but is the Bay Area getting sick because we are eating too much of a good thing? My very practical real estate friend says CASA Compact will not solve our housing problems. We need speedy trains and inter-regional cooperation to solve the problems of job housing imbalance in the Bay Area. From my observation tonight, it seems San Francisco, among most of all cities, should have a moratorium on new office buildings until the housing situation there stabilizes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, I'm Vadim from San Francisco, and I urge you to sign the CASA Compact. I live in a building built in 1962, wood frame, thin walls, low ceilings. When it was built, it was affordable, and mostly lower-income people lived there. Some still live there thanks to rent control. But today, I pay $3,000 a month for a one-bedroom apartment in that building. This is what happens when you have a housing shortage. Instead of housing getting cheaper as it ages, it gets more expensive. The people who originally lived in my building could not afford to move there today. My neighbor is getting evicted because his dad died, and he did not put himself on the lease beforehand. He has nowhere to go because the rent is too high. Imagine losing your parent and then losing your home. That's the status quo. I support stronger tenant protections than the ones in the CASA Compact, but many cities in the Bay Area have no protections at all. So the protections in the compact would be a vast improvement over the status quo for those people. Don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. CASA is a step in the right direction. It's not final, but it's way better than the status quo. Also, someone here said you can't build 12,000 units of housing. Seattle has built that every year for the past 2 years, and their rent is going down. Come on. Other cities are solving their housing crisis. Why can't we? Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am?
Hi. First of all, I think this is not right. Okay, so for the public hearing, so I was wondering if the council member can just stop that. Okay, my name is Cindy, and I'm from representing Bay Area Homework Network, which is a local organization with 26,000 homeowners across the 9 counties in Bay Area. Most of them are local voters. So we feel, and we are strongly against CASA Compact. We feel this is a great deprivilege of owners' right and the government's right. And we think, and this CASA plan has no data support, no details. Because when you ask them about the details, nobody provide that. And if this is 18 months efforts, we think we cannot let this important house issue resolved by this committee because they're not qualified. And also, I live in a place where has a bridge. My MTC takes 3 years to fix to do the bridge. And also, like, can I ask for the Milpitas part? Like, how long you guys have been delayed the process? So if you guys really want to resolve the house issue, so this committee obviously is not the right person. And also for the rent control, we all know rent control has failed Hong Kong, has failed New York, has failed San Francisco, and failed Oakland, and also failed Berkeley. Because this rent control, you know, like and just cause eviction. So right now, San Francisco has 40,000 vacancy homes, like people dare not to rent out. So this is like if you guys cannot release this house inventory to the market, but to build some new house, I think that's wrong. So that means the policy, something wrong with the policy. So we want some people to we want our governor to dress off the issue and just get this 40,000, encourage this kind of house available to the market. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am?
Good evening. My name is Maina Yang. I'm also a member of Bay Area Homeowners Network with thousands of homeowners, small mom and pops, who are workers and in the labor force around the Bay Area. I have a very humble beginning from the Tenderloins in San Francisco. My parents were renting an apartment, and then a couple of years, and then the rent increase was high, and then they had to start finding a way to secure a home, and that encouraged them to work three jobs, and we hardly saw them, and pull together with family. And when I graduated, and I also put together my money to contribute to buying the house. And so a lot of tenants here could probably take that as well. You can pull together as partners to buy a house. That we had low income. And what's going on right now in San Francisco, and many people ask, a person asked, why can't we make a single family home and build it to triplex? I have a house that's zoned for multi-units. Why am I not building it? Because the policy is not encouraging me. I hear left and right, pretty much about half of the people that I talk to in our owners group, they've had problems with tenants in San Francisco. Some of them lost their house, filed bankruptcy because of these unreasonable, crazy lawsuits that they have to pay $600 to $700 per hour to hire a lawyer to deal with them, while the tenants have free lawyers and can drag it on as long as they want. So just cause eviction is killing housing. And my dad had dementia overnight, and I had to take care of him. Okay, we wanted to rent his house out, but we didn't want to, because whatever rent I will get will not be enough to pay for the relocation fee or the lawyer fee eventually when I want the house back. So please, no just cause and no on DACA.
Don't be mistaken. If you approve tonight, you are endorsing CASA. I'm going to read from the preamble of CASA. It states, each signatory of the compact pledges to support the entire agreement and all of its provisions. That is in the preamble for CASA. So don't be fooled here. ABAG is the Association of Bay Area Governments, and you're representing 101 municipalities. Yet 98% of the ABAG cities were never involved in this process. It is a travesty. And then if you vote yes on that and this without that involvement, that is a bald-faced lie. I don't see how you can sit here and even think about voting yes on this. This involved 4 cities: San Francisco, Oakland, San Jose, and Rohnert Park. Small cities have completely different issues than big cities, yet they were completely ignored in this process. One size does not fit all. And to assume that you're coming up with the best solutions when 98% of the small cities were not involved is naivety. You have not come up with the right solutions. You have not looked at everyone involved here. This was an agenda and probably some sort of money grab, because I'll tell you, this is wrong. It takes away local control, and I don't care what you think, it takes away local control. When it's taking money away from local government that's necessary for services, and then there's no guarantee that any of that money goes back, you are impacting local jurisdictions. And you can make this problem a lot worse by doing that. These cities need money for services, police, schools, streets. Please vote no. Please.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, sorry. Laura, I'm a member of the YIMBY Party. The San Francisco Bay Area is inspiring in one very particular way. We are inspiring other people to not be like us. Other cities take us as inspiration, as a cautionary tale, and they are getting their acts together and doing everything they can to avoid what we have done to ourselves. Seattle is getting its act together. Minneapolis is getting its act together. Many other cities are talking about increasing their quantity of housing to deal with the people who are coming to their region. And we are talking about going backwards. The Bay Area needs to go forwards. We are decades behind in housing production. And even if we stopped all jobs production right now and tanked the economy, which I don't recommend, but okay. Even if we did that, we would still have decades of housing to catch up with. We are very far behind, and we need to catch up. And CASA is the promise that we are capable of more. We are capable of thinking of ourselves as a region. We are capable of taking one another's needs into account. We are capable of being more than the sum of our parts, but of taking on these challenges together. Here is a demand for a regional approach. And the only other argument I've really heard is that people want a regional approach for transit too. So why don't we start a CASA for transit? Because I am very excited about talking about increasing funding mechanisms for getting everybody around the Bay Area, for moving away from car-centric infrastructure. I've heard that demand tonight. You guys could add that. Thank you.
Ma'am?
Hi, good evening. My name is Rosario Wong, and I am a resident of San Mateo County. Back in the 1980s, I studied real estate in the college, and the textbook states the following rights for owner of property: the right to own property, the right to possess property, the right to use property, the right to enjoy property, the right to encumber property or borrow money on property, the right to dispose of property, the right to exclude those who do not share ownership of the property from all of the above-mentioned rights. However, I found that a lot of rights gradually disappearing. However, the right to pay property tax is definitely there. So I have a friend who is a very experienced lawyer, and even him does not understand the complicated rental laws in San Francisco. So he has to hire another lawyer to represent him to take care of the tenant affair. So these complicated rental laws with amendments every year will cost less rental property to be put on the market. And also, the small cities, they don't have enough resource or manpower to establish a rent board like San Francisco. And I thank you very much for listening to me. I think you are a friendlier group than the CASA Compact in the last meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am?
Eileen Boken with the Coalition for San Francisco Neighborhoods, here on my own behalf. I am strongly urging ABAG not to authorize its chair to sign the CASA Compact today, as it is premature. There has been little vetting of the compact in local planning departments, city councils, county boards of supervisors, or with the general public. Even then, the MTC director has referred to the community outreach as the quote-unquote roadshow. And comments made by the CASA steering committee indicate that CASA opponents will be demonized and characterized as selfish and possibly even racist. This process has already created issues with credibility and negative media coverage. On the content of the compact, despite recently elected Mayor London Breed's endorsement of the compact, many of her constituents would strongly disagree. The most controversial element is minimum zoning near transit, as 90% of San Francisco land mass is within 1/4 mile of transit. This provision would have significant and unavoidable impacts as opposed to those of other municipalities. The CASA term sheet has many other elements that San Francisco has already implemented to suit its own needs. The CASA financing model has elements San Francisco has already rejected, such as a sales tax increase and a parcel tax. San Francisco already has 4 parcel taxes. All the troubling issues with CASA can be summed up with a comment made by a steering committee meeting at its last meeting, and I quote, "The problem is too much democracy," unquote. That statement alone will be a red flag. Thank you.
Ma'am?
Hey, my name is Amy. I'm here to urge you to vote on CASA because I think I think many people have doubt on your how you spend too much money on the things and delay a lot of transit project. For example, Chinatown bus station delay forever, don't know when can open. And then also a small upgrade on the small bus station, just put the cover on the elevator, it take 100 million, a lot of money. So just, and takes long time. If I hire a contractor, it only take 1-2 months. Why you take so long? So I urge you to vote on that, because if you vote yes, many people will be pulling the down on your capability to do it. And also people will question you about you give the developer interest, give waste too much money on building stuff. Yeah, you don't want that. You want you want your good reputation, right? So okay, please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken.
Yeah, hi, I'm Ken Bukowski. You know, I really wonder how you could even think about supporting signing of this document. I mean, here your staff has participated in the committee, worked against your interests, and then bypasses your ability to even look at the compact. I mean, all these folks here that are asking you to do things, you have no authority to do anything. The staff has limited your authority to whether the chair signs it or not. I think that's ridiculous. What about transit? You know, the staff won't spend any money to subsidize transit. I mean, this is the most expensive transit in the whole country. In New York, they subsidize it with bridge tolls, but not here. They don't do anything to subsidize transit. I think it's important for people to get around. And these housing mandates, people attack local governments. Well, you know, local government's a business. If something's not going to make any profit, why are you going to approve it? Do you want to lose money? The business people don't want to lose any money. They don't even want to pay for the impacts of what they do. All these employees means they're making some money. And why can't they share some of that to pay for the housing? I think they're getting, you know, and I really think, you know, there's some solutions recommended in here that I really think you ought to take a look at. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, are you up?
Good evening. Good evening. I'm from Millbrae, San Mateo County. Today, I urge you to vote no to CASA Compact, because Proposition 10 is already disapproved by Bay Area. So rent control has been provided a failure policy. San Francisco, Berkeley, Oakland, EPA are perfect example suffering from rent control. We have a lot of data to prove that. California has enough law. We don't need new law. We need more housing. Rent control will kill housing, especially mom and pop small business, which will lead to further divided of our community, extremely rich and extremely poor. Rent control will cause much more unnecessary bureaucracy. Please use the money to help renters who really in need. Rent control cannot help anyone except city housing department, lawyers, and bad tenants. Our good citizens will suffer.
Thank you very much. And I don't see anyone else standing on the side, and I think that closes a public comment. I will say that we had 65 individuals step up to the microphones today, and thank you for your participation and the transparent process that we have going here tonight. And I'm going to look to my board, noting that it is the time that it is as we go forward. I will call on those that would like to make comments as we go forward. And I believe I had Director Lee first, then I'll go Hudson, and then Chavez.
And there are people in the way back also who have their signs up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this CASA Compact it's turning out to be a roadmap. It's like people are saying, well, you know, it's just an idea maybe, and we can sign it and we can change it. No, they said there's not going to be money changes. People are going to, the Assembly and Senate's going to take it as a roadmap because we signed on to it. I'm saying that, yeah, we do need housing. We do need to protect our vulnerable renters, but we also have to be balanced. And we can't just take one side. We have to provide all the housing. But this falls really way short, in my opinion, because it puts all the onus on the taxpayers. Where is the corporations who are creating these jobs we want, but where is their contribution? Why is it all on the taxpayers? I don't think that's and plus, we have to pay. We all know we have to pay for services. I mean, is it okay? Is it okay to let's get on the Titanic and just go someplace because we get on a ship? Eventually, it's going to run into problems. And then when people start complaining about, the police didn't show up, the firemen aren't here on time to put out the fire, then what? So I asked about the commercial linkage just because it's only on the developers. Why isn't it on the employers as well? They're creating the jobs. This is corporate welfare. This is what it is. The taxpayer are paying for corporate welfare. We're providing housing for these people who should be putting into the system. If you go around the world elsewhere, they're building housing for their employees. There's no question. They just build housing for their employees. They even feed them. So I don't understand why we don't get more strength. And the other thing part about this compact is no, it's not perfect, but we definitely need to put it in the right direction. It needs to be pointed at the right direction. And the right direction is the multiple dimensional approach, not a one-dimensional approach, only build around transit. And I asked the question a while ago, if we build around transit, will that solve our housing crisis? No, it will not. We need to also build where people want to live. We need to build transit to people where people they don't want to live families don't want to live in condos, 2-bedroom houses. They want to live in a house with a lawn. Why aren't we building transit to where people want to live? Why don't we build it out where people can live? We can't just do this one thing. We got to do it in many ways. And that means including the people, the corporations, and also building out transit to where housing is. And also, we definitely cannot force a lot of small towns like San Mateo County, where they have a lot of housing and some have very little bit of commercial space. And why I asked about the commercial linkage is because they're saying that they'll give incentives to developers to not have, they don't have to pay a higher development fee if they can provide more jobs. Well, Millbrae only has the 10% commercial space, so we're kind of screwed both ways. We're not going to get any money from developers, and there's no way to pay to build commercial space because now we're being forced to just build housing, build, with no consideration to the economic impact. So now we're forcing our most vulnerable people out of our own city. That doesn't seem right either. Okay, so I'm going to vote no for this thing.
Thank you, Director Hudson.
Yeah, I would have said a year ago, let's just vote no and forget it right now. And then all of a sudden you realize that a no vote is just kicking the can down to somebody else who's going to do it for you. I think that we've heard it tonight, that the words great potential. CASA has the great potential, but you just heard it. If we get it right, if we can come up with something in the next hour, dig in, focus, get it right, for tonight and for down the road, we will have accomplished something and not wasted all these people's time. I think the compact is that instrument. It's up to us to beat the drum, but if we beat it with a flute, it's not going to take us anywhere. For at least 10 years, I've been telling people that the problem in the Bay Area is 3 counties. Geographical equity is just, it isn't there. 3 counties added way more jobs than they added housing. 126,000 jobs in 95 to 97 and 7,200 homes. But 2 years ago, I saw something different. So I can either focus on beating up on 3 counties, which I will not upset a couple supervisors here right now, they know who they are, or I can focus on San Francisco adding 10,000 people 2 years ago. San Francisco took a step in the right direction. Now, if San Jose wants to match that, and I'm hearing from San Mateo that they're doing more housing, that's going to mean obviously the city that's near the airport is going to have to change their mind about not doing housing there too, because it's much needed. I think we have an opportunity. So if they're going to head in the right direction, I think it's up to the rest of us to dig in and be part of the solution. And I'm going to support the CASA.
Thank you. Director Chavez.
Thank you. I'm going to pass something out, and I apologize and we'll get some to the audience too. And this is a motion that I took a crack at while everybody was talking with input from all of you. And I'll just give you a minute to get it. But as you're getting this document, I'm going to just read the top. I'm going to read through it. This is a motion to support the action of having our chair sign onto the CASA Compact. And what you see at the top of the document is the caveats that were put forward by MTC. And then the bottom part is what I'm adding. And so I'm gonna just read the top. I'm gonna just read it through if that's okay. This is what MTC did. They authorized the chair to sign the compact. However, it does not constitute approval of the compact itself. Enable the commission to proactively engage in advocacy as the process to implement the compact goes through the state legislature. Authorization should be accompanied by a comprehensive program of outreach to local governments. With adequate representation from local governments and representatives, direct the MTC Legislative Committee to include local jurisdictions in legislative advocacy. Authorization does not constitute an endorsement of any particular funding strategy and will include engagement, education on impact of funding strategies. So I would like that to be our base, and then add the following. Given the lack of clear emphasis on tenant protections in the legislative agenda currently being discussed statewide, and the danger that new tenants will, with less than 12 months completed in their leases, could be evicted, ABAG should move to support a just cause ordinance that takes place immediately. What's that?
Excuse me, Chair. May I make a point of order? Isn't it not the time to make a motion at this point, but after all the remaining comments have been collected?
No, I think that it's appropriate to make the motion at this point. If it gets seconded, then we'll have discussion. So we're not going to cut off the discussion of the executive. There'll just be a motion on the floor.
Well, the other people are lying here, their cards up the entire time, and you're.
I went in order of the cards that were up, and I'll continue to do that to the best of my ability. But okay. I believe we're good.
Thank you. So ABAG should move to support a just cause ordinance that takes place immediately rather than being after the 12 months tenancy. That direct MTC and ABAG staff to return with an analysis of the impact of the current AMI levels in compact item number 7 on low-income housing production and recommendations on how to lower them to better address the housing needs articulated in the CASA Compact, which is designated as 80 to 120% versus 80 to 150%. Additionally, the CASA Compact recommends the average affordability not exceed 110% of AMI, and it should similarly receive consideration in lowering that average to 100% of AMI. The process and timeline of determining the governance of the regional housing enterprise and the final determination of the governance of MTC and ABAG should be aligned in order to ensure appropriate accountability and outcomes without degradation to the public sector representation, which I'll come back and speak about that. I know it's a little confusing. Establish a task force of elected officials throughout the Bay Area counties filled with cities. I didn't mean just counties, but with members of cities, to follow the legislative process and give concurrent and robust feedback to each individual piece of legislation and to the value and fairness of the legislative package. On an ongoing report to MTC and ABAG about the progress on the strategies that lay out the timing of implementation, specifically on proposed land use changes and the funding opportunities / I should have added strategies. Finally, clarifying language relative to the use of public lands to encourage housing development without encouraging the inappropriate disposition of public property, and that would be my motion.
Second.
So with that, what I would rather, I won't go, I know this was long, and I'm happy to answer questions, so I'm not going to make comments on this now, but I wanted to just get us started with something that was solid, so we had something to work off of. If people want to change it, I'm not emotionally, well, I'm emotionally attached to a piece of it, but I want to get input, so thank you.
Great, thank you very much. So we do have a motion and a second on the floor, and I will continue discussion because I think I see all the placards up. And next I have Director Anderson.
Thank you. I have enjoyed hearing everybody this evening providing their input. I agree with the basic principle of the producing, preserve, protecting. I think this has been a great effort thinking outside the box. I don't think any of us up here can dispute that we have a housing crisis and that we need to make some bold moves. However, I don't like the way the process has been set up, and I brought this up at our last meeting as well, that it doesn't allow for us on ABAG to make any changes, and that's what the problem is with it. Each of us are elected by our constituents to amend, revise, compromise when it comes to legislation, but we only sign on to agreements when we believe that they reflect what we want, what we believe our community wants, and what we think is in the best interest of our cities and of the county. I agree that doing nothing is unacceptable, but we still need to move forward and do it in a way that will work for our communities. As I look through the points, the 10 points that we have here as part of the potential compact, I still have concerns about the just cause eviction. I have concerns, significant concerns, about rent caps and rent control. I support rent assistance. I support removing regulatory barriers, especially as it's related to ADUs. I've got serious concerns about minimum zoning near transportation. I like the good government, expedited approvals, unlocking public lands, if appropriately done. But I've got serious concerns about funding and financing the compact. We as a county do not have the freedom and the ability at this point to relinquish some of our future revenue streams in increments. So I'm very concerned about that being part of it. And I'm also very concerned about the structure of the regional housing enterprise. And because to me, half of this has serious flaws, I'm not in a position to support the compact. And while I appreciate Cindy's proposed language, it still doesn't address my concerns. So I will not be voting in support of joining this compact this evening.
Thank you. And just so you know, I'm going to go to Director Peralez. Then I have Eklund, Gibbons, Rahm, Kalb, Erwin, Mandelman, Holiday, and McKenzie.
Thank you very much. I was. Yeah, there's other people. I appreciate that. I was confused if it was me, but it is. So it's Peralez. But thank you though, David. I'm sorry. I know it's sorry. There's a bit of the accent there, but I figured out it was me. So I just want to say thank you as well to everybody that showed up today, regardless of where your opinion was on this. The majority of our community in the 9-county Bay Area here are, not necessarily, avoiding this. Clearly, they're off doing something else. They're raising their family. They're working. They're at home. We have homeless individuals sleeping on the streets. But I don't know if there's anybody that doesn't recognize that this is an issue. And I didn't really hear it from too many, maybe a couple that I think were a little bit naive in regards to the real problem that we have with housing here and affordability specifically. I think there were great points brought up around transportation. That's not lost upon us. This is the focus on housing specifically. But certainly not lost upon us that we have to relate the two, quite frankly, which is a lot of the opportunities with joining our two working bodies here at ABAG and MTC. And I'm really hopeful that we have some great gains out of that in the future. But I think this focus was narrow on housing, and it's one that I can tell you personally I appreciate. I represent the downtown district in the city of San Jose. And a lot of these policies that we have in here are policies that we've been pushing on the last 4 years as I've been in office, and policies that have helped us, and I think also gotten our mayor to a point where he was willing as well to support this compact and to be able to look at really how far we can go. I do recognize as well that this is kind of one of the most important votes that we'll be taking here, but one with very little teeth. As has been pointed out many times today already, we're not necessarily setting any specifics. We're certainly giving some boundaries and some ideas, but it has been stated many times, and I'll state it again, all of these fights will have to continue much further than this. And I absolutely would agree that this is not perfect. I may argue it, in a number of other ways. CPI plus 5%, it's not at all going to be effective at that level of allowable increase. If you actually want to achieve some assistance, if you want to achieve effectiveness in controlling the increase in rents, you can't do it with CPI plus 5%. But I will support this direction moving forward, and rather than attempt to maybe make some individual changes, I think we have opportunities to do so as we move forward. And I urge my colleagues to share in that same spirit, that we maybe can argue a number of these things, but I don't necessarily think we have to get to the nuts and bolts today. I do want to say thank you to Supervisor Chavez, because one item that did strike me as well, and you asked it in your question, Supervisor, which is who is it that we're going to be serving within this affordable housing / moderate income, as we've kind of denoted here, of what was denoted as 80 to 150% of AMI. And I certainly took pause at that to for one, as you questioned, it didn't even match the moderate income levels that we have on the chart here next to page 15. But additionally, who are we really serving now? Now, I'm not saying that individuals in that category don't need assistance, but if we're going to be going out of our way to be able to provide incentives specifically around publicly owned lands, we need to be looking at a much lower rate, and I think even the 80 to 120 is not necessarily going far enough. I appreciate your attempting to again find consensus here, and then a true average there of being 100% AMI is much more a reality that I can support. I again think we would need to go further, but not necessarily looking to argue that point. I do appreciate that you made that in your motion, and I will support that absolutely 100%. I lastly just want to point out that we did have an opportunity here to look at some of the potential funding sources. I would not say that it's all local government. I think there's certainly a lot there, right, for on the taxpayers, on local government, but we have property owners, developers, and employers listed on there as well. So I don't know if somebody missed that in looking at it, but the reality is they are there. And much like we have looked for in our city to be able to put in place some ability to be able to have whether it's a commercial linkage fee on development that's coming into the city of San Jose, which I can tell you was not an easy feat for the largest city in the country with the worst jobs to employed resident ratio. It was not something that our mayor was very excited about moving, nor was the majority of our council for a number of years. But we recognized the importance of needing to demand that employers coming into our city also helped us with the housing growth. And so we have finally gotten there this past year. It did take quite a big development, the Google development, to come in to kind of, I think, urge some of my colleagues along. But we're there. And reluctantly so, knowing that we have the worst jobs to employed person ratio in the entire country of any major city. We're the only one where our population decreases during the day because so many people are going out to our neighboring cities in Santa Clara County and San Mateo County. Even still, we knew it was important enough to not only be building the level of housing that we're building, and by no means am I patting ourselves on the back, we need to be doing a hell of a lot more as people know that, but we recognize the importance of also making sure that our employers coming into the city, that they're a part of that as well. So I strongly support a number of these revenue generating opportunities, and I would say that it's certainly not only a burden on the taxpayer. We absolutely need to stress our employers and property owners to do their part as well. I will rest. There's a lot more I think that can be discussed, but we are pushing quite a late hour. I don't doubt that we'll be here a lot longer, but I'll rest my comments and I will be supporting the motion.
Great, thank you. Director Eklund.
Thank you very much, Chair Rabbit. First of all, I wanted to acknowledge and thank all the people who spoke. Very passionate and really felt a lot of the needs that you all have. All of us have it. There's no question in my mind that we have a housing crisis, but it is, as some of the speakers said, it's strictly a supply and demand issue. We don't have enough housing, but we have too much of a demand. A elected official in Alameda County used to teach economics at UC Berkeley, said this CASA Compact is not going to solve the housing crisis. Nothing is going to solve the housing crisis until we start controlling the demand, which is jobs. And that means not only what type of jobs, where the jobs are, and all aspects of that. So, and he's an economist. And so that was not even looked at in this CASA Compact. And I attended almost every single, I've said this once before, every single CASA technical and steering committee meeting. And I was very concerned about the lack of representation of cities. We are a membership organization. We have 101 cities and 9 counties. And yet, on the CASA Compact, there was far more representation for big cities. They were well represented. Was not represented adequately at all was the small to medium-sized cities. We're the ones that are really having the problems in providing the services because we don't have the money, and working with our school district to make sure that they get the property tax so that they could teach their children. And frankly, the taxes are going up, and I'm hearing people all the time that the taxes are going up so much that they are leaving California because of that. And those taxes that we place on everybody is trickled down to people who rent. And so anyway, so I wanted to state up front that I believe this CASA Compact process was flawed. And I'm going to explain very briefly why. First of all, it started December 2016 at an MTC meeting. I was there because that was also the opportunity they were going to start talking about taking us over, combining, not giving us the money to continue on our own. So they started the compact without ABAG's buy-in or input. It was in Plan Bay area in 2017, but this executive board never authorized ABAG to be a party to the compact. If you go back into the minutes, it was never brought to us to approve us to be part of the compact. And we were not involved in selecting the co-chairs, we're not involved in selecting any of the committee members. And I really feel that the major stakeholder was missing, and that was small to medium-sized cities, which is adversely being impacted with this compact. And the other thing that really bothered me a lot was when one of the co-chairs reported that they were talking to the Bay Area delegation even before the compact was finalized by CASA or before ABAG or MTC had any of their input. And to me, that's really a violation of the ABAG bylaws, because we're supposed to be representing them. And in this particular instance, I firmly believe that we are not. When I have been making my rounds to the different counties, I have to tell you, more than half of the elected officials in this Bay Area have not even heard of the CASA Compact. They don't know what is in it. And when you start going through it with them, they have some very strong emotions. So there's no question, and it's really diminished in the staff report, that local control is being diminished, especially element number 5. But it's downplayed in the staff report, saying, oh no, it's not really going to take that much of local control away. That's absolutely wrong. SB 50 is modified element number 5. I was up at the League of California Cities today as part of the policy committees, and I was talking to the legislative team that's working on the housing issue. And they actually went to each of the legislators over the last week or so and said, hey, look, the League is willing to help. You know, we don't want to say no, but you have to engage us in the process. And unfortunately, this CASA Compact did it. I think that one of the things that I learned today that is really a major flaw in this compact is that the builders in California are holding 450,000 building permits. They are holding those permits. They've already been given by the local agency, and they're not building those housing units. They are not. And when I asked why, they said, well, because of the economy. They just want to hold on to those building permits. Imagine if those 450,000 building permits were actually, you had a 1 year, and that's not even in the CASA Compact. We issue the tentative maps. We keep rolling them over all the time. There should be a state law that says you can't do that, you know? And these are things that will put the rubber to the road for these developers when they get a permit. They have to, it's authorized, they need to build it. The compact also is flawed in the fact that it doesn't deal with how cities can provide services. We are a low property tax city. We get 5 cents on the dollar. 5 cents on the dollar. Our fire district gets 14 cents on the dollar. I pleaded with CASA. You need to deal with a split roll. You need to deal with Prop 13 for those cities who are low property tax cities and for those cities formed after 1978. If you're formed after 1978, you don't necessarily get property tax money. And so you have to fiscalize, or however you say it, it's late, land use, because that's the only way that you're going to be able to provide the services and, or, you know, for your residents. But that's not in here. CASA took a look at it. I met with them individually for hours, and they decided no, they weren't going to take that on. But that's a fundamental flaw in this CASA Compact. You build all the housing, but you don't have the money to provide the services. You don't have the funds for schools, for fire, sanitation, water supply, and it's an issue. Compact requires state legislation to implement, and that's good because we'll all have a chance to get at the table. So, you know, the comment made at the MTC meeting was that, well, if you don't sign on, you're not going to have a voice. You're not going to be able to have a seat at the table. Well, I'm sorry, but every city in this region, every county has a voice in Sacramento, regardless of whether you support this compact or not. And you don't need this to vote yes on this compact just to have a seat at the table. That's ridiculous. And I think that that really insults our intelligence. The condition that MTC placed, and I'm sorry, Cindy, your condition doesn't do any better. In fact, you talk about local governments, you don't even talk about cities. Counties were well represented. And I No. I know. I'm just, but what we need really, and ideally we'd have a General Assembly where our people could vote on this. But I know that that's not what everybody wants. Everybody wants to, you know, get this through or whatever. But the fact of the matter is we really should, ABAG should have been more engaged in this, and cities should have been more engaged, so we can have some things in here that we could support from elements 4 through 10, for at least for me. We don't need a regional agency. We got ABAG, at least so far. And for the funding of it, I mean, we need our growth in the property tax in order to provide the services. So, and I'm sorry, but businesses, they're not paying their fair share because they don't have to pay the increase in the property tax when the building turns over because of the split roll. But yet you and I, when we sell our house, we have to pay, when we buy a new one, we have to pay that increase in the property tax. So taxpayers and property owners are paying more than businesses, primarily because of the split roll. And I believe that we really owe it to our 101 cities and 9 counties to have them have an opportunity to vote. But in the meantime, I will be voting no on this compact, and I hope that others will join in that effort.
Thank you, and I want to take just apologize to my colleagues for not setting a time limit before we started this debate for us. I can tell you that if we each take 20 minutes with the cards that are up here, we'll be here for another 3 hours. I won't. And I don't think that's fair to each other, the audience, and staff. So with that, I go to Director Gibbons.
Well, I wrote it out and timed it for 3 minutes. It's gotten a little longer, but I will try. So I've reached my majority in my professional life of voting on important things. This is my 21st year of voting on public issues. Hopefully that'll give me some perspective on what I'm about to say. First off, I appreciate all the hard work. I would not have been on the CASA committees for love nor money. True. Okay. I, with my colleagues, have spent the last 2 months trying to find a way to vote yes on this because housing is an issue and we cannot take a blind eye to it. So sadly, as of tonight, there are flaws that inhibit all save one of my Santa Clara County cities that I represent to support CASA. I'm listening tonight to see if I can change that, but that's where we were at. First, the CASA Compact was formulated on the solution, which is build housing. It did not fully define the problem. It didn't talk about transportation. It didn't talk about jobs. It's great for what it's trying to do, but it doesn't provide the proper definition of the problem. Think about, there's no mention of having a trained workforce to build all the housing. It talks about using, trainees, but it doesn't talk about how to support, because one of the things that Governor Newsom said, the problem is the construction cost. And labor is one of the construction cost problems. There's nothing that talks about that. There's no metrics for what CASA can produce or what it will cost. There's nothing in here about RENA and what could RENA do better. That's already a system that we can make work better. There were so many good things that have happened in this room, in this group, in November and tonight, and with the audience, of great ideas that are already being worked on. Palo Alto has some marvelous things. San Jose, you just proved you don't need CASA because you've already done it yourself. So the big cities have a lot more of an advantage and don't feel the burden the way that we small cities do. So just as an example, there's significant disparity in sales tax across our region. They go from 7.38% to 9.75%. Santa Clara County already voted a half-cent sales tax just to solve housing. Do we need another half-cent? So, and the bureaucracy to manage the housing money is horribly, horribly problematic. Can't do it. So I would like to offer an alternative motion. I'm willing to accept Supervisor Chavez's draft of the motion with a couple of changes. One is I would like us to take no vote tonight. I would like us to postpone our vote to our next regularly scheduled meeting, which gives us time for MTC ABAG staff to establish a clearinghouse of all the successful housing practices that all of us have heard and experienced a lot in the last 2 years, that we can all start learning from each other from. Rohnert Park offered a clinic on how their approval process is so successful. Next, the MTC ABAG would collect and correlate the responses from cities on the financial impact of CASA and recommendations. We know there are 2 cities that say they will go bankrupt. Okay, we cannot ignore that. MTC ABAG staff would then present their documents and findings to the legislative subcommittee that's been identified as an aspect here. And basically, I think that we could have a report at every meeting. And the reason I think we should take this approach is, it's been said already, the horse is out of the corral, whatever you want to say, a cat's out of the bag. The legislature already has this information. Our taking a vote tonight doesn't do anything. It's already happening. So let's find a way to make our input concise and constructive early on before it gets even further from our control. We need to have a clear, concise presentation of what cities and small and medium-sized cities need to make the CASA housing approach work and recognize one size does not fit all.
Second.
So I do have a substitute motion on the floor with by Director Gibbons and a second by Holliday. I'd like to continue the discussion as we go forward. We will take care of the substitute motion prior to the main motion, but I do want to give the opportunity of those who have been waiting to speak. Sure.
So I took rapid transit thinking that, and I'm taking home the mayor of Dixon because he thought that we would be done for the train. And I live in Fairfield, which means I'm going to Concord, and I'm going to have to leave in about 15, 20 minutes. So if we could move it, I'm just telling you guys, okay, so I'm just saying.
We're the ones talking. Director Rom.
Thank you. I will try to be very brief. First, thank you to everyone. Thank you to the staff. This is an extraordinary piece of work. However you feel about it, this is an amazing piece of work. There's several things that I appreciate about this. Just the starting point of this. One is that it's a recognition that business as usual doesn't work. You've heard that a lot tonight. I think we all agree that business as usual does not work. The second is that we're thinking as a region. And the third is that I think for the first time in the last year, perhaps a little more, we have people saying we need to produce more housing, but we also need to protect the existing housing stock and the existing tenants. I think we have people talking about both of those issues simultaneously. That is huge progress in a region where those two things didn't come out of the same person's mouth typically. And I think it's really important to recognize that that's a huge accomplishment here, that people who are saying we need to protect tenants are also saying we need to produce housing, and people are saying the opposite as well. And the same people and people at different sides of this issue are recognizing the importance of that. Look, I think we are becoming, if we're not already there, the first region in the country where the entire region is unaffordable. This is really scary for the future of this region, right? There are virtually no affordable places left in this entire region. This is not happening in other regions yet. It may be coming. There are still affordable places in other parts of the country. We are not one of them. This is an incredible problem for the future of this region and for the future of the population here. And I think it is absolutely incumbent upon us to look at this differently. With respect to kind of the vote and what we're voting on, we are voting on a framework. This is not legislation. This is a series of recommendations for our legislative agenda. Every piece of this will be hashed out, will be tweaked, the details will be worked out. And for us to argue at this point, whether it's 120 or 125% of AMI or whatever it is, I think that's really premature. Let's talk about the concepts that are being presented here tonight. Let's not worry about whether the map is exactly accurate or whether the funding. I mean, there's a lot of funding in here coming from the private sector that we're choosing to ignore in our comments. So I think this is. And just to close, I will say this: we would not even be having this discussion if there wasn't 18 months of work to put these concepts in front of us. It is impossible to move beyond where we have been for 50 years without having something to talk about. And that's what this is. It's something to talk about to get us beyond our 50 years of inertia on this. So I strongly support this compact.
Thank you. Director Call.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I promise I won't talk for more than 19 minutes and 30 seconds. So I won't waste time with all the thank yous. Everybody should be thanked. If you've worked on this, you came tonight, everybody is valid thank yous. I'll move on to the details. First of all, I try to keep in mind what we are as ABAG, and we are essentially a regional planning body. That's one of the reasons why it was first created, or at least became that for many years. We are all elected officials, and when we are in our direct role as elected official, city council member or what have you in our city, we play our role and serve our constituents and so on. When we're on our joint powers authority or at the regional agency like here, we don't play the exact same role. We have a responsibility, and we take that responsibility by accepting an appointment to this body to look at things on a regional basis. That is what we are supposed to do here. Doesn't mean we ignore our constituents. It means we think a little bit differently when you're here than when you're in your own city hall. And I believe that our problem is a regional problem. And while, as most people here have said tonight, the CASA set of elements are not perfect. And some I like a lot, some I like a little, some I want to change, some whatever. But it's what's before us, and it is something that will help stimulate further conversation, I believe, while I have a few concerns, very specific concerns that I want to talk about very briefly. So if the substitute motion fails and we go back to Supervisor Chavez's motion, I would like to see a few additional points in there, and I'm just going to read off a few of them very quickly. I won't read my whole long list, that would take too long. One, in the first item under just cause, it says you could evict somebody for rehabilitation or if it's uninhabitable. What it should say is you should be able to temporarily evict somebody if you need to rehabilitate or fix up the problems, unsafe for habitation, and then the person living there, the tenant, must be able to come back in at the same capped rate. That's how cities have in their existing laws, and that's how it should be for us too, if we're going to spread that around. I also note on number 3, the third element, legal assistance and what have you. It says the legal funding for assistance shall be help tenants or low-income tenants or whoever for evictions protections. It should also allow that same funding for undue rent increases or other kinds of problems, other kinds of rental challenges that we are talking about in this very document. I believe under number 5, I believe that local jurisdictions should retain design review, the control over design review process, and I believe SB 50 has moved in that direction compared to last year. I also believe in number 6, while I agree with most of number 6, the one part where I would say we should retain local jurisdiction is historic designation. Number 7, the tax increment abatement in these multi-income buildings that we're talking about, whether they're up to 150 or 120, those buildings will have market rate units and below market units. The tax abatement, meaning the tax break, essentially, if you will, should only be for the below market units, not for the market rate units. Number 8, when I say numbers, these are the element of the CASA program. Let's see, nothing in here should allow, or we should not support anything that would require local jurisdictions to permit buildings outside their urban growth boundary. I don't think that was the intent, but it needs to be stated explicitly. Many jurisdictions have urban growth boundaries, and they should be respected. And respect of those growth boundaries encourages development in the urban core, and which is where you want density. So I think that's fine. I'll stop for now, but if those somehow could be, in a motion that would make sure those are considered, as moving forward, that would be helpful, and I could give you more details. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
And I'm sure I'm going to support what Jesse says because we work together on this.
There you go. Director Eric Wen. Thank you very much. I first want to thank everyone who came this evening for your very thoughtful comments, and I think the thoughtful comments that have been articulated by members of the Executive Board. This is a very important decision that will affect the future of the Bay Area for many years to come. And I think we all acknowledge that we are facing a housing crisis, and so we do need to take bold action. And while I will admit that the process has not been perfect, it is important that we do move forward and that we have a voice in the process that is moving to the legislature. With respect to the substitute motion, while I certainly appreciate and respect your opinions, my concern with delay is the deadline for submitting bills in Sacramento is the end of February. And so if we want to have a voice in the legislative process, particularly as was recommended by establishing a task force of city and county officials to work with MTC staff in the bill development process, I think we're going to
it's going to be too late. And so the train has really left the station at this point. We know that some bills have been introduced. Some bills haven't been introduced. And I do think this should be collectively a package, that the production element should accompany the protection and preservation elements. But we also know that the governor has released a proposed budget that addresses some of the issues that this compact is seeking to address, and goes even further beyond this compact. So I think, given where we're at in the process, that it's important that we move forward, that ABAG have a voice in the process. And I really want to commend Supervisor Chavez for her motion. And I just want to clarify some elements of the motion for everyone. That one, this does not constitute approval of the compact itself, which was part of the MTC's motion. That this will enable us to be part of the process to implement the compact through the state legislature, and that this does not constitute endorsement of any particular funding strategy. There are many funding strategies that have been put forward. Some are more controversial than others, and we're not making a judgment call on any of those particular funding strategies. And I think one of the most important elements of this motion is I think it's the fourth bullet, which is the recommendation that we establish a task force of city and county officials to engage in the legislative process as CASA is implemented. That will ensure that the voice of cities and counties is heard as this moves forward, which is something that's extremely important to address the details as the bills are being developed. I think that's an excellent suggestion. Aligning the discussions around regional governance with the regional housing enterprise is also extremely important as well. That's a process we'll be engaging in very soon. I don't personally think having a separate agency is necessary, given that we have ABAG and MTC, which is made up of elected representatives from throughout the region. I think that's a role that we can play as the regional planning entity. And lastly, requiring report backs to us and to MTC on the progress of implementing CASA in the legislative process will also enable us to have a voice in the process as well. So I think this bill addresses a lot of the issues that we've heard around the lack of engagement of cities and counties in the process to date, and ensures that we have a voice as this moves forward. So I strongly support the motion. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Director Mandelman.
Thank you. I have profoundly mixed feelings about the CASA Compact. On the one hand, there are things that I really like about it. I really like the fact that folks from across the region got together, different interests, and wrestled with these problems and tried to come up with bold solutions. I really appreciate the notion of expanded renter protections and an effort to get real funding, significant funding, available for affordable housing creation across the region. And I think it's undeniable that there is a housing crisis, and from my perspective, that the solution to that housing crisis involves the production of more housing at all levels. There's also a big thing about this compact that I don't like, which is very clearly it supports a particular approach in Sacramento to solving that housing crisis and boosting those production levels. And that involves essentially zoning from Sacramento. It is not a strengthening of the RENA process. It is not the attachment of additional carrots and sticks. It is not real funding to communities like San Francisco that are producing significant market rate housing. It is not the imposition of these types of height limits and other limitations on local zoning to communities that have demonstrated their unwillingness to produce. It is rezoning neighborhoods across the state without the on-the-ground awareness of what this may mean to a particular low-income community, what it may mean to a particular neighborhood. And I think that we can't really even fully understand the impacts of that kind of approach. We're not going to know for years and years and years. I do think that local communities can receive the information of how many units they need to plan for, how many units they need to produce, change their behavior, and if they do not, then I can see imposing these kinds of zoning changes, these height limits, that kind of thing. But I don't see that approach I didn't see an SB 827. I don't see it in SB 50. And what is also troubling to me about the CASA Compact is that the stuff that I like, the additional renter protections, the preservation, the funding, is all amorphous, inchoate, a work in progress. The things that I do not like are real and tangible and in the legislature right now. And so I don't believe, because of that, that I can support this. I may not vote against it, but I don't think that I can support it.
Director Holliday.
Well, I do also appreciate all the comments that were made by the public tonight and by my colleagues up here. I realize that however I vote, I'm going to be both agreeing and disagreeing with people who spoke both in favor and opposing CASA, if that makes any sense. But, you know, it is late. And so I do really appreciate Cindy's attempt here. That gave us something to really work with, and I do think it's a start. I had a list I wanted to add. I'm going to support Liz's motion because I think we do need more time. It's too late to iron all this out. Dan said some things I really agree with. I work with Jesse too, and I like him a lot. So, I just briefly want to say there has been no economic analysis, and that needs to be done, and especially in regards to cities and the services, the additional services they will have to be providing due to the additional housing, and whether that's going to be, especially with the tax abatement proposal, that just all doesn't seem to work very well, and I think we need an economic analysis. And then this can get enacted by the legislature in piecemeal, some parts of it, like take zoning authority away from cities, but oh no, the financial parts, no, we're not going to do that. So I think there needs to be some mechanism whereby some parts don't go into effect until the funding mechanisms are in place as well. The message that we need to send is we are willing to work with the legislature, with ourselves in this area to come to the right. This is a great start, and I do appreciate the work that the CASA committee did, and it's really led to a good discussion. I don't think that I think that it will be only better if we wait 2 months, have more discussion, have more time to go back to our communities. We tried to get MTC to come out, and I understand the timing. Well, that's just part of it, the timing over the holiday. We wanted to arrange, I think, a 3 or 4 city meeting in Alameda County. MTC was unable to come. Our staff worked really hard to try to get that together over the holiday. But, I also understand that, it's just timing. So I don't want to feel rushed. And so I will be supporting Liz's motion.
Director McKenzie.
Yes, T.S. Eliot said, only those who will risk going too far can possibly find out how far one can go. That's in tribute to our retiring executive director. I'll be voting no on the substitute motion. I will be heartily endorsing when we get to that. I hope the Chavez motion, it's very similar to what I was authorized to sign by the MTC Commission. I would say two further things. The CASA Compact is part of an action plan that we all approved as ABAG's executive board when we approved Plan Bay Area. Go back to your Plan Bay Area and you'll find it right there. When you go back to Plan Bay Area, you'll find this whole connection between jobs and housing and transit. The CASA Compact does not stand alone. Some people seem to think it sort of came out of Zeus's head or something, or some god up there, the Deus Ex Machina, it dropped out of the sky. It did not. Nice. Anyway, that's enough. I've been excoriated for all sorts of things, and that's okay. I can take it. I have a very thick skin, even with my vice mayor, who now seems to be a video star. And I will just point out, in the CASA Compact itself, the call for action section. And for those of you who talk about nothing being referenced to growing and stabling the construction labor force, page 43. Call for action, Proposition 13, fiscal reforms, fiscalization of land use, page 42. I could go on. I won't, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Pine.
Thank you. I will keep my comments brief. I wanted just to share my perspective on the nature of the problem, share my perspective on what I think this compact is about, and speak briefly to the proposed amendments. You know, one thing that's really clear that this is a real generational problem. It is virtually impossible for young people to start out in the Bay Area today. You know, unless you're an extremely highly compensated tech or finance person, you can't do it. Young doctors will not move to the Bay Area. We can't recruit them. I have 2 teenage sons. They assume they won't live here. Our young people are fleeing to Portland, Seattle, Austin. It's just not right. And ultimately, it's going to impact our economy. So we know we need to do something. It is time to try to do something different. The issue won't be resolved city by city. So what about this CASA Compact? You know, I look at it as like a rough draft of a book. All of the chapters are going to need some work. A few of the chapters are going to have to be cut. A few more chapters are going to have to be added. But you know, in its totality, I think it moves the ball forward. There's a reference made to a framework. And with that in mind, I really don't think we should be adding addendums to the kind of core motion made by MTC, because there's so much that we could raise in terms of particular issues of concern. And I would prefer to vote or have a motion come forward that's essentially identical to the MTC's motion. In fact, I would make that motion if I can. Okay.
Director McElhaney.
You know, I came in thinking one thing, and the debate has been rich and robust. What a different meeting this would have been if we were actually delivering this in a time for thoughtful debate by this body. Like, CASA would have been just celebrated as the first launch of a thoughtful and iterative process, which is what I kind of expected. Not the notion of you voted up or you voted down, you're either for housing or you're not. It's sort of embedded with this thing, like if we don't do this thing right this minute, that we're not really committed to this process. And I think a respectful process, if I had this thing about the 3 Ps, like a 4th P would be like a good public process, right? Like the process of having us really consider what our communities are saying, what stakeholders are saying, so that what CASA did was the best that they could do, and then you give it to the public bodies to take it the next level. And we wouldn't have been at this place without that incredible process. I like what Director Gibbons has put forward, because I'm really struggling with trying to understand how, if the horse is already out of the stable and things are moving, that our vote tonight is meaningful in any way. We're being told that that's already underway and that we really can't do anything about it anyway because it was outside of the public process. And so we're here to do what? Because we're not really debating it per se, which is what I would think that we'd want to do in the 101 cities and 9 counties, is to really think about what are we going to do together, whether or not what's coming from the state. When President Obama was blocked by doing police reforms, he put together the commission. They did the 21st century policing. And all of the communities that wanted to lift up those principles began to work in earnest without an act of Congress, right? And so CASA has delivered that to us for us to begin to debate without us taking an action here that might give the signal to various parties that we fully endorse what is there, even though the language says we're not endorsing it. It's sort of a weird sleight of hand. Well, if you're not endorsing it, what are you signing on to it for? If you want to accept it for consideration, why do you need to vote? Like, in that respect. Some of the things, there's so much in this to love, and there's so many people who worked on this that I have deep respect for. But because it's late, I'll just talk about the things that are missing for me in terms of feeling really confident about taking the vote tonight to authorize our chair to sign. I'm very concerned about the call for the regional housing thing because ABAG exists, and I think a new bureaucracy is crazy. The compact talks about the missing middle, but most of the incentives appear to be aligned at the outset, either to the extremely low or to the luxury. And I really just get a chagrin when it's like building for all, when luxury housing is kind of taking care of itself, but maintaining our middle income, our teachers and workers, those are people who are highly educated who don't really want to live in subsidized housing, right? We need to be incentivizing in the way that old FHA policy did, the creation and support of a middle class. We're silent on that. There's no mention of home ownership that stabilizes our communities. And even with the rent stabilization that's contemplated in here, we really don't talk about the ability for families to build equity to take care of the next generation. I think that there's absolutely no mention of housing quality. Several of the people who came and gave testimony tonight talked about black mold and all of these other things. And I know that as we're looking at preservation, it's not just preserving at a certain rent structure, but making sure that we're not keeping people in sick housing and housing that is unsafe. The lack of transit is of concern, but the biggest thing that I thought I'd really see had to do with really linking the jobs to the housing development. I mean, beyond what Livable Sustainables that this group, Livable California, put forward in terms of jobs producers having to produce, I cut my teeth 20 years in affordable housing development in Richmond, California. And in Richmond, it was known as a company town because Chevron and Kaiser built housing for their workers. When you needed to take care of shipyards and you had shipyard workers, they built tract housing. And to come to this place where we're looking at highly capitalized corporations that are breaking trillion-dollar levels and billion-dollar level, multiple billions of dollars levels corporation, for the compact to not mention the need for them to take care of their workers, I think is a glaring omission. And to send that signal to Sacramento, I think, gives the wrong blueprint altogether. Because if we need something bold from Sacramento, it needs to be a statement that we expect the people who build their wealth on California's infrastructure of amazing universities, of creative genius that comes up in our soil, that they not pay that back in terms of making sure that we can house our generations, I think is irresponsible for the public body. So I don't want to vote CASA down. I want us to really debate it and amend it in a way that actually sends a signal to Sacramento as the debate goes on. And I understand this window of, it is not uncommon for us to come into a special session if we need to, early February, if we really think that that February deadline is what we need. But to even come back at our next regular meeting, I think allows for an iterative process where we really are respecting the elected bodies that are here, and we are really talking about a region that will swallow the hard pills and say that we're going to do this together. And Director Hudson said we don't want to talk bad about, you know, the three actors here, but I think those actors in this room, in this body, with this framework, can really then go back to their own jurisdictions and say, you know what, but sitting in the room with our colleagues, these are the things that we need to take bold action on. And so I speak in support of Director Gibbons' motion, and I hope that that is what passes so that we can continue to do our work.
Thank you. Director Brown. Director Romero.
I do think that the time is now. I actually am not going to vote for the substitute motion, and I'm not even sure that I want to vote at this point for Cindy's motion. I think there will be an opportunity once the compact gets moved forward, which is not legislation. Let's make that very clear. There's a package of legislation that has to get crafted that many of us and you will be in the trenches on, and that's where I think the real, I think the compact needs to have tighter tenant protections. I think we have to have some universal tenant protections. But now is not the time to try to craft those in here. I think the message we are sending is clear, and then unfortunately, bill by bill, it is a problem that I have because I don't know if we can move all of them at the same time. But I think it makes sense to try to get this moving as quickly as possible. I don't think it is possible for us in February to come up with a congealed plan. particularly with what we heard tonight, which is essentially many cities saying basically it's a local control issue, which is the mantra that we have heard over the last 40 years, which is the mantra that has destroyed, to a certain extent, the community, that has destroyed the Bay Area. We have to think regionally. There's a lot of stuff in here that I don't like, but again, I think legislatively we have to go and, whether it's talking to your local legislator, whether it's, moving whatever former contact San Francisco had with Gavin Newsom, who, by the way, has kind of opened the door a little bit based on his interest in trying to address housing. So I am going to vote yes. I'm sure there are many, many counties, many cities in my county who will probably not reelect me to sit on this body, but I think we are here to think regionally. And if that is not our purpose, then we shouldn't be around this table. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Vogt?
I want to ask for a point of clarification regarding what's being requested of us tonight with staff. We're being asked to approve support of this document. In that regard, does it really matter what other language we add beyond support or denial in terms of the way it goes forward to legislators?
Director, I think you're getting back to the question earlier about is the full set of conditions or understandings translating well. And look, I'll tell you, the media shorthands things, the legislature shorthands things. But it was important to the commission to express its understanding of what it was doing, and I can understand it would be important to this body to do the same thing. But I can't guarantee you that every legislator or every newspaper is going to get down to the 8th bullet point.
Okay. Thank you.
Director Garcia?
Yes, I appreciate all the comments this evening. Many of these points that we've raised are already been implemented in the city of American Canyon. We're one of the few cities that are actually meeting our housing requirement. A lot of this has been implemented. I won't go into that with you. I would point out something on housing costs. Working with the Napa Valley Disaster Recovery Group on rebuilding houses destroyed in the Napa Complex fire. Before the fire, cost was $300 a square foot for housing. Now it's up to $800 a square foot. Continues to rise. So that's the challenge. Which brings me to a point of, by the way, I can support this document going forward. I'd just like to add a couple things to it, my comments. We know how housing is based largely on land cost and construction costs for housing. There were several comments that came forward regarding transit. I think going forward on this, we need to expand our understanding of what the region is. The commuters coming into the city from Sacramento, from Tracy, are telling us where the affordable housing is. Having family on the East Coast, Brooklyn, New York, East Coast has a lot of rail systems. Actually, we talked about that the other night. You get on a train in New York, and in 45 minutes, you're in the country. Our commuters are telling us that affordable housing is where they live. They're the talent we need to support our economy, to grow our economic well-being. And I'm suggesting that we need another study like this, very similar to CASA. That's a transit study, how to get rail transportation to those areas where the commuters live, because that's where the affordable housing is, to the Bay Area. Not discounting at all that we in the Bay Area need to do our best to support affordable housing for our workforce. That's my comment. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Director Deep?
Thank you. So my understanding is, the CASA group is an extra governmental kind of body, elected officials, nonprofits, experts of certain policy areas gathered together to formulate a framework around how to address the problems that we as a region have not addressed, because each city pursues its own disjointed policy about what's best for that city. So there's a lot in these elements that I don't agree with. Probably some of the things that I don't agree with are the things that a lot of you like. But conversely, the things that you don't like are probably some of the things that I'm okay with and I do like. I came tonight prepared to support CASA, despite the things that I think we all feel are shortcomings. Because as we move forward, we put our stamp of approval on it. We signal to Sacramento that we collectively want something to be done, something bigger, something more visionary, and the details can be hashed out later through our own local delegations, our assembly members, our state senators, and we can still lobby and we can still hash out, hey, this is an error with CASA, we need to fix this, we need to fix that. And that, I believe, is the process we should pursue. I'm not keen on delaying this vote. I think we should just have a clean up-down vote, but I'm also not enthusiastic about Supervisor or Director Chavez's amendment simply because by making amendments, we open the floor up to discussion. I think we each had the agenda packet. When we got it, we had time to read it. We came in here kind of knowing how we were going to vote. And to the extent that we amend things, it opens up the floor for debate, and it kind of gives justification to delay the vote. So I'm in agreement with Director Pine and Romero that I'd much prefer to just have a clean up-down vote on what has been presented, and let's get some sleep.
I'll second that. Director Ramos.
Thank you. I come to this as the little county in the 9 Bay Area counties, the county of Napa. County of Napa, which I'm sure you all visit and you see our beautiful hills and you enjoy our fine wine. And the county of Napa, who is an import county, bringing in, it's a job creator, 26,000 people a day at its height. It's also a county that has a citizen initiative ag preserve that doesn't allow us to build housing within our unincorporated area. So I can sit here and say, well, I can't do this. I could do that. But I also know that the county of Napa has worked tremendously hard with its city partners and our one township to ensure that our cities are providing meaningful housing opportunities, and that we have gone as far as having on the ballot a funding mechanism through our TOT to be able to create meaningful housing opportunities. And I also know that as a single mom of 3 kids, I found myself homeless for 27 days. And the only way I got myself into a house was by paying 6 months' rent in advance so that I could keep my seat on then the city council where I served with Mayor Garcia. I am a renter. I have no prospect of ever being a homeowner. I am highly educated. I'm a lawyer. I'm a professor. I'm an elected official. CASA helps someone like me. I think we have to proceed with great caution, with great respect to our jurisdictions, their urban limit lines, our citizen initiatives. But I also think that we, through this process this evening, are conveying to our chair, to our legislative committee, that their advocacy is to take our comments and concerns forward. To say that we are not going to approve and sign and authorize our chair to sign CASA is to say we don't approve the toolbox. This is a toolbox available to us. This is our opportunity to say what is important to us as a region, to flex our muscle because we are great and the world depends on this region and its economic vitality, and to say that we are going to be present and meaningfully engaged in negotiations. I would much rather be at the table, willing to discuss what does work and what doesn't work, than to say I'm not prepared to vote today.
Thank you. Director Clark.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to try and get us home.
And so, so what I will, and I'll have a suggestion here to do that. So I just want to start by sharing my thought process here. Since I've been an alternate, but this is my first meeting as a director representing the city of Santa Clara County. A straight no vote on this is problematic for me because I think what it does effectively is take us out of the conversation. We have a shared staff with MTC. MTC has already approved this, so our shared staff is going to be in Sacramento. And if we just do a flat no without stating what our positions are on certain things and how staff should advocate on behalf of ABAG, I think we've taken ourselves out of the conversation. And personally, as a young person who moved to the Bay Area, I'm incredibly privileged. Like my year as mayor, but my year as mayor of the Mountain View, I had housemates. The mayor of Mountain View couldn't afford to live in Mountain View by himself, and I'm incredibly privileged. I could have been in an RV or something on the streets that are all over the city of Mountain View. So I think not doing anything here is not an option for me. I think Director Gibbons' motion is a step in the right direction in the sense of representing the cities that we've been at, or what I've heard from the Santa Clara County Cities Association. But I think what I'm uncomfortable with is I think that delaying this a month, and I think the request of staff during that 30-day period, I think you would have to be superhuman to be able to accomplish, I think, what we would want to request of them between now and February. And frankly, the conversations at Sacramento are already occurring. So I want to honor, I think I want to incorporate elements of Director Gibbons' motion into this in the sense of I think we need to do additional outreach, which I think Director Chavez's motion sort of tries to incorporate by establishing a task force and doing some additional outreach. Where I have some, the issues that I have with Director Chavez's motion is I would be okay. I really, whether we sign this or not, it really doesn't bother me. If we're signing it to not endorse it and accept the work product and move it forward, that doesn't bother me. If we decide not to take a vote on signing it, that doesn't bother me. What I think we really need to do is give ABAG staff direction on how they should be lobbying in Sacramento and what our concerns are so that they can share those with the legislature as this is moving forward, with or without us. So what I would suggest is, Director Chavez, the reservations that I have are that, I know you typed this really quickly, my reservations are that they're sort of stated in the form of, they could be read as amendments to the compact, and what I don't want to do is open it up for, this was a compromise that was worked on for 18 months, and I don't want to sort of open it up to amendments, but I agree with a lot of the points you made on the AMIs, the just cause eviction, the period up to 12 months. And I think what I would be comfortable with is saying, is directing staff to say, this is the list of the concerns that we have heard from local cities. And they include the items that you described. They include the process to date, and the way that we fix that is additional outreach. I think we express concerns about, having a one-size-fits-all zoning that doesn't incorporate carrots and sticks approaches and respects sort of the RENA process, revenue generation and distribution, what body will enforce and administer the rent caps? That's an unanswered question that has to be resolved, and then the concern about creating a new bureaucracy. So that's a long way, and then Director Chavez has already, I think, incorporated some local outreach components that we could beef up. So what I would suggest that we do is sort of combine the two motions in the sense that what we're doing tonight, whether we sign the compact or not, I'll defer to all of you. But what I think we really need to do is direct staff or share with staff the things that we want them to be taking to Sacramento. And if we want to refine those over the next few months by creating committees and doing local outreach, we can do that. But at least we've stated tonight what our concern, what we like and what we don't like, so that they know what they should be saying in Sacramento. And then and we've taken a proactive stance one way or another tonight. And we aren't sort of kicking that down the road, but we can still continue to work on this and it can and when legislation comes before us, we can take action on that. So I would like to find a way to combine those two motions, and without sort of amending the compact itself. I'd like to just direct staff share. These are our concerns. This is what you should, as ABAG staff, be sharing with the legislature as you're crafting legislation, and then continue outreach to local jurisdictions and creating that local task force. So I don't know how to word that, but I think that is my comfort level here, because I think we all have some level of discomfort with the things that are in here, but I think we also don't want to just vote it down and let MTC sort of run the show because they have shared staff. So
Appreciate that. So again, I'll get. I haven't had an opportunity to speak, and I'll be brief. But in terms of process, we do have a substitute motion that we'll deal with first. Then we have the main motion. We can take that and figure out how we want to get through that as we go forward. My own comments is on this particular issue. It's amazing to me. We have a housing crisis in my county, and I know that we're speaking in the region here. And I believe that the region has a housing crisis because many people, including the vast majority of folks up here, will say it, but then won't act upon it. And if we had a health crisis, if we had an epidemic, we would take drastic actions to fix it. But yet, at a housing crisis, I got a house, so I don't really have the crisis, or whatever the reason may be. And I think that's the problem. And I got to tell you, and I think Napa County knows this as well. And I don't think is Julie Combs still out there? My county had a housing crisis prior to October 7th, 2017. We had less than 1% vacancy rate. We had it was tough for people to find places. It was tough for workers. We knew our economy had kind of peaked because we didn't have any more housing because we couldn't get the workforce. It was this catch-22. We were just stuck. And then that evening, 5,400 homes were incinerated. 5% of Santa Rosa's housing stock, and I know all you know this, 5% of Santa Rosa's housing stock. Santa Rosa is the largest city between San Francisco and Portland. It's 180,000 people. It's a big city. 5% of their housing vanished overnight. Not only those people were displaced that lost their homes, they then pushed, if they had money, they pushed other people out of their homes, the secondary and tertiary effects. And last weekend, and I was on TV and the radio this week, last weekend in our paper, Top of the Fold, is this article about the population loss in Sonoma County, the only county in California to really lose overall population. Why? Housing. People have nowhere to live. And like Napa County, I like our county because of the diversity. I like our county because of the diversity of people and the diversity of incomes and jobs. We have tourism. We have wineries. We have some other well-to-do positions, but it's a mixture. We're pushing all those people out, and then we're going to be back to MTC asking them to widen the freeway because everyone's living in Lake County or Mendocino County or wherever else they're going to go to come in. That's been a broken system that we've dealt with in this Bay Area probably since the 50s or 60s when their big booms took place. My county knows what a housing crisis is all about, and we actually have taken, and if Julie was here, I'd give her credit, Santa Rosa has taken drastic actions. In fact, I think they probably have about 7 of these CASA Compact initiatives already underway. In our county, you can get an over-the-counter ADU permit just walking in and walking out because it's important. Every single family house, you can get 3 units on that lot, whether it's a JDU, an ADU. And not only that, we split that and we said, you know what? If it's 2,700 square feet total, you can have 3 900 square foot equal units. It doesn't matter. We need more people. We need more homes. We need different housing stock. We need to let the people who are moving out of our county in droves be able to live there. And I can tell you, and it's personal for me too, as an architect, and I know I have another architect here, it's true, whether we like it or not, that as we work in the Bay Area, certain jurisdictions are great. Other jurisdictions, they try to stop everything you do. They drag it out, they make it more expensive, and there's no surety. So what happens there? You drive the costs up. And we're all part of that because we're part of that system that works. We need to find a solution there. Development impact fees range from $20,000 and change to $157,000. What the hell? How do you justify that? That's really, inclusionary housing, there's solutions there. The New York trip was valuable because we found tools that you could actually get higher than the norm around here on inclusionary housing, so that we could actually keep people and keep rents and have neighborhoods that are diverse of all folks, which I think is always going to be stronger. And again, people made some great comments today. I get it. I get that, people feel like they don't want to give anyone else any kind of opportunity to do anything. The truth of the matter is, again, the ship has sailed. Sacramento has seen, and it started last year prior to CASA getting together. What CASA did was include this group in whole. And I do think, while many people say not enough cities were included, I represent 9 cities in my county. I think, Dave, how many cities in Santa Clara? So cities, the city voices were there. Maybe not the individuals from the city council as much. It doesn't mean that when I vote on things that I'm not thinking of where I live and how that would affect my council, and it doesn't mean that I'm not conveying those issues to them as we go forward. So we do have an opportunity. We have a governor that has made this $3.5 million pledge over, I'm not even sure of his what term that is, but of housing in California and certainly here in the Bay Area. I find it, I've said this before, people who rightfully so will protest, the wall at the border, have no problem building walls around their own borders and their own communities in the Bay Area. And I think that's really, in my mind, very shameful. And I think that, we do better when we have diversity. We do better when we have, and I will also say in my town, we can't grow ourselves out of it. There's no way. We've screwed up for so long that we can't get there. But if you don't have any growth, if you don't have any incremental growth, and I'm just talking new production here, if you don't rotate your housing stock, you're also going to degrade. And we've also become a graying community, which means we're going to import more workers. And it's just this cycle that we can't break out of. This CASA Compact is certainly not perfect, and I have problems with a lot of the issues that are out there. And I also agree with John in terms of, we argue about the fine print. It's going to go to Sacramento and get mashed to potatoes. And I think we're better off having it, because I think we're going to hold their feet to the fire to keep the form better. But it is going to go through another process. We need to be engaged. I think this is the ability to do it. I like the idea of engaging more of our citizenry or elected officials in the cities. Part of it is also just being engaged and understanding that it's out there. Sometimes if you're not sitting on this body and if you're not paying attention, things happen, and people are busy doing their own things. So I'm supportive going forward, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate the opportunity. I will, and I know that everyone's spoken, so if you can make it brief, and I'll go to Director McElhinney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to just lift up what Director Clark was saying to see procedurally what he was doing. I do like the way that you frame that. I came tonight in anticipation of supporting, but raising my concerns. But I wonder, Chairman, if Director Heminger can just speak to if we adopt, if we authorize, because I think the actual language is to authorize the chair to sign the compact and to consider a list of concerns that were cited by the ABAG board. Is that what you were saying, Director? So that it would be giving
yes.
clear direction.
Yeah, so what I don't want to do is vote straight no or straight yes and
Right.
not give staff direction of a sense of the board of what the concerns or good things or bad things are that they should be communicating to the legislature as legislation is drafted. So we can all hash out what those concerns should be, but I think we should come up with a high-level list tonight. I think staff has probably gotten a pretty good sense of what the concerns are.
Yeah, I got that. So through the chair to Mr. Heminger, can you just opine about whether or not if that statement came out in that way, it's slightly different than what the MTC board did? Could you just speak to?
Well, as I look at the MTC motion and then the additional bullet points that Director Chavez has put on the table, I think the third, fourth, and fifth of hers, I see them as process-based, and I think sort of quite similar to the kind of process-based points that the commission made. I think her first, second, and sixth point are really getting into the area that you're talking about now, which are specific comments about specific items in the compact. And I know this isn't the only list that there is, but I think she started that list. To the extent you want some unsolicited advice, which is worth what you paid for it, it could be that if you adopted a motion that incorporated the MTC items as well as the third, fourth, and fifth of what Director Chavez has put on the table, to me that would be a fairly coherent statement of the process. And then if you want to work on a list of here's the stuff that we're interested in seeing refinement to, I don't know how long you want to go tonight, but that's to me that's a different kind of exercise than talking about what process you want to follow to implement the compact.
And then through the chair to the director, the portion of Director Gibbons' motion that I believe Director Clark was lifting up is terms of giving you all clear direction about some additional analyses, and then coming back at our next meeting, which I guess is the March meeting, not the February meeting. Would that be a complement to this motion, or how would the staff consider that?
Well, we do analysis all the time. I suspect some of the analysis you want, we may have already done. I mean, we've been at this for 18 months, and these ideas have been very heavily vetted. I'm not here to represent they're perfect, but they have been examined. So to the extent you're not seeing that analysis, let us know and we'll provide it to you.
Okay. Thank you.
Director Bogue.
Thank you. I'm more prepared now to give a positional statement beyond that point of clarification. I'm an employer and I'm a landlord. I left San Francisco 30 years ago as a homeless individual. You know, every year I hear continuous attacks on property owners and business owners to levy more income out of them as though they don't pay a fair share of their net worth back into programs. Okay, there is a continuous buildup of programs, and us and the income earners are the ones who predominantly pay that, because you can't pay a tax unless you have an income to pay it with. So, and then that is constantly why I'm attacking these things when they want to come after business income and property. Because, and I'm just going to give you an example of my gross income for last year and what I actually took home from that gross income. Now, I only have a small shop. Okay, I'm not these multi-million-dollar business. I just have an auto repair and smog shop. So last year I grossed $180,000. I know, shed a tear, right? Out of that $180,000, I took home $40,000. And out of the $40,000, I made my house payment. You know, and yet you want us to continue having consideration where there's going to come a point where there's not going to be much left to take. And then when that happens, it's going to, well, I don't even know how it would be a welfare state then, because there won't be the income to draw from. So my position is until the finance equity part of this is figured out, I'm not supporting any of it. When what we could be doing is looking at a lot of the governmental programs that we already provide and look at ways of prioritizing what's important and what is not important. You know, is addressing the homeless issue more important than providing funding to help fight against, oh crap, I forget what it's called now, it's so late. But basically where people are ripping you off over the phone or whatever. Fraud. Well, not fraud, no. Scams. Okay, so which one's more important? If you determine housing is more important, they say, you know, then we can cut funding back on that program area. There's hundreds of thousands of programs out there within the state that some amounts can be pulled from once we determine what are we looking at on this side. So instead of just taxpayers covering the entire burden of all of this, maybe we should look at some of the ways that we could help offset the cost by looking at government programs also.
I got it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Rodoni.
Thank you. I want to thank everyone. Thank everyone tonight for the comments. I'll try and be brief. I think we should vote tonight. I came prepared to vote, and I'd like to vote tonight. I will be consistent with our MTC vote, though, which would be no on CASA. And the reason being, it's an all or nothing vote on CASA. There's some elements that I'm just uncomfortable with, as was Commissioner Conley. Having said that, it's not just another no vote from Marin, I want to point out, because we recently, in 2018, passed a mandatory mediation for 5% or more rent increase that people have to go to mandatory mediation. We just passed a just cause eviction ordinance in Marin. In 2019, we're going to end veteran homelessness by a facility we're planning to build in Marin, in Nevada. So we're doing our job as much as we can. We have a lot to do. And like Sonoma, we have an expedited and cost-free JDU program, and we're expanding that to the ADU program. Our problem is that we don't build housing. We only approve it, and often it doesn't get built in Marin because of a lot of reasons. But I'm here tonight representing our 12 cities who make a lot of these decisions, and they're also concerned about some of these elements and how it might impact them. So I'm supporting a vote tonight, and I will be voting no on behalf of Marin. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So if there's no further comment from what we have on the table is a substitute motion to deal with first that was moved and seconded, and I'll paraphrase unless the maker wants to correct it, which is to postpone or have no vote tonight, direct staff to collect and correlate financial impact data. Is that safe? And I will, Fred, do you want to, shall we just do a raise of hands on the, you're good with that, or do you need a roll call?
So if I may,
Please,
the 2 points, one is the financial data and the other is best practices, clearinghouse ideas from all our cities and counties.
Is staff clear on what that would include? Okay.
Mr. Chair, I'm very sorry. From my count, we've had the original motion, which was sort of like the MTC. Then there was Supervisor Chavez's, or was yours the first motion? Okay, and then Councilmember Gibbons, so we're voting on the substitute motion first. Thank you very much.
What we have on the floor are just two motions, to be clear. The substitute motion, which we're dealing with first, and then the motion that was made by Director Chavez. If anyone needs to do anything after that, we'll deal with it then. Fred, you want to do a roll call?
It's your call, Mr. President. Sure.
On the substitute motion, then, I'll ask all those in favor of the substitute motion to raise your right hand so Fred can see you and count the votes. You got to pledge.
Nine. Got it.
All those opposed to the substitute motion.
Eighteen no, yes, 9.
What was it?
9 yes, 18 no.
So the substitute motion fails. And now we'll come back to the motion that is on the floor, which still includes 1 through 6. And I'll turn to the maker of the motion. No.
Director Chavez.
So, so here's what I would like to propose is that I think, actually, Mayor Clark, I understand some of what you said, and Steve, no, you were not helpful, so shush. So here's what the sheet that's in front of all of you that we typed up. So on the top, I am incorporating, I want to take the exact action that MTC took, plus these additional items. I want to highlight that the items that are 3, 4, and 5, as have been numbered by somebody, will not be speaking again. I'm kidding. 3, 4, and 5 are process issues. But the reason, and I'll just say this to my colleagues, that I want to keep in 1, 2, and 6 is very simply because when I was thinking about this motion, I did look at the compact, and I had concerns that we did not have enough emphasis on equity and on equity with, and I think the point that was raised earlier that the parts of this that are really firm don't match the parts of this that are fuzzy for people who are low income. So that's the message I want to get across. And then the other thing I'll just say is that it's not just our staff that's going to be working in Sacramento, it's all of us. And I absolutely want to put a shot across the bow. That's intentional because I want us to start making sure that this is an equitable, thoughtful package. So what I would do is, Dan gave some really great suggestions, and what I will do, I'd like to leave in particular 1 and 2, item 6, and then everything that Dan listed and other feedback that people gave, we will give as feedback to the staff. But for an action item, I will add the economic analysis and the impact to small cities because I actually think that's pretty critical, and I didn't remember seeing that in the report. So that's my motion. Please don't make me repeat it.
Mr. Chair?
I'm sorry. Well, I guess it is. It's taking people's input. Is the seconder okay with that? Okay.
We'll go briefly to Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you. I would ask Supervisor Chavez, I'm just wondering, can we bifurcate this? Because I think there may be folks who would vote no on the first part, but depending on how that vote turns out, they might vote for the other issues that you have rather than just an up or down on the whole thing. It's just a thought, but...
And I appreciate that, but I would like to do an up or down now, and I'm mostly just mindful of time, and if you're right, care to pay. So, but thank you for that. You're always thinking on your feet. Thank you.
If I may, before we take the vote, I just need to ask staff especially on the economic impact of the financial analysis. Is that something that because I'm mindful of the fact that we've been working at this for 18 months. The legislature is already going full bore, and I don't want us to get caught in process and churn it for another 2 or 3 months coming up with information.
Actually, let me not suggest that. I think that's something that should be done concurrently and presented to the boards as we move forward. I'm not, these are not,
Okay.
Yeah.
On the financial.
We are,
Okay.
yeah.
Mr. Chairman, just 3 things, if you might, Director Chavez. The housing quality question, and if we can include the housing quality, the thing that was spoken of several directors with respect to rewarding the cities that are already producing and trying to withhold, if we can get alignment around that, those who don't, and the housing quality and a mention of home ownership.
I think those are all fine and would add those as the under the same category we did with Dan's, which all of our concerns will be leveraged.
Thank you.
I lift it up, and I appreciate that, Lynette. Thank you.
So I have a process question. Can we get a copy of the list of all the concerns? Because I'm not sure which ones, I don't remember all the ones that Dan said.
Well, I wrote them down, but my expectation, staff's
gonna write it up.
right, but you don't mean right now, you want me to make
No,
it, okay.
I don't need it right now.
Thank you, I was, let's get a little hot.
So I have a call to question and I have a second, and we'll take a quick vote on that. All those in favor of calling?
I'm sorry. The hour is late. Cindy, I'm going to ask you. I'm a little confused. Can you repeat the motion? You asked me not to ask you to repeat it, but I really need it. I'm sorry. I'm a knucklehead.
There is she could repeat that, but there is a call to question and it's been seconded. So we're going to take a vote on that first. Call for the question. All those in favor of calling the question, raise your hand.
I don't get that. Yes,
Mr. President, if we can take a roll call, please, so we can get...
Please take a roll call then.
What are we voting on right now?
The call for the question.
Call the question.
the call. I'm sorry. Okay.
Oh, to end debate?
So on the motion to call a question, we don't need a roll call. I'll appreciate a roll call for the actual motion.
Gotcha. So again, if you could raise your hand if you want to call the question so we can move on.
That's fine, I guess.
Fred, I think we're good.
Okay.
And now if you could just have clarification on what's on the table, the motion, and if you could read the verbiage, that would be great.
All right. I'm not going to read the verbiage. What I'm going to do is I'm going to direct all of you to the typed document that was given about a week ago to all of you now when we did the initial motion. And what you'll see yesterday, that's right, it was yesterday. All right. So what you'll see on the top is MTC's motion, which I'm embedding in our motion so they're consistent. along with the items that are typed below, that you'll see there are 6 of them. Items 3, 4, and 5 are all process that we're giving direction. Item 1 and 2, I'm including that as direction to staff now, as for the reasons I stated earlier. Item 6, all of the comments made by Dan, by Lynette, Diopman, right, and by all of you, including, will be included as feedback for staff to be considered and to make sure is presented to our legislative, to the teams that are working on this legislative activity. The only other addition that I've included is an economic analysis that looks at small cities that will be done concurrently with the work, small to medium cities, with the work that the staff will be doing legislatively, with all of us. We're not putting this on them.
So, Mr. President, I've got to ask 2 questions now.
Please.
One question is, what is this economic analysis of? Is it of the whole CASA Compact? Is it of the revenue measures? What is it of?
Please.
I can explain. Their various cities are trying to document the economic impact of the CASA proposals on them. Several cities say it will cause them to go bankrupt. Other cities say
you
it
mean
will cause
elements
them,
1 through 10, the whole
Yes,
thing,
yes.
not just the revenue piece of it.
No, the whole
Okay,
thing.
that's understood then.
And every city needs
That's
to
understood
provide that data.
Now, on the second one, I mean, I've listened to literally dozens of suggestions tonight. Do you mean to request that we compile dozens of suggestions and send them to Sacramento?
Please.
Can I have the floor for a minute?
Please.
Sooner or later, Steve, and it's probably going to be when somebody tries to put something on the ballot to fund all this stuff, all those questions are going to have to be answered. So we might as well start now. It's going to take from now until 2020 to get them all answered and to get people satisfied in individual cities to endorse whatever the hell the funding measure ends up being. So I think what's just being asked is that this whole amalgamation, to use Jake's word, of comments is not lost today and not just stored on the videotape, but conveyed to the legislators so they know what they're up against. If they authorized a ballot measure, they know what the questions are going to be that need to be answered in every community in 101 cities. And I think it's a good recommendation to just get that out there and start working on it. It's on the videotape tonight. I don't think it's going to change.
So, Steve, I just have a question. For several months now, I've been asking for a fiscal analysis. And I've been told through my endeavors that, well, as these things move forward in the legislature, I'm sure they will, this is almost a quote of you, that the legislature will do the fiscal analysis. And now why all of a sudden can we do a fiscal analysis?
Well, Commissioner, I'm not.
No, I'm a director now.
I'm not director.
Yeah.
I'm not certain we can do exactly what Director Givens wants or what you were thinking about. I honestly don't recall you making repeated requests for such an analysis.
Oh yeah, they're definitely.
Well, then that's
at
on
least
me.
twice.
That's my fault.
And well, but you told me that the fiscal analysis would be done
Well,
when the legislature
that's a true
starts writing
statement.
the
The
bills.
legislature tends to do fiscal analysis of bills that they consider.
Point of order, Chair. We have a motion on the floor. Can we
I
take a
understand
vote?
your point of order, but I've been pretty good all night.
We were trying to clarify the motion, and that was the intent of that. And it's clarified now, and I believe, Fred, we'll do a roll call on this.
Could I comment? No, I mean, with just due respect, I just think we're complicating it. I think we'd be better off to vote on the MTC motion. Can I make a substitute motion? All right. All right.
So the question's been called, and Fred, if you could take the roll call.
On the motion, Supervisor Anderson,
No.
Mayor Aragon, Mayor Bogue,
No.
Supervisor Chavez,
Yes.
Councilmember Clark,
Yes.
Supervisor Cortese,
Aye.
Councilmember Dieppe,
Aye.
Councilmember Eklund, Councilmember, let's see, Mayor Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Gibbons,
I was afraid you were going to get to me. Yes.
Councilmember McElhaney,
Yes.
Supervisor Haggerty, Mayor Halliday,
Yes.
Supervisor let's see, Councilmember Hudson is absent. Councilmember Lee. No. Councilmember McKenzie. Aye. Supervisor Mandelman.
No.
Supervisor Miley.
No.
Supervisor Mitchoff. Councilmember Perales.
Yes.
Councilmember Pierce.
Yes.
Supervisor Pine. No. Supervisor Rabbit.
Yes.
Director Rahim.
Yes.
Supervisor Ramos.
Yes.
Supervisor Rodoni. Councilmember Arenas.
Yes.
Supervisor Brown.
No.
Councilmember Kalb.
Aye.
Director Chang.
Yes.
And Councilmember Romero.
Yes.
Toll here. Yes. I have 21 yes, 9 no, 1 absent.
Thank you, everyone. We are adjourned. Our next regular meeting of the ABAG Executive Board is March 21st. I'll see you all there. Thank you for your patience, and thank you for your expediting this thing.